This young man entered a sealed-off S-rank dungeon and effortlessly destroyed all the monsters inside. But upon exiting, he was stopped by a group of top-ranking hunter inspectors. However, none of them lasted more than a few seconds. That's because, in his past life, his world had been destroyed by monsters pouring out of hell, and he was humanity's last warrior. But after facing the final boss of hell, he was defeated. Yet, because he diligently liked our videos, he was reincarnated as a young man in another world. Okay, enough talk. Let's get right into it. Enjoy the show. The world I once lived in was destroyed. Everyone had to fight monsters to survive. I, too, spent my entire life doing just that, fighting day in and day out, just to stay alive. And so, days turned into months, months into years, and then an entire decade flashed by in the blink of an eye. With just a single sword, I could cut down any monster. I felt no fear. The monster, Onmui, looked down at the Do-jun, its red eyes gleaming with danger as it spoke. Give up. The world you once lived in is already gone. The mastermind behind it all, watching him struggle between life and death, extended an offer. Such a waste of talent. Become my sword. Hearing this, the Do-jun gritted his teeth in fury and spat. Don't make me laugh. In a fit of rage, he bravely charged forward. The Do-jun leaped into the air, drawing his sword at the same time. The monster swung its arm, but it couldn't catch him. Instead, the Do-jun left a long gash across the back of its hand. The monster, not expecting this, twisted its face into an ugly grimace. The Do-jun intended to turn back and assess the damage, but before he could act, it swung its arm, landing a punch that sent him flying in a spectacular arc. Not satisfied, the monster flexed its power while verbally humiliating him. No matter how desperately you struggle, in my eyes, you are nothing but an insect. The Do-jun took the full force of the blow, coughing up blood on the spot. Yet, with his extraordinary willpower, he still managed to flip and land safely on his feet. The Do-jun regained his balance and immediately dashed toward the monster. With his sword in hand, he charged forward alone, determined to fight it to the death. The monster, in its Super Saiyan-like state, looked down at him like an ant raising its hand, and then, quick as a flash, swatted him like a fly. With immense vitality, the Do-jun resiliently got back up. The monster didn't finish him off, instead continuing to coldly watch him struggle. The Do-jun suddenly noticed the pendant on the monster's chest, and his sea-blue eyes suddenly glinted. The monster saw him take a stance and raise his weapon. As if waiting for this very moment, the Do-jun acted. He suddenly flung his sword like an arrow, striking the monster square in the chest before flying up toward the starry sky. The monster's weapon stopped just 1 millimeter away from him. Half of the pendant was sent flying, and a strange new crack appeared on its chest. The monster's eyes bulged with hatred, as it shrieked in a high-pitched voice, "You bastard!" That last throw had completely drained the Do-jun's strength. The remaining part of the pendant continued to crack into tiny pieces that scattered away. Facing the moment of life and death, the monster screamed in terror, "No! Stop!" Reluctantly, the monster had no choice but to turn to dust, and as it completely vanished, he could finally relax. The Do-jun, exhausted, collapsed backward in the middle of the battlefield. His cold, jade-green eyes slowly lost their focus. Lying amidst the endless smoke and fire, he gazed at the sky and remarked, "What a magnificent sight." A young man walked under the warm sunlight. Beneath his messy, tousled hair was a pair of indifferent, world-weary brown eyes. He must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, because an alarm was blaring loudly. A sign on the fence read, "Namsan Gate, C rank, minimum 3 people. No civilians allowed." A broadcast announcement quickly echoed, "Please scan your hero registration code and personal identification. Civilians who are not heroes, please do not enter." Do-jun walked up to the gate, ignoring the broadcast. He then lowered his center of gravity into a ready stance, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. The alarm blared frantically, along with the urgent broadcast. "Warning. An unregistered hero has forcibly entered the gate." Do-jun paid it no mind and kept moving until he was surrounded by trees, where he finally stopped. As he took another step, intending to go deeper, he heard a voice calling out. The young Do-jun reflexively glanced over. A group of people in uniform was approaching. The man with black hair asked, "Are you lost?" "I don't know what happened, but we're about to leave, so just follow us." Do-jun stared at them without saying a word. The young woman mumbled in a low voice, "Hey, look at his clothes." The guy with the buzz cut next to her also whispered, "Right? He doesn't look like a hero at all." They sized Do-jun up from head to toe and let out a long sigh. "I know the support staff wears all sorts of things these days, but that outfit, and what's with that backpack? Could he be some rookie support member abandoned by his hero party? But that can't be right." Not wanting to listen to their chatter, Do-jun spoke up to explain, "I understand what you're all saying, but I just got here." The tactless young man blurted out, "See? I told you, he got abandoned, didn't he?" The black-haired man, showing a look of understanding, advised him in a gentle tone, "I've seen many people like you before. I get what you were thinking when you entered the gate, but to think you can hunt in a gate just from watching streams or surfing the net, that's just suicide. First, you should get an official hero license, and then pass the training and tests. Besides, this Namsan gate is C rank. If you want to start, you should try an F rank gate first." With a calm and indifferent expression, Do-jun said, "I know you mean well, but no thanks." The group was completely taken aback by this reaction, totally stunned. The two young men couldn't hold back their anger and yelled, "Who is this psycho? Bro, don't stop me this time." The older man held out his arm to stop them. "Calm down." He looked at Do-jun's retreating back and said, "Just let it go. If he's going to ignore such sincere advice, then just let him experience it for himself. He'll soon learn that this gate isn't like what he's seen in streams or online, but a cruel world." No sooner were the words spoken than Do-jun ran right into one. A monkey-faced, bull-horned monster smirked at him condescendingly. Standing in the beast's shadow, he calmly took off his pack and closed his eyes. The monkey-faced monster swung its arm to attack. Do-jun leaned aside to dodge. His eyes flashed, his pupils shifting from brown to gold. 15 weapons came crashing down to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust like a thick fog. When the dust settled, the monster was completely stunned. Do-jun charged forward with his slender arm, threw a single punch, and in an instant, tore a massive hole through it. The monkey-faced, bull-horned monster's head seemed to just evaporate from existence as its body fell right where it stood. Do-jun looked up and couldn't help but remark, "Nothing has changed at all." Do-jun stared at the scorched beast before him. A moment later, he reached out and picked up his blade, the monster, and then stared blankly at his reflection in the blade, as if he was still in a dream. Next, Do-jun pointed his blade at the headless corpse. With a squelch, blood splattered everywhere. He focused, digging deep into its body, searching. A few minutes later, he pulled out a blood-stained stone that sparkled with a pure light. It was a low-grade monostone. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he wouldn't have even bothered to glance at something so trivial. Do-jun unzipped his backpack, rearranging the items inside before stuffing more in. As he was busy, a rumbling sound filled his ears. It was the footsteps of a few more of that unlucky monster's kind. This time, 3 of them showed up at once, one of them already winding up to swing its axe. The monster swung its axe powerfully, and he ducked to dodge. He focused his energy into the hand holding the mana stone, and suddenly threw it, much to the monster's surprise. The mana stone blew its head clean off, and just like that, the newly debuted monster made its exit. The remaining 2 charged at him simultaneously. Do-jun tossed his backpack aside. You could tell he was about to put on a one-punch kill show. Meanwhile, that other party was also wandering through the forest. The girl in the party spoke with some hesitant worry. "It's that rude guy from before. What if he really dies?" The young man frowned and asked, "Are you actually worried about him?" The experienced older man reassured them, "If he's an intruder, agents from the control center are probably already on their way. This is a C-rank Namsan gate, so they'll dispatch elite B-rank agents or higher. As long as he doesn't go crazy and charge into a monster horde, he won't die, so don't worry." The bald guy agreed. "He's right. That arrogant bastard is probably shaking like a leaf right now, waiting for the agents to rescue him." The bald, scarred monster was shaking like a leaf, taking a punch that caved its face in. The one with the top knot took the opportunity to ambush him from behind. It was too slow for Do-jun. Its blade only cut through empty air. Losing sight of its prey, the top-knotted monster grew wary. Do-jun flashed behind it, raised his leg high, and delivered a kick that caved its head in. It spewed blood like a rain shower. And just like that, the one-sided battle ended with one face up and one face down. Do-jun dragged his crude stone sword, swung it powerfully, and with a cold glint in his eyes, claimed 3 more mana stones. Finished there, he continued hunting for a while longer. After some time, his backpack had gotten a little fatter. Do-jun wandered around looking for prey, feeling frustrated that his harvest wasn't very big. So far, he had 12 low-grade and 16 mid-low-grade stones. An agent from the center spotted him and alerted his comrades. "This way." Hearing human voices, Do-jun glanced over curiously. In a flash, 3 other agents appeared on the scene. The brown-haired agent demanded in a stern voice, "We're from the Gate Control Center. Please present your hero registration card. If you are not registered, please come with us to the control center." Do-jun raised an eyebrow and voiced his doubt. "Gate Control Center?" The agent's voice was low as he emphasized each word. "Please comply with our instructions." Internally, he sighed. "What's this now? So annoying." He looked at them, a faint glint in his eyes suggesting he wanted to start a fight, but in the end, he just dismissed them with a careless expression. Too much trouble. The brown-haired agent immediately gave the order. The blonde agent pulled out a tool and shouted, "Please cooperate. If you resist, we may be forced to use violence." As he spoke, his other hand quickly grabbed Do-jun's wrist. The blonde agent held up a pair of handcuffs and warned, "Any injuries resulting from resistance will be your sole responsibility. It would be best to resolve this peacefully at the control center." Without waiting for his wrist to be accessorized, he grabbed the agent's hand back. Feeling the grip on his own wrist, the blonde agent's eyes widened in shock. Do-jun looked at him and said sternly, "Stop bothering me. Get lost." Seeing this, the other agents couldn't help but raise their guard and draw their weapons. In an instant, the weapons were revealed in their true form. He glanced at the device and thought indifferently, "A level 4 magic sealing device? Does that thing even work on orcs?" Do-jun applied a little more pressure, twisting the blonde agent's joint, and at the same time, spoke with special emphasis, "This is your last warning. Go back, if you don't want to get hurt." The words had barely left his mouth when pressure came from the front. The agents attacked. Do-jun casually blocked a blow as the agent on the right threw a punch. He tilted his head, easily dodging it, and at the same time, swift as the wind, he raised his thigh and rammed it into the agent's side. A perfect knee strike made the agent on the right lose his balance, and he followed it up with a kick that sent the man flying. The agent on the left was stunned by this sight, frozen in place for a moment. He stared at him as if he were a terrorist. Do-jun turned, gave the agent a nod, and then his figure blurred as if it had vanished. The agent, unable to see him, thought in terror, "He's gone." He suddenly appeared right beside the man and punched him in the gut. The agent took the full force of the blow, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. He called out, "Hey!" The agent hugged himself awkwardly. Huh? Do-jun asked. "If I register as a hero, I won't have any more trouble, right?" The agent hesitantly replied, "That's right. As long as you don't commit any crimes inside a gate, there's no reason to dispatch agents." He asked again, "What about rifts?" Hearing this, the agent suddenly felt a chill down his spine. These were passages to other worlds where bizarre monsters appeared, opening up all over the globe. The byproducts obtained from hunting monsters here are used as a new energy source. For that reason, places where the government has completely taken control of the passages and contained the monsters are called gates. Spaces that haven't yet been converted into gates are called rifts. After hearing the explanation, he basically summarized, "So that means, no matter which gate I go to, you guys will come looking for me, right? The reason being illegal entry or something." Faced with Do-jun's foul expression, the agent quickly explained, "Yes, that's right. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center receives a notification. Agents waiting nearby will then be dispatched. Rifts aren't as easily accessible as gates, and the Hero Association won't just stand by either." He couldn't care less about all that complicated stuff and said arrogantly, "So what?" The beaten agent couldn't help but regret his actions, thinking, "This guy is a complete lunatic. Damn it, I should have reported to headquarters from the start." Just as he finished cursing internally, Do-jun grabbed the agent's face, swung his arm, and casually tossed him away like a dodgeball. Do-jun looked at the agent and thought to himself, just a nameless nobody. The agent, half kneeling and clutching his wounds, shouted, "You bastard, I'll definitely kill you next time." Do-jun ignored him and continued on his way. As the ornament on the monster's chest shattered, the monster roared in desperation, "Stop, right there." Hearing his voice, which was almost a scream, I also started to lose consciousness, feeling like I was being sucked into something. Death. I must be dying. With that mindset, the Do-jun closed his eyes to accept it, but after waiting a while, no one came to take him away. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find himself hanging upside down in the blue sky, with a strange young man before him. The Do-jun spoke. "Who are you?" The young, timid-looking Do-jun introduced himself. "My name is Do-jun. I am on the verge of death. If you accept my plea, I will quietly disappear." As soon as the words were spoken, the Do-jun replied, without a shred of hesitation, "I refuse." Hearing this, Do-jun was completely at a loss. The Do-jun explained his reasoning. "I have no more attachments to this life. After 10 years of fighting to the death, I was betrayed by the comrades I trusted. The nation I lived for was destroyed. My friends are dead, and so is my family. No matter how hard I tried to live, in the end, there was nothing left. Was there? You're the same way." This sentence made Do-jun freeze. He had no choice but to try and persuade him. "Even if my life is like that, I don't want my grandmother and Yunong to live that way too." The Do-jun finally softened, clearing his throat and asking, "So what? Just keep it brief. What do you want?" He never expected him to change his mind so quickly. Do-jun's face lit up as he hurriedly said, "What I want is the Gasan Technology Complex in the Gimichi district, which is now called the Hero Complex." The trade of byproducts from the gates was more active there than in any small company. After hunting enough monastones, Do-jun walked through the streets with his backpack on, and it wasn't long before he came across a purchasing shop. He decided, maybe I'll try this place. A sleazy-looking receptionist saw him enter and said, "Welcome." Do-jun walked in and said, "I want to sell some monastones." Hearing this, the cashier jumped up and began to flatter him. "You've come to the right place. We offer the best purchase prices in Seoul. No, I'd say in all of South Korea." Hearing that, he poured the monastones onto the table. Seeing the blood-stained stones, the cashier couldn't help but complain. "Seriously, you could have at least wiped the blood off before bringing these in." But on the surface, he spoke amicably. "You have quite a few monastones there. Please wait a moment while I sort them. Would you like some coffee while you wait?" He said whatever was fine and just sat there waiting as the guy behind the counter inspected the stones. The cashier tallied them up, furiously punching numbers into a calculator. 12 low-grade monastones, 16 low mid-grade, and 5 low-tier high-grade. The commission fee is 40% of the purchase price. You already knew that, right? After all that, the total amount you'll receive is 5.46 million won. Hearing the ridiculous commission fee, Do-jun spoke up. "Hold on. I'm the one doing the hunting, and you guys just buy them, but you take a 40% commission?" The cashier was caught completely off guard. Then his expression immediately changed to a nasty smirk. "Sir, it seems you don't understand how things work around here. Normally we take 45%, you know? I only gave you that price because it's you. If you don't want to sell, then take them and leave. I guarantee you won't find a better price anywhere else." Do-jun started gathering his items and said nonchalantly, "Then I'll be taking them back." The cashier immediately slammed a hand down on his, holding out his other hand demandingly, just asking for trouble. "Hey, sir, you have to pay the appraisal fee, you know? And the coffee isn't free, either. The appraisal fee is 300 won, and the coffee is 10 won. Since I had to use an expensive cloth to wipe the blood, which can't be reused now, please pay a total of 350 won, including the cost of the cloth." He pulled his hand back, coolly challenging them. "I don't have any money for you. If you want it, come and get it." The cashier grinned hideously, feeling brave on his own turf as he threatened, "You have to pay, you hear me? We've got a few C-rank heroes backing us up. You son of a bitch." Just as he finished speaking, a few big guys walked out from the emergency exit. A man with a scar on his face looked at the cashier and barked, "What's going on? Why'd you call me out? Another troublemaker?" Do-jun's gaze shifted from the cashier to the big guys. Scarface parted his lips slightly, looking down at him to intimidate him. The cashier, pale and trembling like a leaf, hid behind the counter, while Scarface screamed as he went flying toward the reception desk. The C-rank hero was knocked out cold, unable to get back up. His two cronies were also laid out on his left and right in perfect symmetry. Do-jun dusted off his hands and calmly walked over to the counter. He stood before the receptionist and named his price. "The commission is 1%. Let's have a smooth transaction from now on. I'll be back again." A short while later, he returned home and threw a thick stack of cash onto the table. His grandmother and Yunong were stunned, speechless. His grandma picked up the stack of money, sized it up, and asked hesitantly, "Do-jun, what is all this money?" He scratched his head awkwardly, trying to come up with an excuse. "Oh, it's nothing. I once lent some money to a friend to start a business, and now his business is doing really well," his grandmother asked suspiciously. "You really have a friend like that?" Do-jun had to answer vaguely. "Grandma, you remember the place where I grew up? He was an old friend I used to play with." His grandmother clutched the money in her hand, her aged voice speaking, "Of course I remember." The innocent Unong chirped, "Brother, does this mean we're rich now?" Do-jun smiled gently and patted his sister's head, saying, "From now on." The little girl was overjoyed and ran around the room shouting, "We're rich! We're going to be rich!" Do-jun watched her, his eyes filled with contemplation. The memories of the other Do-jun surfaced in his mind. My grandmother and Yunong, let them live in the safest place possible. And then he disappeared before I could even answer. He looked in the mirror at Do-jun's face, which now bore a slight resemblance to the Do-jun. When I woke up, I had become Do-jun. The safest house in Korea currently costs 110 billion won. I have no obligation to fulfill that one-sided promise, but once my power returns, that amount of money will be nothing. Fissures, spatial gates, monsters, everything here is weaker than in my old world. For me, the one who was once the Do-jun in a world that was destroyed, this place is like child's play, but not even 10% of my power has returned yet. As he was deep in thought, the doorbell rang, followed by a voice calling out, Do-jun, are you in there?" He stood up and told his grandmother, "I'll go see who it is. You stay inside, Grandma." Then he went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw one guy with brown hair and one with blonde hair waiting for him. The big guy with brown hair smirked. "Do-jun, debts should be paid on time, don't you think?" The blonde one added, "Do you even know how much you owe? It's 48 million won." He knew about this from the real Do-jun's memories, and let out a sigh. These were the loan sharks the real Do-jun had borrowed money from before he died. The 5 million won for his grandmother's hospital bills had ballooned to nearly 10 times that amount in a short time. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened as he blurted out, "You just made some money from a gate, didn't you?" The blonde one opened his mouth to demand, "Hand it all over. We're just collecting based on the contract, so don't act like you're being wronged." The moment he finished speaking, the brown-haired guy was met with a punch to the cheek, sending him flying backward and slamming into the wall. The blonde guy froze, looking back at his partner and shouting in disbelief. "What?" Without giving the blonde one time to think, Do-jun cracked his knuckles. "I've already paid back over 9 million won. If anything, you're the ones who should be paying me back." The blonde guy was scared out of his wits and stammered with a placating smile. Are you really, Do-jun?" Do-jun raised his fist and said with a deathly glare, "Tell your boss I'll be paying him a personal visit soon." Then, he delivered a beatdown, and the sound of fists hitting flesh echoed through the air. A little later, he and his sister went to a shopping mall, and they both entered a stuffed animal store. Looking at all the cute stuffed animals, the little girl asked expectantly, "Can I really buy one? I can get this doll?" Do-jun said with a kind smile, "We came here to shop, didn't we? Go ahead, pick whatever you want." As I share his memories, the barren emotions inside of me have begun to change. Right now, this is just compassion. But Do-jun was always kind to Unong, his half-sister. At the very least, I will protect that part of him. After fiddling with it for a moment, the little girl hesitantly asked, "Big brother, can I choose this one?" Seeing the skinny stuffed rabbit in Unong's hands, he grabbed the chubby teddy bear she liked earlier, held it up, and said, "I told you to pick whatever you like." Unong gave a goofy grin and scratched her head. Afterward, the two of them stopped at a restaurant for a meal. They were in the middle of enjoying their food when someone called out, "Is that Do-jun? Is that really you?" He turned to look. A chubby girl, flanked by 2 beefy bodyguards, came into view. She curled her lip into a nasty smirk and asked, "Dressed like that? And you have the nerve to criticize others? Look at you, you're nothing special. Who's the little brat with you? Causing trouble just like your mother?" As soon as she said that, the air grew tense. Only Unong had no idea what was going on. "Who is this lady?" she wondered. Do-jun remained silent, refusing to even acknowledge her, but she wasn't about to let it go. Seeing that she couldn't get a rise out of the older one, she turned her attention to the child. She raised her voice and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" The little girl replied politely, "Unong." The woman's voice dripped with sarcasm. "You're from the Se family? Look at the way you're dressed. Pathetic. Just like your mother, isn't it? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Can't answer me?" The bitch kept provoking him, but he wouldn't react. Clearly annoyed, she turned her venom back on the little girl. "Hey kid, do you know what the word bastard means?" Knowing what she was about to spit out, Do-jun cut in coldly. "You're as ugly as an orc." The insult left her completely stunned. The Do-jun couldn't stand this hag any longer, his contempt written all over his face. Do-jun was born out of wedlock and grew up in poverty. At the age of 7, after his mother passed away, he was finally taken in by his biological father. For over 10 years, he endured discrimination, contempt, and complete neglect. After his stepmother gave birth to a son, he was kicked out onto the streets and forced to live with his maternal grandmother and a half-sibling he had never even met. Do-jun, what was your heart made of to endure all that? But things are different now. The Do-jun stood up, looked down at her, and sneered. "We've known each other for 22 years, and I still find you utterly disgusting. From your face to your rotten personality, even your pig-headed brain is beyond hope. You're jealous of any girl who's prettier or better than you, and you're drowning in your own inferiority complex. You're not even half the person this little girl is. At least she knows how to be considerate of her brother's finances." He finished his tirade, looking down on her like a god. His stepsister was so furious her eyes nearly rolled back into her head, and the 2 bodyguards looked on in terror. "What did you just say?" Just as a fight was about to break out, a well-dressed woman approached Do-jun. Seeing her, the stepsister ran over like a child who'd been wronged. Mom, do you have any idea what that bastard just said to me? He told me that but the woman didn't want to hear it, snapping softly. "That's enough. Move aside. What is this uneducated behavior? Do-jun, are you all right? No matter how busy you are, you should come home once in a while." The Do-jun cursed inwardly in disgust. "You hypocrite. You're the one who tormented Do-jun the most for 12 years. She continued her concerned act. "Your father is very worried about you too," he retorted. "How disgusting. We don't exactly have the kind of relationship where we check up on each other, do we? Get out of my sight." Unable to keep up the act, her face became colder than ice. Hong Hee-do turned and left in a fury, Her daughter stared after her, wide-eyed. She was completely bewildered, wondering to herself, is this really the Do-jun I know? The same kid who would just bow his head and take it, even if I slapped him for no reason? Scared now, she quickly grabbed her bag and scurried after Haidu. Mother, wait for me. That mother-daughter pair completely ruined their pleasant meal, he said in a serious tone. Let's go, Yunong, the little girl replied sadly. Okay. The Do-jun gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, Do-jun, the boy who always stayed silent when he was mistreated, is gone. She'd better realize that. The sooner, the better. The mother and daughter's car sped down the highway. The stepsister, having regained some courage, whined. Mom, why did we just leave like that? We should have beaten that bastard to a pulp. Do you have any idea what he said to me? That scum told me. Hong Hee-do finished touching up her makeup and then called Director Lee. The person on the other end answered. Yes, ma'am. She asked coldly. Why is that Do-jun kid still alive? Director Lee rubbed his bald head and reported factually. According to the report, Kang Chan-hu left Do-jun inside the rift. He should have died. Hong Hee-do couldn't contain her rage, screaming like a madwoman. Exactly. So why is he still alive? Director Lee quickly said, I'm very sorry. I'll look into it again. The stepsister, pale and trembling, stammered, Should have died? Mom, what did you just say? Hong Hee-do paid her no mind, staring blankly into space. Seeing her mother's silence, the girl grew more frantic. Mom, what do you mean? What are you doing? Don't tell me. You tried to have Do-jun killed? Without even turning her head, Hong Hee-do asked indifferently, Do you still have feelings for Do-jun? Her words hit a nerve, and the girl hastily denied it. No, that's not it at all. If Grandpa or Dad finds out about this. Haidu quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. She brought her face close to her daughter's, her expression cold and cruel as she hissed. Let me worry about that. You just keep your mouth shut. The daughter was so terrified she didn't dare make a sound. Hong Hee-do was seething with rage, thinking to herself, How dare you talk back to me, you son of a bitch. No matter what, I will make you disappear from this world. 10 years ago, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. And from them, monsters poured out like a flood. Humanity was slaughtered en masse, and the world quickly fell into chaos. But then, heroes emerged. It was they who pulled the world back from the brink of destruction. At the same time, a strange material was discovered in the corpses of monsters, mana stones. Mana stones quickly replaced all old energy sources, and every nation rushed to convert the rifts into gates. Now, the entire global industry revolves around gates and heroes. To put it bluntly, if you want to make money in this world, you have to become a hero. He stood in front of a small office and muttered, Here it is. The headquarters of the HCSIE Corporation, Hongdong-po branch. Do-jun calmly walked up and, with a click, opened the door and stepped inside. Hwang Jong-seop was taking a drag from a cigarette, flanked by a blonde and a brunette. He shouted, Who the hell are you? You got the balls to show up here after beating my men to a pulp? Do-jun looked around for a moment, then said, The more I think about it, the more I feel I got the short end of the stick. Hwang Jong-seop roared, The short end of the stick? What the hell are you talking about? He replied, I'm just saying what I think. I believe I deserve compensation, mental, physical, and financial for all the damages you people have caused. Hearing this, Jong-seop's mind started racing. The meek little kid from back then has really changed, and seeing how he took care of my guys, he must have awakened in a gate. He leaned in close, trying to intimidate him. Looks like you found yourself some backing. Let me tell you something. Let's see what happens to punks who run their mouths about awakening. As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of his underlings emerged. Every single one of them looked like a thug, their faces grim and menacing. Hwang Jong-seop yanked his coat over his face, lecturing him. Those guys act all proud, but after awakening, they're nothing but worthless D-ranks. Listen here, I've got a ton of D-ranks under my command, and they wouldn't even let you get a word in. It was clear he had no intention of talking things out civilly, hoping to scare the guy away. But he called him back to sit down. I'm not finished. The goon in glasses got agitated, leaning forward and yelling, What? You disrespectful brat? You dare talk back to me? Do-jun calmly took the man's glasses, tossed them aside, and casually punched him square in the face. The goon went sprawling on the floor, leaving everyone else stunned. You do more than just loan sharking, don't you? I know you also forge documents. If I want to make money, I'm going to need some heroes made. After those three were dealt with, the next guy had a chance to strike, but missed completely. And so, he also took a fist to the head, and was knocked out cold. The Do-jun of this moment was like a harbinger of death, his gaze utterly terrifying. He returned to his calm demeanor, his tone almost a command. Make me a clean one, with no loose ends. The deadline is tomorrow morning. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The entire group broke out in a cold sweat. Hwang Jong-seop was so overwhelmed his brain just about short-circuited. This level of power, He wasn't a D rank or a C rank. He might even be a B rank. Do-jun grew tired of waiting and asked, "No answer?" Hwang Jung-sop quickly shouted, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll handle everything." Just when he thought the ordeal was over, the man grabbed his shoulder. "One more thing. Did Hong Hee-do tell you guys to kill me?" At the question, her image unconsciously flashed in his mind, but Do-jun didn't give him time, squeezing his hand harder. Still not talking, the intense pressure on his collarbone made him scream in agony. Hwang Jung-sop quickly cried out, "It was Hong Hee-do. It was her. She said she hoped you'd drown in debt and then kill yourself. That's what she told me. Please let go. Please let go. Let go." Having gotten his answer, Do-jun released his grip, muttering to himself, "Suicide, huh? So that's why she locked me in the gate." Hearing this, Hwang Jung-sop instinctively tried to clear his name. "Locked you in a gate? I don't know anything about that. Seriously, I swear, if you died, I wouldn't be able to collect a single penny. Why would I put you in there? I'm telling the truth." Seeing that the man looked like he was about to piss his pants, he didn't doubt him. With a thoughtful expression, he pondered for a moment, his lips moving. "Kang Chan-hu, he's the one who pushed me into the gate. Bring me all the information you have on him before tomorrow morning." Hwang Jung-sop's voice trembled. "Yes, sir." Do-jun left the office as the entire gang breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Do-jun looked up at the clear blue sky, his thoughts unconsciously drifting to Do-jun. "Please let her and Yunong live in the safest place possible. The request has been fulfilled. Is that all you wish for? Very well, I shall help you." The next morning, holding a brand new ID card, he went to the gate management center and swiped it. A cold, mechanical voice announced, "Hero registration card verified. Your level is below the recommended level. Please be cautious and reconsider before entering." Do-jun looked at the card, pouted, and muttered, "That bastard at the agency should have just raised my rank to A." He walked right in, ignoring the scanner's warnings. "Your level is below the recommended level. Your level is below the recommended level. Bamsium Gate, B rank, D scale, tunnel terrain, A rank recommended. Entry is not permitted unless in a group of 2 or more. It's a B rank gate but only D scale, making a solo clear quite difficult. But because of its tunnel structure, it only allows single entry, so unless you're at least an A rank, clearing the gate is nearly impossible. If you're unlucky, you'll have to single-handedly fight hundreds of monsters in a pitch-black tunnel." In front of him was a giant serpent with beautiful scales. The air was thick with killing intent. Do-jun was more than pleased, putting on his gauntlet and saying excitedly, "Now this is more like it." The serpent shot out its hard, venom-drenched tongue. Do-jun didn't even bother to look, simply plucking out the mana stone. Seeing its kind killed right before its eyes, the golden serpent let out a furious hiss. After finishing one off, Do-jun turned his head and reminded himself, "The black-fanged serpent is a venomous species. A single graze is enough to paralyze the body." He leaped high into the air and landed forcefully, his feet spinning like a top as he moved in a blur, leaving several scratches from its head to its tail, eventually even clawing right through its body. After dealing with this one, his gauntlet was drenched in snake venom. Looking at the level of corrosion, he casually estimated it was worth about 300. The sound of hissing snakes came again, and Do-jun reflexively glanced over. This time, they brought the whole family to gang up on him. He got up close and personal with these venomous snakes again, getting more pumped up the more he fought. Blood splattered everywhere, and the venom spat by the snakes was like a torrential downpour. A moment later, Do-jun was the only one left standing in the tunnel. He reached inside a corpse to search for loot, then wondered, no mana stones? There really weren't any, he thought to himself. If it's like my previous world, then the drop rate for mana stones from black-fanged serpents is less than 3%. Looks like I'll have to hunt a few hundred more. He walked through the tunnel into a lush green forest, noticing several skeletons overflowing with deathly energy nearby, then followed the gaze of their empty eye sockets. Is that the boss? Seeing a snake 3 or 4 times larger than the ones he'd encountered, he dropped his backpack and muttered, "I didn't even know the way, and yet I run into it here. How convenient." He leaped up for a punch. "I need to end this quickly and get back." But this time, he was repelled, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist. He could see a large handprint on the snake's body. He thought in shock. The attack didn't work. Before Do-jun could think of a new strategy, the tail snaked toward him and whipped him, sending him flying into a wall. That tail whip really packed a punch. Do-jun took a moment to rest. Only when the boss snake slithered menacingly closer did he force himself up, then leap to the side, narrowly escaping death. Immediately after dodging, he pushed off the ground with his toes and shot towards the boss snake. He practically flew, launching a punch that cracked a part of its scales. Judging by its eyes, it seemed he had rated it quite highly. Facing an enemy with superior abilities, he couldn't help but wonder, just as I thought. It's completely different from the other snakes. It's so tough that punching it does nothing. What should I do now? If only I had my original power back. Something like this would be nothing. Amid his predicament, a glimmer of light caught his eye. Do-jun looked over and saw an old sword. This is? After a second of hesitation, he resigned himself to his fate, pulled out the sword, and muttered, "It's old, but I don't have a choice right now. No matter how dull the blade, what matters is how the user wields it." He dodged the snake's jaws. "I'll just borrow this sword for a bit." He gathered his strength and leaped, not forgetting to envelop his sword hand with his gauntlet. His pupils constricted as he spoke with decisive killing intent. "To fall by my hand. Consider it an honor. You damn snake." His hand tightened around the hilt. The boss snake let out a tense hiss, opened its mouth, and lunged with its head. The Do-jun focused so intently his eyes went blank, and with a single strike, he shattered the boss's head, but the sword shattered as well. Do-jun held his pose, waiting. His lips pursed slightly, then he let out a soft sigh of relief and muttered, "If I hadn't finished it with that blow, I would have been a goner." He stared at his new spoils, and then venom sprayed everywhere. Do-jun had acquired a new material for a weapon. It was a bit short for a longsword, but with a little sharpening, it would be usable. In any case, it was a better haul than the gate at Namsan. What a relief. By the time he got out of there, it was late at night. Do-jun reflected on it. He never expected a B-rank gate to take up so much time. Restoring his power was definitely the top priority right now. He just hoped his old comrades wouldn't see him in such a pathetic state. The next morning, at the shop he had previously visited, a hunter placed his loot on the counter. The clerk calculated for a moment and then said, "You've gathered quite a few mana stones. The commission is still 40%, as usual." Hearing this, the hunter haggled with some dissatisfaction. "What? 40% is way too expensive. I'm a regular. Can't you cut me some slack?" The clerk counted the money while rambling on. "Hey, you know this already. We have the cheapest commission on the market. The gate center's basic processing fee alone is 5%. Plus, we don't leave a paper trail, so you don't have to pay taxes. When you think about it, this kind of transaction benefits you a lot more, doesn't it?" The hunter, seeing the logic, nodded and counted his money. "Well, you're right about that. Hey, what happened to your face?" The clerk heard this and shrugged helplessly. "Don't ask. Some psycho barged in, beat our guards to a pulp, and I got roughed up too." The other hunter put his money away, rambling on. "This is why you can't just rely on some C-rank bodyguards. You have to look at their skills, not just their title. A title is just something the bureaucrats came up with for easier management. Real strength is completely different. A newbie who just got his license and stands guard at a door, how can he compare to a hero who risks his life hunting monsters every day?" The clerk thought to himself, "All right, if you're done, then get out. You talk too much." The hunter winked and said with a grin, "We've known each other for a while now. If you need anything, just give me a call." With that, he headed for the exit. Just then, Do-jun arrived. The moment he saw that Jinx's face, the clerk instinctively recoiled in terror. He pointed a finger straight at him and shouted, "It's him, the one who did this to me." The other hunter turned his head, asking in disbelief, "Huh? This guy? He's tall and has a clean-cut face, but he's the one who caused trouble here? Hey, are you the one who caused a disturbance here? You call yourself a hero, but you go around hitting innocent people? Don't you know heroes aren't allowed to touch civilians?" The clerk smirked inwardly. "The man you hit is a veteran hero of 7 years. He's very well connected, knows a ton of high-rank and low-rank heroes. If you mess with him, you're finished." Do-jun turned his head and replied, "Worry about yourself before you lecture me." His words were like adding fuel to the fire, making the clerk even more excited. Do-jun wasn't afraid of anyone. He continued, "Or are you planning to stand up and get revenge for them?" The other hunter, in a fit of anger, clenched his fist. You want to die? This is bad. The number one cause of death for heroes isn't monsters, but conflicts with other heroes." His 7 years of instinct screamed at him to run. "See you later. I'm busy, so I'll be going now." Seeing his backup just walk away, the clerk was completely stunned. Do-jun pressed him, "You don't seem to like me, do you?" The clerk's face went pale with fear. Without waiting for an answer, he threw a backpack full of mana stones over and said flatly, "Calculate it." Looking at the sparkling stones inside, he gulped. "What is this? High-grade mana stones? Who the hell is this guy?" The clerk couldn't resist the temptation and reached for his calculator. Then he shouted in a daze, "The total comes to 150 million gun." Do-jun heard this and was silently displeased. "I worked all day and only got 150 million? Outwardly, he calmly demanded, "Give me 150 million. The clerk quickly blurted out, "You still have to deduct the commission." Seeing that knife-like glare, he thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong?" Luckily, he remembered the deal, letting out a sigh of relief. "That's right, a 1% commission. So, that leaves 148.5 million. Bring it to me. Now." The clerk cursed internally. What the hell? The commission is 40%. Are you deaf? Out loud, he only dared to say, transactions over 100 million require approval from a superior. Do-jun ordered. Then go get the approval. Now. The clerk immediately made a call, speaking softly. Yes, boss, here's the situation. Seeing that the other side had answered, Do-jun snatched the phone. He spoke directly to the person on the other end. You heard that? Tell him to transfer the money to me. The shop owner said politely. I understand. Please give the phone back to the employee. Do-jun didn't bother listening to the rest and threw the phone against the wall, feeling the burning hot phone and hearing the order from that walking disaster that his superior understood. He was told to bring out the money. The clerk didn't dare say another word and immediately complied. Yes, sir. He walked away with several bags full of money and said, let's keep our transactions civil next time. The clerk cried internally. Since when does a civil transaction only benefit one side? 10 minutes later, the shop owner finally arrived at the store. He asked worriedly, Allo, why didn't you pick up? What was that call about? The clerk, Allo, mentally and physically exhausted, said tiredly, Boss, I quit. I can't do this anymore. Seeing the phone embedded in the wall, the shop owner's face darkened. The clerk looked at his boss with a grim expression. The shop owner made a call for backup. Hello, Hyun-duan? It's your uncle. I need you to come by for a bit. On the other end of the phone was a young woman. Every passerby looked at her with admiration. As she walked in, her elegant black high heels, a crowd gathered around her as if she were a famous celebrity. Is that Hyun-duan? It really is her. Amidst the admiration, Hyun-duan arrived at her uncle's shop. The ringing of the doorbell was followed by a welcoming voice. Welcome. As soon as the clerk saw her, he exclaimed, Oh my God. Hyun-duan took off her sunglasses and gave a playful wink. Yes, it's me. The clerk was so surprised, he thought to himself, Hyun-duan, Korea's 4th S-rank hero. I heard she was the boss's niece, but why is she here? As if reading his mind, Hyun-duan explained. My uncle said he had a headache because some hero came and forced him to sell mana stones. May I hear the details? Do-jun and Unong were in their yard. One was playing with dolls, the other was training. Even if I hunt all day, it's hard to make even 100 million. At this rate, I'll be too late. I need to be strong enough to hunt an S-rank gate, even if it's just one day sooner. To do that, the most important thing right now is to regain my former strength. But unlike my old world, mana in the air here is very scarce. Even if I gather mana like this every day, it'll take 3 years. Maybe even longer. It would be better if I had good enough gear. But there's hardly any equipment here. Even trash-tier items are rare. As he was racking his brain, he sensed danger. The little girl, who was playing happily, saw her brother run over. He picked Unong up and rushed into the house. Unong, you need to get inside. He brought her in and slammed the door shut. Their grandmother, seeing how frantic he was, wondered, what's going on? Suddenly, the entire apartment started to shake. The grandmother screamed in alarm, An earthquake! It's an earthquake! Unong got scared too and started screaming. With his incredibly sharp senses, Do-jun thought, that's not an earthquake. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, and then it began to crack. The cracks spread further and further, like a spider web. The main fissure was right in his yard. A fissure? His grandmother asked in a panic. Do-jun, what the hell is going on? He gave a stern warning. It's dangerous. Nobody leave your rooms, before leaping right into the fissure. His grandmother and sister called out, but he was gone. Do-jun cried out, Brother! At that same moment, at the Hero Association, someone who received the alert shouted, Captain, a fissure has just been detected in Mappo. The association manager thought for a moment before giving an order. A new fissure after 63 days. The White Lion Guild is closest to the Mappo district. Contact them immediately. Quickly dispatch any other nearby heroes. Where was the fissure discovered? His subordinate replied, In the yard of a private residence. Hearing this, the senior manager gave a bitter smile. A private residence, huh? This is a problem. If an ordinary person, not a hero, enters a new fissure, they can't come back out. His head began to throb. Even worse, if they die inside, a monster wave will pour out for 10 days from that fissure. If that happens, all of Seoul will be in danger. The manager asked again, Have you identified the person who entered the fissure? The agent with blonde hair said, His name is Do-jun. He's the resident of the house where the fissure appeared, and his grandmother says he went into the fissure to save his little sister. So he's not a hero? To date, when an ordinary person enters a new fissure, what are the chances of a monster wave occurring? The blonde agent hesitated for a moment before answering, 99.9%. Hearing those hellish odds, the men's faces fell. At the same time, Hong Hee-do was losing her temper with a subordinate. She snapped, questioning him in disbelief. Awakened? Say Do-jun has awakened? What the hell are you talking about? Director Lee replied with absolute certainty. He hasn't registered with the Hero Association yet, but he definitely awakened at the last gate. Hearing that, Hong Hee-do became even more furious. She cursed. What the hell is that bastard Kang Chan-hu doing? This wouldn't be happening if he had just killed that scoundrel himself. Why did he have to make everything so complicated? And he already took the money. Tell that bastard Kang Chan-hu that if he can't kill Do-jun, he'll have to pay back 10 times the amount he received. I don't need to contact Kang Chan-hu? What do you mean by that? Director Lee's face went pale as he said, a new fissure just appeared in Mapo, at Do-jun's house. We've also just confirmed that Do-jun has entered the fissure. The news will be released to the media soon. Hearing this, her mood improved slightly, and she muttered, so that means we won't have to see that vulgar bastard again, right? Director Lee hesitated. That's right. But even so, it was only a slight improvement. She was still seething. Hong Hee-do ordered in a low voice, keep an eye on things until it's certain. Director Lee reluctantly replied, yes ma'am. Meanwhile, Do-jun was inside the fissure's dimension. He was standing in a primeval forest, lush with greenery. Do-jun felt the vast majesty of nature. His heart stirred. He couldn't believe this was the same soul forest he had visited as a child. The shape of the forest, every branch and blade of grass, and of course, the wind, the abundant mana in the air, even the shape of the sky and clouds felt special. Perhaps if I go this way, he grinned, just as I thought. The world tree, an ancient spirit tree that holds the flow of pure mana. The reason the previous world was destroyed was because this tree was burned, and the flow of mana was corrupted. I can't believe the world tree is still safe. I don't know how, but now I can reclaim my former mana. Do-jun was thrilled, and eagerly sat down to cultivate his power. Do-jun immersed himself in this ultimate training space. Day after day, he meditated inside a hollow of the world tree. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. He forgot to eat, or sleep, focusing completely on his breathing. He trained diligently like this until one night, under a full moon, Do-jun was jolted from his frantic training by the presence of a horde of monsters, the Vulcana. Do-jun looked down at his old enemies, silently calculating their debts, the ones who burned the world tree in the past. They were charging madly towards the world tree. Do-jun instinctively glanced at his hip, thinking it would be better if he had a water element sword. But the Vulcana monsters wouldn't give him any time. Do-jun activated his mana and quickly decided, it doesn't matter. I'll crush every last one of them. Blue mana enveloped his body. He reached out his hand and unleashed pure mana, attacking the intruders. The Vulcana hit by Do-jun's mana clutched their heads and shrieked in agony. Do-jun's eyes went blank as he stared them down grimly. Seeing he could easily eliminate their comrades, the enemy became much more cautious. The Vulcana didn't dare get close to Do-jun while he was releasing his mana. The mana was condensed, then released as a gas, and detonated. This fighting style had its inconveniences. It's been a while since I've released this much mana at once. They kept a safe distance, planning to use long-range attacks. From within the smoke-filled space, a volley of mana bullets came flying. When the mana bullets were just centimeters away from him, they were neutralized by a mana shield he had erected. Do-jun used his mana to levitate, muttering, I've confirmed the world tree is safe. Now then, let's see the mana inside my body with these eyes. With that, he cracked his neck, relaxed, and headed towards the Vulcana. Seeing him get closer and closer, the Vulcana continued to roar. But before they could fire their mana bullets, he aimed straight for their mouths. His mana shot directly into the Vulcana's mouths, causing internal damage and making them explode from the inside. 2 unlucky Vulcana died just like that in a fiery explosion. Where their bodies vanished, a mana stone was left behind. Do-jun walked past the mana stones. He muttered nonchalantly, confirmation complete. Now, I just need to deal with the rest of you, and I can obtain the immortal ash, right? I remember it had a pretty high drop rate. Let's see how much I can harvest from this bunch. Intent on harvesting the immortal ash, Do-jun went on a killing spree. He kept killing and dodging, for who knows how long. He returned to the hollow of the world tree to inspect the fruits of his labor. Amidst the pile of mana stones, a sparkling golden particle stood out. This golden particle was Do-jun's target. He picked it up to look at it, unable to stop himself from thinking, immortal ash, I never thought I'd get my hands on this again. He crushed the golden particle, and a flame ignited in the palm of his hand. Intrigued, Do-jun poked at the flame playfully. I want to absorb more mana from the world tree, but in my current state, that's impossible. The only thing I can do right now is absorb this ember and convert my mana to the fire attribute. After swallowing 1 particle of immortal ash, he was wistfully reminded of his time as the Do-jun. Back then, I didn't need to absorb these embers. But now, it takes a whole 10 minutes just to absorb one. Do-jun rotated his arm to see if there were any changes, while looking down at the golden particles at his feet and thinking, I'll just absorb as many as I can. In the sky, a giant fissure suddenly appeared. Reporters and media crews immediately swarmed the area, along with the general public. Seo Eun-ho gritted his teeth and let out a curse. Damn it. He tilted his head back, staring outside in an extremely foul mood. It was all because of that damn lunatic. What in the world was going on? Hi, unglanced at the watch on his wrist, his tone completely nonchalant. He said he was doing it to save his sister, but the scene outside hasn't changed a bit. Sounds pretty noble, doesn't it? He heard a rumor that it's easy to awaken inside a rift, so he just charged in without a second thought for anyone else. If you want to die, die alone. Why do you have to drag other people with you? Hearing the words from the person beside him, he cracked a smile and asked, "So, what did the association president say?" Kim Eon-gu replied, seemingly annoyed. "The usual. He told us to just wait." However, he himself was a little confused. But why? Hyun's voice lowered as he speculated. It's probably because rifts appeared simultaneously in the US, China, the UK, Turkey, and Switzerland this time. There are signs of rifts in several other major countries too. That's probably why the president is so busy. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. I heard they got the situation over there under control from the very beginning. Kim Eon-gu gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing deeply. We're the only ones in trouble. It's all because of that bastard. That first guy who went in. Just you wait till he comes out. I'm going to smash his face in. A gloomy humming sound was emanating from outside the rift. Now, the voice of a daily news anchor could be heard. It has been 28 days since the new rift appeared. The Heroes Association has issued a Level 1 warning for a monster wave. On the screen was the blurred image of a young man. If the first civilian to enter does not return in the next 2 days, someone suddenly reached out, grabbing the remote and turning off the TV. Hwang Jung-sop took a drag from his cigarette and mused. Are you telling me that Do-jun guy is him? Kim Eon-gu bowed slightly, the light reflecting off his glasses. That's right. I've had it confirmed. It's definitely Do-jun. Director Kim Eon-gu, Hwang Jung-sop's right-hand man. He processed the news for a moment before asking, what do you think the chances are of that guy coming back alive? He quickly made a calculation. If he's a civilian, it's not even a question. About 1%. Not even 0.1%. A strange, smug smile spread across Hwang Jung-sop's lips. A civilian? Pathetic. Hearing his words, the underlings below nodded emphatically. The people at the Heroes Association are completely in the dark. He rested his cheek on his hand, nonchalantly suggesting a possibility. What if that guy has awakened? Kim Eon-gu's mind raced, immediately proposing a hypothesis. Even if he has awakened, it still depends on his rank. Honestly, it's hard to say. Hwang Jung-sop sighed, leaning back in his chair. That's true. Being a good fighter doesn't mean you can survive in a rift. His next command was slightly startling. That Do-jun guy has family, doesn't he? Keep them here. This order reminded him of Yunong and her grandmother. What are you planning to do, sir? Hwang Jung-sop's voice was low as he made his decision. For now, treat them well. Then, he took off his glasses, revealing a dark expression. If he dies, sell his family's organs. If he comes back alive, we'll just say we were taking care of them. And create a debt. The scene shifts to a large, ancient tree, bathed in brilliant light. Do is currently focusing his mind to strengthen himself. How much time has passed? In his hand was a strand of pale yellow energy, befitting its name. Immortal embers. I've absorbed hundreds of them. The strand of yellow energy then began to spin rapidly in his hand. Now I can use fire-type magic anytime I want, and my fire resistance has increased dramatically. Do-jun's eyes flickered, recalling his time as the Do-jun. In terms of the fire attribute alone, I'm even stronger than I was at my peak when they called me the Do-jun. His hand gently touched the trunk of the ancient tree. His voice echoed slowly in the air. Then and now. Sparkling motes of light from the world tree drifted down slowly. Thank you, world tree. Then, Do-jun bent down to pick up some red gems, placing them in a basket. He slung the basket over his shoulder and softly said his goodbyes. We may not meet again. However, his eyes glinted with resilience and determination. But if you are ever in danger, I will protect you at all costs. Finally, Do-jun turned and walked away with a gentle smile. The scene quickly changes to night, with the moon high in the sky. He slowly emerges from within the rift. His toes touch the ground lightly. Do-jun tilted his head back, observing the desolate landscape around him. There wasn't a soul within a 1-kilometer radius. Everyone must have been evacuated in preparation for the monster wave. As he looked at the row of buildings ahead, a light suddenly flashed. There was a fairly strong aura coming from that direction. Without a second thought, his body shot forward like the wind. In an instant, Do-jun appeared behind Hyun and Kim Eon-gu. While observing them, he quietly assessed the situation. Judging by their uniforms, they seem to be the people from the gate last time. If they spot me, I'll be in big trouble. A golden flame from his immortal ember's skill quickly flared up in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Do-jun decisively threw it into the distance. The spark flew across the sky toward the rooftop of a nearby building. It finally vanished, leaving behind only a flickering speck of light. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the sky. He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. What was that? What was that noise? Kim Eon-gu turned toward the sound and light, quickly asking, "Is that a fire?" The two of them rushed towards the fire. By the time they arrived, the flames had already engulfed the building. His sharp eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. What is this? Why is there a fire here? Meanwhile, Do, from a distance, was carefully evaluating the effectiveness of his recent attack. The targeting accuracy of the fire attribute seems pretty good. He looked down at his own hand, a sense of nostalgia welling up inside him. Cusack. Isn't this the flame you were once so proud of? The proud and confident image of the Sei Do-jun was now recalled from memory. You'd definitely be pleased, because you were the strongest fire mage on the continent. Hai-un's eyes suddenly flew open, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. He jerked his head back, his brow furrowing slightly. Wait a minute. He turned toward the fluctuating rift and uttered a single sentence. Something's strange about the rift. Kim Eon-gu was puzzled by that statement. What do you mean? In an instant, the rift began to shrink, before disappearing completely. The two of them were now rushing back to where the rift had appeared. He quickly noticed the anomaly that he had missed just moments before. What? The rift? Kim Eon-gu couldn't hide the surprise on his stern face. Now, only a few flickering sparks of the rift remained before they vanished. It's gone. Do slowly walked up the stairs in the silent night. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes flashing with a fearsome power and seriousness. Early in the morning, an emergency broadcast plays across the city. The new rift that appeared in Mappo vanished early this morning. On a company's large LED screen, a news anchor is still reporting. Today marks exactly 29 days since the citizen known as S entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had been bracing for a monster wave, was taken by surprise by this strange phenomenon and is currently investigating the cause. Pedestrians on the street all look up at the screen, lost in discussion, completely unaware that the man they're talking about is right there. At the same time, a mysterious fire has broken out in a junkyard near the rift area. They stop to chat amongst themselves. That guy S has been gone ever since he went into the rift. Huh? Serves him right. Who in their right mind rushes into a rift the moment it appears? They speak with malice. Anyway, he's a dead man. That's a little harsh. So heartless. If that rift hadn't disappeared, this place would have become a battlefield. Sei Do-jun stops, thinking about the news report. If it's gone, does that mean I'll never see the world tree again? What a shame. But maybe this is for the best. He looks up at the sunny sky. As the bright sun shines down, Do-jun tells himself, I have other things to protect now. He suddenly stops in front of an old office building that looks like it hasn't been used in a long time. Inside, two men are talking in the hallway. Cigarette smoke fills the old corridor. A man with a scar on his face smirks, a cigarette in his hand. Now that bastard is dead, the old woman and the kid will be done for soon enough. The other guy replies, yeah, our boss isn't just anybody. He'll squeeze at least 10 times more out of them. The scar-faced man takes a drever from his cigarette and continues. Forget the old hag. That little girl is going to grow up to be a real looker. The boss is probably figuring out all sorts of ways to use her. As they're talking, a voice cuts them off. Sei Do-jun steps out from the shadows towards them and speaks. Where is your boss? A car pulls up to the old office building. Hwang Jung-seop steps out. He arrogantly runs a hand through his hair as he walks. A relieved smile spreads across his face. He's finally dead. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. Suddenly, Hwang Jung-seop turns to his manager, Kim Eon-gu, and asks, what's on the schedule for today? The man quickly flips through a notebook to report. You have a lunch meeting with CEO Bai, sir. Nothing scheduled for this evening. Right after, he takes off his sunglasses and turns back to give an order. Is that so? Contact Madam Kang and tell her I'm stopping by tonight. Have them prepare some decent new girls. The manager understands. Yes, sir. The two of them walk up the old office staircase together. Suddenly, Hwang Jung-seop's eyes fly wide open in shock. He arrives just in time to see one of his underlings sent flying, blood splattering in front of him, leaving him completely speechless. The man crashes into a corner full of equipment. Sei Do-jun stands there, staring at him, his voice like the Grim Reaper's as he commands Hwang Jung-seop, why don't you come crawl over here like a dog? Hearing his name, the man's entire body trembles, and beads of sweat roll down his face relentlessly. Sei Do-jun has already taken a seat in a nearby chair. He looks down at Hwang Jung-seop, kneeling on the floor, his voice laced with death. Are you deaf? Terrified, the man has no choice but to crawl towards him as ordered. Sei Do-jun's hair hangs low, obscuring his expression. He gives a cold command. Bark. A bastard like you doesn't deserve to be called human. Sei Do-jun growls as the other man keeps his head bowed low. Now, bark like a dog. Feeble sounds echo through the room. Terrified, Hwang Jung-seop opens his mouth wide and begins to bark, spittle flying. Woof, woof, woof. His two underlings face the wall. pretending not to see, not daring to help. Hwang Jong-seop continues to bark like a dog. Do-jun looks down at him, dissatisfied, and gives another order. Louder. He snarls from his chair, his voice laced with anger. In front of me, you grovel and pretend to be loyal enough to give up your life. But the second you see an opening, you stab me in the back. Do-jun's glare is murderous as he questions him. Hwang Jong-seop. Do you really think I've never dealt with trash like you before? Terrified, Hwang Jong-seop slams his head against the floor, begging, please, I'm begging you, just spare my life. I'll be as loyal as a dog for the rest of my life. Do-jun kicks him squarely in the chin. Shut up! Hwang Jong-seop spits blood as he's sent flying in pain. He turns his gaze to the man with the glasses. Do-jun gives him a new task. From now on, you're the boss. Stop bowing your head to a beast like this. He continues. Overthrowing your superior isn't a big deal for you guys, is it? I'm giving you permission. Go ahead. Kim Eon-gu presses his lips together in fear, bowing deeply in a polite refusal. Our boss. He has a lot of connections. If I suddenly became the new boss, people would find it strange. Sweat pours down his face, his voice pleading in fear. So please, don't do this. Please, just spare my boss this one time. Do-jun gives him a look that could kill. Why are you making this so complicated? Aren't you the type to stuff people in oil drums and dump them in the sea? Or crush them in a junkyard? He says impatiently, his words striking absolute terror into them. In that case, I'll just throw him into the gate as monster feed. Hearing this, Hwang Jong-seop hurriedly slams his head on the floor again, pleading for his life. Please, I'm begging you. Please spare me. Just spare my life, and I'll live like a dog for the rest of my days. His underlings start bowing along with him. We're begging you, sir, please. Do-jun considers this with a look of disgust. Getting rid of Hwang Jong-seop now would be cleaner and save me trouble later, but he sighs to himself. Have I gone soft? He holds out his hand as if offering a lifeline. Here, thinking he's been forgiven, Hwang Jong-seop looks up with a joyful expression, his hand trembling as he reaches for Do-jun's. He babbles nonstop. I'm sorry for everything I've done. As he speaks, a bright light suddenly erupts from Do-jun's palm. The moment his hand touches Do-jun's, it's engulfed in flames. Immediately, Hwang Jong-seop lets out a blood-curdling scream. In Do-jun's eyes, he is wailing in agony. He says in a threatening tone, "This is your last chance." Do-jun quickly pulls his hand back. Hwang Jong-seop's hand, burnt to a crisp, falls to the cold floor. He turns and walks away, the man's horrific screams echoing behind him. Do-jun glances back over his shoulder to warn Hwang Jong-seop. From now on, if my family gets so much as a single scratch, all of you will die. So protect them properly, 24 hours a day, for the rest of your lives. Officially, Do-jun was a man who had vanished along with the rift. Sunlight streams down on the entrance of a McDonald's. Inside, Do-jun is sitting with his little sister. The young girl is enthusiastically eating a pastry. The government, the Hero Association, and all forms of media had written Do-jun off as a dead man. A news alert about him flashed across his phone screen, and he stared at it, deep in thought. His reflection in the window showed his face, looking utterly indifferent. Telling them I survived and came back will just cause more problems. He smiled as he watched Unong, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed on a piece of bread. I'll find us a new house soon, so it's better if we take our time moving out. The little girl happily nibbled on the pastry in her hands. With a few crumbs still on her mouth, she looked up and smiled at him. I'm so happy we're moving soon, Do-jun told her. Now you can go to preschool just like the other kids. And that's not all. Next year, you'll get to go to school. Hearing this, Unong's expression immediately fell. Alarmed, Do-jun asked, What's wrong? You don't want to go to preschool? She replied sadly, Yeah. Unong then explained the reason, stunning him. The other kids just make fun of me because I don't have a mom or dad. Do-jun turned away, his lips pressed into a thin line. He looked back at the little girl and comforted her in a gentle voice. It's okay. You don't have to go then. You won't have to see those kids at all. You can just go straight to school next year. Hearing his promise, Unong's mood brightened instantly. Really? So I don't have to go to preschool anymore? Do-jun replied softly, Don't go. He thought to himself in frustration, maybe I should just put her in a prestigious private school so no one can ever look down on her. An angry voice echoed from inside the hotel. What? You're leaving an old woman and a child in a hotel? Do-jun was interrogating him. Kim Eon-gu, are you serious? Sweating profusely, the man explained. This hotel is managed by our company, in terms of security. In the end, Do-jun reluctantly accepted the arrangement. All right, fine. He opened the door and walked in. Big brother, Unong cried out happily. She ran to him, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. Do-jun's beloved grandmother came and took his hand, overjoyed. Do-jun, you've really come back. Unong clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother. Do-jun was flustered by the scene and stood frozen for a moment. He smiled and replied to his grandmother, "Yes, I'm back." Unong's question pulled him back to the present. "Big brother, are you a hero, too?" Hearing her question, Do-jun asked with interest, "Why? Do you want me to be a hero?" Holding her pastry, the little girl answered, "I'd rather you weren't a hero." Curious, Do-jun asked, "Why is that?" She hesitantly explained, "Because heroes have to fight scary monsters. And sometimes they die." Unong's face was filled with sadness. "Our family, Grandma and I, we just want you to live with us for a long, long time." He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Do-jun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Unong's earnest voice echoed in his ears. "Big brother, we just want you to live with us for a long, long time." Do-jun's mind flashed back to a horrifying scene from his past. Even in that harsh world, there were those who survived until the very end. He was sitting atop the corpses of the beasts he had slain. "During that long war against the monsters, I lost so much," he recalled, remembering Unong running to embrace him. "But now, something precious that I'd forgotten has returned to me." Remembering the meals he shared with her and his grandmother, Do-jun made a vow to protect them. "Here, I will live to protect this simple happiness." Helicopters flew over the city, surveying the situation. At the grand, imposing headquarters of the Korean Hero Association, Nate Wang, the founder of the Korean Hero Association and the director of the World Hero Federation, looked down on the city from above. "Have we really found nothing at all?" The woman beside him answered timidly, "No, sir. As of now, we haven't been able to identify anything. My sincerest apologies, sir." Nate Wang sighed in frustration. "This is unsettling. If a rift can just vanish, it means it can reappear just as suddenly." She glanced at him and replied cautiously, "Yes, sir. Having such an unpredictable variable is incredibly dangerous. It would almost be easier to handle if it just spawned a monster wave." He warned her in a grim tone, "Watch what you say." Nate Wang snapped his head around to face her. "Think about the safety of the citizens, and be grateful it hasn't come to that." Realizing her mistake, the woman quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful with my words next time." He was an incredibly powerful man. Nate Wang, one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. If he were to run for president, he would undoubtedly win with the highest voter turnout in history. It was even said that he could easily bring down entire corporate conglomerates if he chose to. But his interests lay not in politics or power, but solely in the safety of the people and preparing for the rifts. He instructed as he turned to leave, "Keep searching, but be thorough in your investigation." She then informed Nate Wang, "Also, it seems the residents of the house near the rift have agreed to sell." Hearing this, his tone softened. "Is that so? That's good." Nate Wang always prioritized the well-being of civilians. "Make sure to offer them more than the market price, so they don't feel like they've been taken advantage of. If it brings even a little comfort to those who've lost family, it's worth it." He turned to a computer, his hands gliding over the interface as he silently assessed the data on the screen. After a moment, he said to the woman, "It seems this rift appeared simultaneously in other countries as well. This isn't normal at all." She asked cautiously, "But didn't the US and China already handle theirs?" He hesitated. "The problem is England. I'm afraid all their top-tier heroes have been dispatched elsewhere." Suddenly, a notification popped up on the computer screen. He clicked on it, and his expression immediately turned to one of horror. "This can't be. What in the world is happening?" An urgent bulletin appeared as the agency went on high alert. The World Hero Federation issued an emergency broadcast. "A monster wave has emerged from the rift in England. Warning, warning, warning." Nate Wang was in disbelief at the news. The rift in England. Early one morning at a shopping center, crowds of people bustled about. Do-jun, with a bag slung over his shoulder, blended in with the people on the street. Ahead of him was a small shop. He opened the door and stepped inside. An employee who was in the middle of greeting him suddenly froze. "Welcome." Seeing Do-jun walk in, the employee screamed in terror and rushed to his manager. "Sir, Mr. Manager, it's him." Hearing this, the manager folded the newspaper he was reading. "So, it's this guy, is it?" He rose from his chair and asked, "Are you the one? The one who strong-armed my employee into selling you monastones while I was away?" Do-jun lowered the bag from his shoulder. "Good. I have a lot of monastones to sell today, and I was hoping to deal with someone in charge to speed things up." He then slammed the bag he was carrying onto the floor. The manager glanced at the bag on the floor, thinking, "Looks like another pile of low-grade, unrefined stones, just like last time." With that thought, the manager refused him outright. "I'm not doing business with you. Please leave." Do-jun asked suspiciously. "Not doing business?" The manager just waved him away dismissively and turned to walk off. "It looks like you don't understand. A 1% commission fee would be a major loss for me. I'm not doing business with you, so it's best you just take your stuff and go." Do-jun smiled and let out a sigh. "You're going to regret this." The man stopped in his tracks and said, "You're right. Talking to you is getting us nowhere. But just so you know, there's a reason even the Gate Center charges a 5% fee. The distribution structure for monastones isn't as simple as you think. His face darkened. He advised, just give it up. Grab your bag, get out of my sight, and don't ever come back. Instead of leaving, Do-jun brought his foot towards the briefcase. The dazzling mana stones inside immediately spilled out. The employee and the manager both stared in astonishment. The glasses the man was wearing fell off, his eyes wide with disbelief. The manager's heart pounded when he saw it. Wait a minute, isn't that a hero's mana stone? The legendary hero's mana stone that people would pay any price for. Why is it here? Do-jun crossed his arms and looked at them. If you don't want it, I'm leaving. The stone with the extra blue hue was a hero's mana stone created by a drug lord, a notorious drug lord from Mexico. While analyzing a mana stone to create drugs, its power caused everything around him to shatter. This incredibly powerful stone had activated the latent power within him, awakening him as a hero. Since then, this type of stone became famous as an essential ingredient for awakenings and magic amplification. The hero's mana stone became a sought-after item in the world of the gifted, both a rare energy source and an incredibly expensive commodity. Seeing that it was a hero's mana stone, the two men stood there, their jaws agape in shock. He put his hands in his pockets and told them, "Pack it up, I'll get out of your hair." Seeing that he was about to leave, the manager hurriedly switched to a reverent attitude. Sir, would you mind waiting for just a moment, please?" The employee was now at the counter, wiping each stone with a cloth. Do-jun was drinking some water as the manager cautiously spoke. "Esteemed guest." He sat opposite Do-jun, discussing the price. "I think a 0.5% fee is a bit much." Do-jun, displeased, stood up. "If you don't like it, then forget it." Seeing this, the manager quickly explained. No, it's not that I don't like it. I was just curious." He carefully asked why he changed it to 0.5%. Do-jun replied coldly, "Because I'm annoyed." Realizing he had angered him, the manager quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I was too rude." Do-jun glanced at him coldly, his eyes as sharp as knives. "I've heard enough apologies. Just tell me if you'll adjust the fee or not." The employee glanced over at him, filled with resentment. What a stubborn jerk. He has absolutely no manners. The manager had no choice but to accept. "Very well," he said, then launched into a long-winded explanation that the mana stone was a rare item, so if he were a major partner, he could sell it at cost, with no commission. "But it's not like you're going to be selling heroes' mana stones all the time, right? When selling at our place, if you give us this chance, we're prepared to offer 10% to you, Mr. Do-jun." After listening, he cut him off with one sentence. "You talk too much." He stood up to leave. "If you don't like it, forget it." The manager quickly shouted, 9%, "We're truly taking a loss to offer you this." Do-jun replied, "Then don't take a loss." Seeing he was still walking away, the manager lowered it again. 8%. "The chairman will kill me if he finds out," Do-jun answered nonchalantly. "Then don't let him find out." The man continued to lower the percentage to keep him there. 7%. "I can't go any lower." Do-jun sighed. "Who told you to concede?" 6%. "I swear there's no profit left." "If you're not making a profit, what kind of business are you running?" The employee, still wiping the stones, looked at the two of them with a weary expression. The manager was kneeling on the floor, his head bowed. Do-jun looked down on him and said, "For old time's sake, I'll let you have 1%. The man screamed internally with frustration, but didn't dare say it out loud. "This is daylight robbery." Do-jun played his final card. "I should tell you." He said something that made both of them stare with wide, shocked eyes. "I have about 7 more bags just like this one." The manager quickly yelled, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Bring the contract out here, now." The employee quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Do-jun walked out of the shop, stopping to look at the screen showing the amount he had just received. Stoneman has transferred 67 billion won. Looking at his account, he stared at the screen thoughtfully. With this much, buying a 1.1 billion won villa isn't so far-fetched. He pursed his lips, thinking about something. The problem is, to get high-grade monastones, these gates aren't enough. Do-jun had an idea. "It'd be great if I could freely enter and exit the rifts." The manager came out and was startled to see him still outside. He looked at Do-jun and asked, "What is it? Are those energy waves?" Do-jun ignored him, still focused on his phone. The manager looked at his screen and understood. "Ah, it's just an emergency public alert. I thought it was something serious." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected energy waves in the Sa Forest area. Tourists and agricultural workers are advised to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens abroad. Do-jun fell silent as he saw the message. Do-jun calmly looked at the public alert from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The message content now displayed, "Emergency Public Alert." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected energy waves in the Sa Forest area. We advise tourists and staff to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens abroad. Read more. Reading this, Do-jun's eyes flickered slightly. Then he acted as if nothing was wrong, put his phone away, turned his head, and left with only a vague comment. Those powerless people, honestly. On the bustling street, Do-jun walked alone, lost in thought. In the past, no matter where I was, no matter which association requested it, I would have immediately entered the danger zone. His silhouette was firm and resolute, but I don't live like that anymore. The scene changes to a barbecue restaurant, where someone is flipping juicy pieces of meat on a grill. Yunong sat on the side, staring intently at the meat and swallowing, her eyes filled with craving. Despite the little girl's eager gaze, the server continued to flip the meat. Today, Do-jun brought his grandmother and the little girl out for a truly lavish meal. Do-jun's grandmother awkwardly flipped through the menu, looking at the prices. She felt a pang of regret seeing a few slices of meat that cost hundreds of thousands of won. Dogi Ram? Isn't 250,000 won for 100 grams too expensive? Do-jun, sitting opposite her, took a sip of water and replied, his voice filled with a bit of confidence. I earned quite a bit this time. Please, eat as much as you want. Don't worry. Yunong didn't seem to care much. When someone put a piece of meat on her plate, she eagerly opened her mouth to taste it. The moment the first piece entered her mouth, an explosion of flavor made Unong's eyes widen in amazement. Her face was now filled with pure joy, a look of delight, as if she had just bitten into a piece of heaven. Yunong exclaimed happily, "This is so good." Do-jun's grandmother, sitting beside her, looked at the meat, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Noticing his grandmother's discomfort, Do-jun silently stared at something. Without waiting, Do-jun immediately called a nearby waitress to order more food. Fresh short ribs, marbled shoulder, shoulder core, and loin. I'll take 4 servings of each, please. Seeing how extravagant he was being, Do-jun's grandmother asked worriedly, how are we going to eat all of this? Why did you order so much, dear? Do-jun picked up a piece of meat and smiled reassuringly to comfort her. Just eat to your heart's content today, Grandma. You need to eat a lot too. Do-jun's grandmother couldn't stop him and could only sigh in resignation. Sitting beside them, Unong quickly offered a piece of meat to the grandmother's mouth. Oh my, the little girl said, holding the piece of meat in front of her with a cheerful expression, her voice urging her on. Grandma, the meat is so delicious. You have to try it. Hurry. Faced with the little girl's pleading, sparkling eyes, the grandmother finally opened her mouth, though she couldn't help but chide her gently. You're such a sweet girl. The moment the meat touched her tongue, Do-jun's grandmother's eyes flew wide open in surprise. She hid her delight, only managing to mumble a few sounds, and then the 3 of them settled into a warm, harmonious meal. But right at that peaceful moment, Hyun-duan, with her striking long purple hair and long, proud legs, slowly approached. Her slender figure moved gracefully and deliberately into the restaurant. Her beauty made everyone turn their heads in unison. Suddenly, Hyun-duan called out to Do-jun. Do-jun, who was eating, immediately turned his head with a look of confusion. Seeing this, Hyun-duan walked closer, bowing her head slightly as she proposed, "Could I speak with you privately for a moment?" When she saw him continue to eat casually, she asked with a hint of doubt, "Are you a hero?" Before she could finish, Do-jun cut her off in a cold tone. "Can't you see I'm eating with my family?" His voice was like ice, and his sharp gaze showed no courtesy as he looked at Hyun-duan. "Whatever it is, wait until I'm finished eating." It was the first time she had ever been rejected, let alone with such a disdainful expression, and Hyun-duan froze on the spot. She looked down at Do-jun with a disbelieving expression and reminded him, "I'm Hyun-duan." But even for a famous S-rank hero, Do-jun didn't even look at her as he continued to eat, and replied, "Is that so?" Feeling insulted, Hyun-duan stepped back, a sense of annoyance welling up inside her. What a strange man. After a long wait in the waiting area, Hyun-duan sat there quietly and properly on a chair. The people around her acted as if they'd seen a celebrity, unable to stop themselves from turning to look at her. Hyun-duan's aura was so captivating that she drew the gazes of every man in the restaurant. A girl nearby who was watching her from afar couldn't help but blush in admiration. Suddenly, whispers broke out from all around. "It's really Hyun-duan, the S-rank hero, the global star. Is that really her?" Yeah, and she's one of the top 10 most beautiful heroes in the world." Hyun-duan paid no mind to her surroundings, a bored expression on her face as she sat with her arms crossed, waiting seriously. The guys nearby stared at her face for a long time before wondering aloud, "I wonder who she's waiting for. Who has the nerve to make someone like her wait?" The surrounding chatter only darkened Hyun-duan's expression, as she thought with rising anger, Do-jun. Hyun-duan sat off to the side, silently watching his back as he enjoyed himself with his family. 2 months ago, he entered a spatial gate for the first time and returned safely. That was probably when he awakened his ability. I heard he was presumed dead in the new spatial rift incident in Mappo. Her gaze then shifted to Do-jun's carefree face as he ate, as if nothing had happened. Hyun-doo found it suspicious that he was now sitting here so calmly. Her thoughts continued, recalling his sharp gaze. A slight shiver ran through her. Just one look, one word from him is enough to make me tense. But to become an S-rank hero in less than 2 months? The Kapoor Petroleum Group invested a whole fortune to mine for magic crystals, and it still took them 5 years to produce a single S-rank. Her face was now filled with dread as she tried to console herself internally. There's no way he became S-rank in just a few weeks. He must have some other unusual, special ability. Suddenly, the sound of a chair scraping across the floor cut through Hyun-doo's thoughts. Yunong had finished eating and was leaving with her grandmother. Looking thrilled, Yunong smiled brightly and exclaimed, "That was so good. I'm completely stuffed." Hyun-doo, who was sitting far off, also stood up, waiting for Do-jun to pass. But suddenly, out of nowhere, some brute's foot appeared, stomping hard on the floor right in front of Do-jun's family. Do-jun frowned at the sight, his piercingly cold eyes sweeping over the man. The rude brute was none other than Kang Cheon-woo. He looked at Do-jun with a provocative expression, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What's this?" "Say Do-jun. I'm not seeing things, am I? How did you manage to survive and crawl out of that gate?" These words made the other man think deeply. Kang Cheon-woo. Seeing him not respond and instead wear a cocky expression, the man grew angry. He stepped closer, his attitude threatening. "I knew you were an insect, but I didn't expect you to be a snake." His appearance made Hyun-doo, standing behind them, gasp. She became wary, thinking to herself, why is he here? Just then, Do-jun looked at the man's threatening posture, completely unafraid. He kept his hands in his pockets and didn't bother to reply. With a dismissive attitude, not wanting to make a scene, Do-jun paid him no mind and immediately turned his head away. He averted his gaze and turned his attention to Hyun-doo, who was standing behind them. "Hey, you said you had something to talk to me about." The unexpected question made Kang Cheon-woo turn his head as well. Seeing Hyun-doo, he was shocked. "Hyun-doo, what?" Do-jun continued to treat Kang Cheon-woo as if he were invisible. He kept looking at Hyun-doo, his voice cold. "How about this? I'll help you with your matter, and in return, you look after my family for a bit." Hyun-doo hesitated. "What exactly do you mean?" Do-jun immediately glanced behind him, giving Hyun-doo a quick signal. "Just call a taxi and get them home." He didn't stop, continuing to explain. "I have to go first." Hyun-doo silently observed the icy atmosphere before her. At that moment, Do-jun's eyes turned sharp and cold, radiating a powerful killing intent. His voice was chilling. "I have a debt to collect." Feeling provoked by Do-jun, Kang Cheon-woo didn't wait any longer. He bared his teeth, his eyes wild, ready to start a fight. Outside the restaurant under the full moon, Hyun-doo was gently guiding Unong and the grandmother to a car, reassuring them, "Don't worry too much, please get in." The little girl, with a worried look, glanced at her as she stood outside waving. "And you too, sweetie. Goodbye for now." Hyun-doo forced a smile as she watched the car. The car began to move, carrying Unong and the grandmother inside. Just then, loud noises erupted from inside the restaurant. Do-jun stared ahead with a cold expression. A large red mark appeared on Kang Cheon-woo's face, enraging him. He whipped his head around, his eyes filled with killing intent, and roared, "You son of a bitch! Are you trying to die?" A trembling female employee came out to admonish him. "Sir, please don't cause trouble here." In an instant, Kang Cheon-woo swung his hand and slapped the employee, making her cry out as he cursed. "Get the hell out of my way." As the employee fell to the floor, he snarled, "All of you, get out." A second later, Kang Cheon-woo, as if he'd gone mad, craned his neck and bellowed, "Do you really want to die? You got a death wish, you bastard?" While he was screaming, a fist came flying straight at Kang Cheon-woo's face. In the next instant, he flashed past him like lightning. Before Kang Cheon-woo could even react, the blow landed. He clutched his face in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Do-jun turned back, his face darkening as he called out, "Kang Cheon-woo." He continued to question him, even as Kang Cheon-woo bowed his head, blood splattering from his mouth. "You locked me in that damn gate to die, didn't you?" Do-jun's eyes, filled with killing intent, glared down at him as he asked, "We haven't settled things between us yet, have we?" Kang Cheon-woo slowly got to his feet and said mockingly, "What right does a bastard like you, who abandoned his own father, have to say anything? Did that stepmother of yours put you up to killing me?" He calmly pulled a phone from his pocket, and Do-jun pressed the record button. After skillfully setting it up, he said, "Say that again." Kang Cheon-woo clenched his sharp teeth, a wisp of smoke escaping as he said, "What the hell are you babbling about?" Kang Cheon-woo's voice rose as his clenched fist became enveloped in flames. "What did you say?" He then lunged forward with his fiery fist, cursing, "Your mother was a shameless tramp, wasn't she? Go to hell, Do-jun." Chonu aimed straight for him and charged forward. For a moment, his opponent's eyes wavered. At the last second, Do-jun blocked the fiery punch with his bare hand. A brilliant light appeared, startling Kang Chon-yu. His pupils contracted in disbelief as he thought, "My punch." It was deflected. An image of him appeared, his hand outstretched with a blue glow, which then sent Kang Chon-yu's entire body flying backward. Do-jun's eyes flashed as he charged forward like lightning. The area filled with smoke and dust from the battle. A female employee, huddled in a corner, trembled in fear and muttered, "The police. What's the number again?" 919-1. Suddenly, the phone was snatched from her hand. Do-won flashed a dazzling smile, holding up the phone as she explained, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." The employee went limp, her eyes welling with tears as she stammered, "Miss Hyun Do-won. Thank you." Meanwhile, Do-jun was relentlessly pummeling Kang Chon-yu, drawing blood with every punch. She approached the out-of-control Do-jun, thinking to herself, "Even though Kang Chon-yu is a B-rank hero, I can't believe he's being so completely overwhelmed." Do-won continued to think as she walked, could that man be higher than B-rank? No. Maybe even A-rank or higher? But even for an A-rank, it shouldn't be this easy to thrash a B-rank, right? Her voice made him pause. Do-jun. Do-won hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful, you could actually get killed." Hearing her, Do-jun frowned and looked down. He stood up, flexed his wrist, and walked toward her. She watched Do-jun with some concern and asked, "This man, how much do you know about Kang Chon-yu?" He stopped walking, tilting his head to look at Do-won with a blank expression, and replied, "I think I know a fair amount." "Why? Is that important?" She let out a breath and said hesitantly, "Very important." Then Do-won explained, "Because Kang Chon-yu's cousin is Kang Dong Bit, the S-rank hero." Do-jun lowered his head slightly to glance at her and said nonchalantly, "I know. Is there a problem?" Seeing his unconcerned attitude, Do-won thought to herself, he knew all along, and yet his attitude is so calm, as if it's nothing to worry about. This man is so reckless. Kang Chon-yu lay on the ground, beaten and unconscious, as her voice echoed in the room. The reason Kang Chon-yu has always been so arrogant is because he has Kang Dong Bit backing him up, which means what you've just done, Do-jun, is extremely dangerous. I've heard about the feud between you two, but you're dead wrong if you think Kang Dong Bit will sympathize with you. The corner of Do-jun's mouth curled into a slight smirk. Do-won was skeptical of his reaction and asked again, "Kang Dong Bit, aren't you afraid of him?" Do-jun took a step closer to her and said, "No. In fact, I'm starting to get annoyed. You seem to know a lot about me, don't you?" His face darkened as his eyes widened, glaring at her. Across from him, Do-won looked back up, her lips pressed into a thin line. The killing intent radiating from the two of them made the employee hiding behind the counter burst into tears, thinking, "But, you said you would take care of this." In the end, it was Do-won who broke the tense standoff between them. "I apologize for showing up so suddenly. I came because my uncle asked me for a favor." Do-won's voice was slow, steady, and firm. "You sold monastones to Ganseo Tonemon, didn't you? Sell them to me. I'll buy as many as you have." A flicker of confusion crossed his handsome face. She made her incredibly generous offer decisively. "I want to buy every single one you have." A smile suddenly appeared on Do-jun's lips. "That's quite a large quantity, isn't it?" And she herself let out a triumphant, yet slightly shady smile. The assets of an S-rank hero are nothing to scoff at. Ignoring Kang Chon-yu on the floor, he calmly made a proposal. "Nothing is unsellable, but I have one condition." Do-won quickly asked, "What's the condition?" A shadow passed over his eyes, hinting at a subtle danger. "It's nothing big. For someone like you, Hyun Do-won, it should be simple." Suddenly, the scene changed, as a wine bottle was violently smashed on the floor. Hong Haidu was furious at the information she just received, her voice rising a few octaves. "But he's already dead. They said he died in a newly opened rift." She grew even more agitated and threw another bottle past her director. The director, looking a bit flustered, tried to choose his words carefully. I'm sorry. I'm certain the Hero Association confirmed his death, but she didn't find that a reasonable excuse." "Stop making excuses. What are you going to do now?" He scratched his head, answering hesitantly. Well, first, I have something I need to report." His voice was steady but carried a slight tremor as he gave his report. Kang Cheon-woo was attacked in an act of revenge by Do-jun. Hong Hee-doo's eyes immediately flew open, not understanding the issue. "Kang Cheon-woo? What about that psycho?" His next sentence stunned Hong Haidu as if she'd been struck by lightning. It's possible that Do-jun already knows something. A single bead of sweat quietly trickled down her cheek. She averted her gaze, carefully weighing her options. "It'll be a real pain if the bosses or my husband's spies hear about this, but as long as it's handled cleanly, it should be fine. But if the media finds out, the corporation's stock will plummet." Hong Hee-doo turned her head and pointed her finger, giving the director an order. You need to stop that from happening. Now, call the press and tell them if they dare publish this story, not only T Corporation but also W Corporation will pull all advertising and never work with them again. And the police, silence them too. He immediately replied with caution and reverence. I've already handled the police and the media. After a tense moment, Hong Hee-do let out a weary sigh. Good work, Director Lee. He timidly bowed his head low and whispered to her. But, as you know, that doesn't solve the root of the problem, which is why I have something else to report. The new information from the director made her eyes fly wide open. Kang Chan-woo's cousin is Kang Dong Bit. Hong Hee-do's beautiful face was still filled with shock. Kang Dong Bit? As in the Kang Dong Bit I'm thinking of? She was now thinking about the person he had just mentioned. That guy, Kang Chan-woo, was notorious in the hero community as a piece of trash. On the surface, Kang Dong Bit sat with him, drinking cheerfully. Everyone thought Kang Dong Bit cared deeply for the guy. However, he was just using this brother of his to do his dirty work. But in reality, he was just using Kang Chan-woo to handle his dirty business. He also didn't forget to add some newly investigated information. If Kang Chan-woo gets caught by the police and the press, Kang Dong Bit won't be able to get away tangent-free either. I believe the other side has already made their move. Her entire body leaned forward slightly, her voice tinged with caution. We should meet him. Schedule an appointment as soon as possible. The director quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, I'll get right on it. After a brief pause, Hong Hee-do gave another order. And what about Director Hwang Jong-sop of HCSK Bait? He betrayed us, didn't he? And the man cooperated, honestly, reporting his findings. Yes, he's currently taking care of Do-jun's family. Her face instantly darkened as she gave a hoarse command. Contact Prosecutor Park immediately. Daring to betray me and side with them, he will pay the price. The scene shifts to a team preparing to enter a dungeon. Currently, South Korea has a total of 37 rift zones. Security personnel were strictly checking the identities of the participating team. Among them, 5 are transforming into space gates, and for the rest, only heroes affiliated with the Hero Association are allowed to enter and hunt monsters. The male employee held out a golden card and spoke nonchalantly. Hero Hyun Duan's identity has been verified. Have a safe expedition. Immediately after, the entire team proceeded inside. Do-jun walked at the back, silently observing the area. There was only a single entrance. They clearly knew it was Hyun Duan, yet they still conducted a strict check. In-do, an A-rank hero and the Carnation Guild's master, spoke sarcastically. You were the one who suggested hunting in this area in the first place. How strange. Hyun Duan subtly rolled her eyes, trying to hide her true intentions. I just came because I had some free time. She glanced back toward the end of her formation, which was exactly where he was, slowly following the group. Back then, Do-jun had made a rather odd request. There was only one condition. If you let me into the rift zone, I'll sell you all the mana crystals I get, at market price. The reason is that hunting here is a faster way to make money. As she walked, Hyun Duan couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. He dared to step into this dangerous area just for that reason? He's completely insane. Ahead of them was an exit, revealing sunlit, green meadows. Even without my uncle's request, I still need hero-grade mana crystals, so I don't see any problem with it. She calmly strode forward in silence. But In-do, looking excited, started prying. Come on. Tell me the truth. Who is that guy? She answered, sounding weary and annoyed. Just an acquaintance. Her friend's tone was teasing and gossipy. Just an acquaintance? You really expect me to believe that? Ah, so he's a boyfriend candidate, isn't he? However, Hyun Duan firmly denied her friend's notion. No, sis, it's not like that. I just owed him a small favor, so I brought him along to repay it. In-do's voice rose slightly, laced with curiosity. A favor? Hyun Duan, an S-rank hero, owes someone a favor? Do-jun remained silent at the back while the team chatted. It's a long story. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, causing everyone on the team to pause for a moment. And, of course, he felt it too. The entire team immediately got into a battle-ready stance. A giant bird-like monster suddenly charged at them with extreme aggression. In-do's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe this surprise attack. It's a cockatrice. As the team leader, she quickly issued combat orders. In-do, you go in. Seon-woo, block its leg. Suddenly, a dark figure shot forward. Without a word, he decisively rushed toward the bird monster. Hyun Duan's entire team stared, mouths agape, as they watched Do-jun. Do-jun. His hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in a surge of power, ready to take it down in one blow. The people present couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! We ran into trouble the second we stepped through the gate." Just as the giant bird monster swooped down, everyone quickly got into a defensive stance. At the same time, Hyun Duan whipped around with a serious expression. She hurriedly shouted, In-do and I will immediately form a defensive line. Seon-woo, charge its leg. In the blink of an eye, Do-jun shot forward like an arrow, stunning everyone present. In an instant, dirt and rocks flew into the air, along with a plume of white smoke. It didn't take much time or effort for Do-jun to stand before the giant bird monster. A brilliant ball of fire now glowed in his hand, his expression growing more and more grim. The sight left the cockatrice with no time to react. Do-jun took down his opponent with a powerful punch that sent it flying backward. He then landed safely amidst a chaotic cloud of dust and smoke. That display left Do-jun completely dumbfounded. She just stared at him with a look of disbelief. Now, Do-jun stood casually before the giant bird monster's heavily injured body. Though it lay paralyzed on the ground, its eyes were wide with terror. The scene before him left Kim Eon-gu flabbergasted. He spoke in confusion. What the hell? It died in just one hit? As soon as he finished speaking, Do-jun raised his foot, his voice echoing, "Not yet." He decisively stomped on the giant bird monster's head without a shred of mercy, his tone growing colder. This is what you call a finish. Do-jun's action astonished the onlookers even more. They couldn't stop staring at him with suspicion. Suddenly, Indu turned to Hyun-duan with a pleading look in her eyes. She stammered, Who is that?" After a moment of hesitation, she replied cautiously, "He's just someone who's stronger than the average person." Hearing this, her friend lost her composure. She began shaking Hyun-duan violently while demanding loudly, "What? How can you say something like that? Taking down a cockatrice in a single blow. How many heroes are strong enough to do that?" Faced with this outburst, she calmly adjusted her glasses and said placidly, "If it's just about taking it down, you could do it too, sis." At this, Indu grew even more astonished. She questioned relentlessly, "You're close to him, but you talk about him like that?" That was an aerial battle. It was hit head-on, with no time to even dodge, and went down right on the spot. And with just a single hit, those words struck her like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, her eyes filled with terror. That monster bird. Just like that. As her gaze fell upon Do-jun's figure, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Just who in the world is that man? Suddenly, Hyun-duan cleared her throat. "Sis, I think we need to change our plans." She quickly began laying them out. "My decision, much to the surprise of everyone around me. I'm going to head a little deeper into the central area." Suddenly, Do-jun, who was in the middle of dismembering Kion, spoke up. "Hey." He didn't hesitate to emphasize his point to the stunned Duan. "I have no intention of sharing my cut with someone who did nothing." He gently placed it into his pouch and said nonchalantly, "And I have no intention of begging for anything either." Hearing these somewhat arrogant words, Duan spoke her mind. "I don't think your skill level is suited for this place. Are you planning on going deeper?" Hearing this, the corners of Do-jun's lips involuntarily curled into a perfect smirk. He looked up at her, his voice laced with amusement. "Interesting." Before Do-jun could even process it, Duan had already turned and walked away. She casually made her offer, "I know the way around here, so I'll lead. Stick close if you don't want to get lost." In a flash, she leaped away, leaving him alone in a cloud of dust. Duan just zipped ahead, moving as if she were flying. Do-jun just stood there stunned, watching the girl's figure disappear into the distance. A moment later, he got into a ready stance himself. Soon, only Indu's group was left. Watching their fading figures, Indu's voice began to ring out. "If Duan is a bullet, then that man is a blindingly brilliant light." Right after, the person next to her quickly replied, "Guildmaster, aren't we going to follow them?" Hearing this, she asked back, "You think you can keep up?" The other person replied in a helpless tone, "Of course not. We're totally outmatched." And just like that, the sound of their conversation echoed through the green forest. "Well, I guess we're the supporting cast today. Let's just go around collecting experience points like always." "Yes, ma'am." The remaining people hurried over to Kokan's corpse with curious looks. As soon as they saw its mangled state, one of them suddenly mused, "Everyone keeps praising us as A-rank heroes." The owner of that thought was none other than Indu. Now, her face was filled with nothing but fear. But compared to an S-rank, we're pathetically small. Duan was the same. Those thoughts relentlessly swirled in her mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hyun-duan was running forward at the fastest speed she could manage. Suddenly, she glanced back over her shoulder. Seeing the empty space behind her, she felt safe and wondered, "Should I slow down a bit?" Suddenly, Do-jun's familiar voice rang out, "Can't you go any faster?" At that moment, Duan lost her footing and fell. She let out a terrified scream, her face filled with fear as a thought suddenly flooded her mind. What the heck was that? He caught up to me? Speed is my specialty. I'm ranked number 2 in all of South Korea. Suddenly, Do-jun's footsteps halted. He casually turned back just to taunt her. "You're slower than I expected. The way you were running, it looked like you were trying to shake someone off." Hearing that, Duan refused to back down. She shot back. "Who said I was trying to shake anyone off?" However, she was panting heavily. "I never." Before them now stood a towering mountain. Do-jun suddenly spoke up, calling out softly, "Hey, what's that place?" Hearing him, Do-won's gaze became more determined than ever. She cleared her throat slightly. "That is the lair of the boss monster Kasoyan, a monster from the spatial rift." "Boss Kasoyan?" Do-won didn't hesitate to warn him. "Yes, have you ever heard of Kasoyan? It's a giant 20-meter-tall beast that looks like a flying lizard. Don't even think about foolishly charging in. You need at least 3 S-rank heroes just to have a chance at taking it down." Hearing this information, Do-jun looked delighted and asked, "That's the one holding the fantasy-grade monostone, right?" Right after, she answered him, "That's right. It's only 1 tier below an ultimate-grade manostone. But are you even listening to me?" Before Do-won could say another word, his feet had already carried him forward. Witnessing this, she was horrified and blurted out, "Don't tell me you're planning to hunt it." But Do-jun didn't answer her. He shot forward like an arrow. This scene left Do-won frozen in place. She kept thinking to herself, her face pale with fright, "I didn't lead you here to do something so reckless. Oh my god, what is he thinking?" As soon as she snapped out of it, she hurriedly chased after him. Her shrill scream echoed everywhere. "Hey, stop right there." In the forest now, there was only the image of 2 people endlessly chasing each other, dust constantly kicking up from the ground. Night quickly enveloped the entire area, plunging it into a terrifying silence. Do-won was so frightened her eyes were wide open, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind. What the hell? The image of Kokon being defeated now reappeared in Do-won's mind. This caused her to fall into contemplation about what was happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Do-jun was constantly searching for sharp swords. Suddenly, Do-won turned back, her face showing clear determination. Kasoyan is an incredibly terrifying monster. Not only that, but the image of Ha-eon also lingered in her mind. He stood there with a muscular physique. Ha-eon, an S-rank hero famous for his hunts. He didn't hesitate to charge forward aggressively. Even he once led 30 A-rank heroes on his first hunt. Ha-eon had fearlessly confronted Kokon. The result was that all the A-rank heroes were killed. Only Ha-eon returned alive, on the verge of death. His whole body was covered in bulging veins, and his face showed signs of exhaustion. After that, Ha-eon gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes for revenge. Images of the fierce battle gradually returned to Do-won's mind. At that time, several blue tentacles shot out quickly. They didn't hesitate to wrap tightly around their opponent's body, holding them fast. Taking this opportunity, Ha-eon and his teammates charged in to attack in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the monster before them let out a pained howl. The space was gradually enveloped in darkness, and the monster began to disintegrate. This sight made Ha-eon and the others present feel ecstatic. They cheered endlessly with joy. They had finally defeated Kasoyan. The sky also returned to its usual clear blue, but almost all the forces that participated had been wiped out. Back in the present, Do-jun slowly stood up. It's been 3 years since that battle, and Ha-eon still hasn't recovered his strength. Do-jun suddenly looked toward Do-won with a sharp gaze. However, his next question left her so confused she was stunned. "You're well aware you didn't contribute anything, right?" Faced with this question, Do-won was filled with disbelief. Hearing this, she thought to herself that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. The image of Do-jun taking down that giant monster flashed through her mind again. Kasadan, that notorious monster. At the thought, Do-won's face grew even more horrified. To think it was defeated by this man in a single blow. In Do-jun's hand was now a red object. He gazed at it calmly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Do-jun quickly tucked it into his pocket and spoke slowly. "I don't think I'll need a guide anymore. From now on, I'll be acting on my own." With that, he began to walk away, leaving Do-won completely stunned. Suddenly, she called out, "Aren't you going to take Kasadan's other parts? Besides the magic stone, its beak and claws are valuable research materials, you know." Hearing this, Do-jun's footsteps halted. He turned his head back, his voice tinged with indifference. "That stuff doesn't turn a profit." Hearing this, Do-won didn't know how to respond. She just stood there frozen, unable to react, as Do-jun turned his back and walked away. He left her with only these words. "Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather hunt another monster for its magic stone. Take them if you want. Consider it your guide fee." At that moment, she was staring at something nearby, and only replied after a moment, "I don't need it." The evening twilight quickly enveloped the entire area. Do-jun's backpack lay silently on the ground. Surrounding it was Indu's group, staring at it intently in silence. Suddenly, the young man with pink hair spoke up. He borrowed that huge backpack and came back with it stuffed full of magic stones. Can you believe it? As soon as he finished speaking, someone else replied, "That many magic stones. It would probably take our entire guild 20 hours of hunting to gather that much. Looking closely, we'd probably have to grind for 3 days straight to get that much." Meanwhile, Do-jun sat quietly to one side, listening to the entire conversation. Just who in the world is this person? A thought suddenly flooded her entire mind. Not only was he fast, but he gathered so much. Indu's face momentarily twisted in utter fear. If what Do-jun said was true, then he took down Kassadin all by himself, with no special equipment and no combat armor. What she had seen was the sight of Do-jun standing majestically on a high mountain peak. That alone was enough to call him the strongest hero in Korea, maybe even the strongest in the world. Suddenly, Indu turned around, her face now completely dazed. Do-jun had now returned, carrying 2 backpacks with him. Before everyone's astonished eyes, he casually dropped the backpacks to the ground with a thud. Do-jun slowly rummaged through something amidst the chatter of the people around him. My God, he brought back another full backpack. If we told anyone about this, no one would believe us, right? They'd just think we're crazy. The owners of those voices were the black-haired girl and the pink-haired boy standing nearby. Let's be clear, not a word of this gets out. Even if we told anyone, who would believe us? You're probably right. Suddenly, someone approached. Do-jun and Do-jun stood there, exchanging words under the suspicious gazes of the others. They began to gossip non-stop. Hey, are those two dating? I think so. When Do-jun brought him here, I already thought something was different. It takes a man like that to not be overshadowed when standing next to Do-jun. The other person replied as soon as they finished. They really do look good together as a couple. You can tell at a glance, he's talented and she's beautiful. And so, Indu became lost in her own calculations, her face now etched with contemplation. Wait a minute, it doesn't quite look like a budding romance. Meanwhile, Do-jun and Do-jun were still chatting animatedly. That guy isn't treating Do-jun gently at all. I can't believe someone dares to treat her like that. The moment he handed her the backpack, those present let out a gasp of surprise. Hey! The sight of Do-jun turning and walking away shocked Indu. She couldn't stop her curious questions. What the heck? Is he just leaving? Without even saying goodbye? Meanwhile, Do-jun just mumbled something non-committally. Not stopping there, Indu sidled up next to her and asked, and those backpacks? Did he leave all of them behind? Only then did she clear her throat softly. I told him that if word got out that he defeated Kassadin, he would become famous instantly. The words she spoke only astonished the other woman even more, but he just waved his hand, said it was a hassle, and left it all for me to handle. Can someone like that really exist in this world? However, Do-jun remained silent, her expression gradually darkening. A thought quickly flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush slightly. Yeah, can someone like that really exist? The light of a new day shone across the modern city. On the gleaming glass was the embossed logo of a fitness training center. A punching bag was being struck relentlessly, without pause. Haeon let out a guttural cry and threw a powerful punch. Finally, the punching bag was torn to shreds by his blows. His eyes were filled with a mixture of rage and frustration. Haeon glared forward, an unsatisfied sound escaping him. Damn it, look at the state I'm in now. This is pathetic. Haeon, S-rank hero, guildmaster of the Sweet Life Guild, affiliated with the Korean Hero Association. The subordinate following him put on a confident smile to reassure him. Please calm down, guildmaster. They say the longer a frog crouches, the farther it can jump. The man continued to flatter Haeon to the high heavens. The more you persevere through difficult days like these, the more glorious your reputation will become. Taking a towel to wipe off his sweat, he tacitly agreed. Yes, that's right. I'll make those who look down on me regret it. The man bowed low and continued to offer honeyed words. Exactly, little by little, everything you've accumulated will become your strength, and then explode with incredible force. A final line from his subordinate made him swallow hard. At that time, everyone will have to submit and kneel at your feet. And it seemed the man knew exactly how to please his arrogant master. Besides, when it comes to dealing with Kassadin, who else knows as much about it as you do? He handed over a water bottle with a fawning smile. In the future, you will be recorded as the hero who conquered Kassadin with the smallest team in the world. The association might even grant you exclusive rights to hunt Kassadin. Haeon took the water bottle, having no intention of refusing the praise. That's right. He quickly regained his cheerful mood and replied confidently, no one knows more about that monster than I do. Looking at the photo on his desk along with his award, he grew quiet for a moment. But compared to 3 years ago, the Gilder has dropped off tragically. Haeon glanced at his subordinate with a smiling face. Even so, the only one who can take down that monster bird is still me, right? Hearing this, the man took it as his cue to praise him even more. That's right, who else could do it besides the guildmaster? Their laughter echoed throughout the training room as the scene shifted to a profile of Do-jun. Kang Dong Bit raised an eyebrow, looking at the paper with curiosity. Do-jun, huh? So this is the guy? Kang Dong Bit is an S-rank hero from the Hero Association, and he's Kang Chonu's cousin. His subordinate bowed his head slightly and reported in a respectful tone. Yes, sir. A few months ago, the hero Kang Cheon-woo tried to eliminate him by throwing him into a gate. This made him a little surprised, and he asked back, and yet, he didn't die? He even awakened his powers in there? The man answered carefully, yes, that's correct, sir. Kang Dong Bit ordered his subordinate to continue. Go on. The subordinate leaned in to present the information he had gathered. The client this time is Hong Hee-do, daughter of the director of T Group, and also the second daughter of W Group. He kept his eyes glued to the resume. He asked nonchalantly, why would a ridiculously rich young lady like her get involved with that guy? Of course, everything happens for a reason, and the problem lies with your identity. It's said that Do-jun is an illegitimate son of the T Group and was brought into the family home at the age of 7. But 6 years ago, when Hong Hee-do gave birth to a son, he was kicked out. A contemptuous, slightly smug smile appeared on Kang Dong Bit's lips. He's still their own flesh and blood. Are the Chaebols really that cruel? He stood up leisurely from his chair and asked casually, so, how much did Cheon-woo get for that job? The subordinate's voice was soft and slow. 30 billion. His tone was slightly dismissive of his cousin. Is that all? Kang Dong Bit reached for a golf club and said, but he got dealt with pretty good, didn't he? His subordinate responded obediently. Yes, sir. It was reported as just a beating, but in reality, his whole body was severely burned. His eyes were ruined. He was left in a state worse than death. He casually placed the club in front of the golf ball and commented lightly, how vicious. With just one light stroke, Kang Dong Bit sank the ball perfectly. His face suddenly took on a dangerous and cruel expression. If it were me, I would have chopped off his limbs and crushed his head. His subordinate continued to report on the matter. And it's said that his next words made Kang Dong Bit startle and miss his shot. Hyun Do-won helped Do-jun at that time. The ball rolled and arrogantly missed the hole. He strode aggressively towards his subordinate, his voice full of surprise. Hyun Do-won? Why would she help that guy? What's her relationship with him? The subordinate was terrified, his voice timid and trembling. That's truly unclear, sir. All we know is that the incident was smoothed over thanks to Hyun Do-won's testimony. Kang Dong Bit didn't say much more, immediately grabbing the man by the collar and yelling, investigate the real relationship between those two right now. If they aren't related by blood, there must have been some kind of deal. Find out what it is. The panicked subordinate immediately darted towards the door. Yes, sir. I'll investigate right away. Now, his brows were tightly furrowed, filled with irritation. The club in his hand was crushed out of shape. Kang Dong Bit pursed his lips and threw the club violently onto the floor. He clenched his jaw as a sense of unease rose in his heart. Hong Hee-do's side will definitely come looking for me soon. They'll want me to finish the job that Cheon-woo couldn't. After calming down, he finally let out a breath. Fine by me. Kang Dong Bit's face now wore a greedy and cunning expression. For a Keeble's daughter, money shouldn't be an issue. The sky quickly darkened, and the moon was high. Do-jun walked leisurely down the deserted street. It seemed he was deep in thought about something. Just as I thought, hunting in rifts is much more efficient than in gates. His footsteps echoed on the quiet street, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Looks like I'll have to ask Hyun Do-won to guide me many more times. Do-jun recalled what Hyun Do-won had told him back then. If you sell the Cockatrice Monostone on the open market, people will ask who caught it, what your abilities are, and the press will follow you day and night. It'll be a noisy hassle. It's best to hold on to it for now. She closed her eyes slightly, curious herself about what he planned to do. If your goal is to become famous, I won't stop you. But what's your plan? He was seen suddenly placing the backpack in her hands. Now, a confident smile slowly spread across Do-jun's lips. I'll find another way to get in and out of the rift zone. Finally, his steps came to a halt in front of a long, dark hallway. Time to rest for now. The new house Hwang Jang-seop prepared is pretty nice. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, but a cold glint appeared in Do-jun's eyes. Seeing the neatly arranged shoes by the door, he couldn't help but wonder, whose shoes are these? Just then, a sweet voice called out from inside the house. Brother. Right before his eyes was a group of dangerous-looking men dressed in black. Cheol Yi-eong glanced at Do-jun but remained silent, but Yoonong seemed panicked and rushed to hug him tightly. Brother! Brother! Do-jun didn't let his guard down for a second, and immediately demanded, who are you people? Just then, a man cut him off. You're Do-jun, correct? With a cold face, the man asked a blunt question. I am Prosecutor Beck, from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. You're acquainted with a Mr. Hwang Jang-seop, aren't you? He remained silent, carefully protecting the little girl behind him. Then, the man nonchalantly made a firm declaration. You are under emergency arrest on suspicion of participating in the illegal loan sharking activities of HCS Capital, a company headed by Hwang Jang-seop. He turned to her and said, with a menacing and terrifying look, what do you think would happen if I killed Hong Hee-do? A towering skyscraper stood majestically under the soft golden sunlight. In front of the building was a stone plaque engraved with the name Prosecution Service, radiating justice and authority, carrying the full weight of the law. Do-jun was in an interrogation room, his hands cuffed to the sides of his chair. His eyes darted to one side as if something had caught his attention. The legs of a man in black, slacks and leather shoes, walked down the hallway as the man's voice rang out. Yes, Director Lee, don't you worry. Both Hwang Jang-seop and Se Do-jun are being very cooperative. Cheol Yi-eong held a phone to his ear with one hand while opening the door to a room with the other. Thank you for your concern regarding my daughter's study abroad program. He looked towards the man sitting in front of a computer, watching the security cameras. Through the clear glass, he could see Do-jun sitting in the interrogation room. He continued his conversation with the person on the phone. Please send my regards to Director Hong. Se Do-jun sat on the chair, his hands hanging loosely, all within the man's view. The reason I became a prosecutor, he leaned one hand on the desk and said with a smile, is to eliminate trash like them from our society. A stack of documents was thrown forcefully onto the table. Prosecutor Baek sat with his legs crossed, holding up 2 documents as he spoke. What the hell have you been doing all this time? The number of charges listed here alone is enough to put you in prison for 10 years. He held up the document for him to see. Hwang Jang-seop's side has provided more than enough evidence against you. Se Do-jun's expression didn't change. He stared back at him, calm and serious. Prosecutor Baek lost all his patience and screamed in a rage. Look at that defiant face of yours. You think I'm making this up? His face suddenly froze when Do-jun said, Isn't this just a game orchestrated by that crazy woman, Hong Hee-do? He stared at Do-jun, completely baffled, the air in the room growing heavy. He finally asked, Who the hell is Hong Hee-do? He thought to himself, completely unfazed. Judging by his reaction, Hwang Jang-seop's side must be completely crushed. I was just going to cooperate quietly to let this all blow over smoothly. But since it's come to this, forget it. Prosecutor Baek took a step forward and said, I don't know where you heard that from. Prosecutor Baek's face darkened, his eyes glaring with murderous intent as he looked at Se Do-jun. But I guess you think South Korean prosecutors are just for show, huh? Your life is over, you bastard. Do-jun's face darkened in turn, his pupils glowing gold as he glared back menacingly. Suddenly, Prosecutor Baek's face was filled with terror, and all of his previous arrogance vanished. He stood there stunned, looking down at him in utter disbelief, his voice trembling. Gritting his teeth, he lost all composure and raised his hand, hissing, You son of a bitch. Suddenly, a voice called out, freezing his movement. His hand, raised to strike, stopped midair. A man holding a file opened the door and said, Prosecutor Baek, could you come out for a moment, please? A sharp shout echoed through the quiet hallway. What is this? Prosecutor Baek stared at the document and asked, Could the machine be broken? The other man immediately replied, No, sir. I've already checked it. There's nothing wrong with the machine. Baek's hand tightened, slightly crumpling the document. His voice was thick with suspicion as he said, The hero scanner says he's a normal person? That's impossible. This is Se Do-jun. The man looked worried and said softly, I don't know why, sir. Is it possible the information about his awakening was incorrect? Prosecutor Baek's expression grew grim as he thought. But that information came from the T Corporation. They couldn't be wrong. Plus, he even knew Hong Hee-do's name. Just who the hell is he? Meanwhile, Se Do-jun was still sitting in the interrogation room. He looked down at the documents on the table, bathed in the light from the overhead lamp. A hint of anger crossed his face as he thought, Now I understand why people call South Korean prosecutors a bunch of bastards. Maybe I should just wreck this place and run far away with Grandma and Unong. While he was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened. Hyun Duan walked in and asked, What are you doing in here? He sighed in frustration and replied, I wish I knew. She put her hands on her hips and tilted her head, advising him, Don't do anything rash. I know you're in shock, but using your powers will only make things worse. He looked at her and asked, So, are you planning on helping me? She crossed her arms and replied reluctantly, It's not exactly helping. Then, with a strong sense of justice, she continued, Now that I'm certain you're innocent, I can't just look the other way. If I didn't know, that would be one thing. But when I know for a fact an innocent person is being framed, I can't stay silent. He smiled. So that's how it is. She walked closer and said, The Hero Association is going to launch an investigation. They're looking into the illegal use of heroic abilities and the magical spatial rift that appeared at your house. He asked, And my family? She put a hand on her hip and spoke with annoyance. What am I, your secretary? Why should I have to worry about your family too? He glared at her, and she avoided his gaze, looking away. She turned away and answered, Your family is safe. Don't worry. His expression softened into a relaxed smile. Thank you, he said. I'll be sure to repay you for this. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced back at him. Anyway, just try to hang in there a little longer, okay? I'll do my best to sort this out as fast as I can. Outside the building, the gentle sunlight shone down. Hyun Duan hadn't chosen to directly exonerate Se Do-jun. Instead, she publicly exposed. Prosecutor bakes bribery and illegal lobbying, which led to his dismissal. A car sped along the highway. A subsequent, fair investigation confirmed that Se Do-jun was completely uninvolved in the incident. Hyun Duan focused on driving while Do-jun, arms crossed, gazed out the window. I couldn't avoid being penalized for the illegal use of my abilities. But thanks to Hyun Duan's aggressive defense, my sentence was suspended. A voice suddenly came from the car's built-in tablet. A previously unseen monster has just attacked civilians in England. It has the appearance of a praying mantis, stands about 1.5 meters tall, has 4 eyes, and possesses an extremely powerful jumping ability. He said casually, "That's a Moxon." Startled, she whipped her head around to look at him. "Wait a minute, how do you know its name?" "Right now, only the association is supposed to know the name of this new monster species." He didn't answer. Instead, looking out the window as a memory surfaced. A large, red mana crystal was placed on some kind of apparatus, connected to numerous energy transmission cables. Mana crystals not only contain energy, but they also store all the available information about their species. Analyzing a mana crystal reveals the monster's name and data. An image of a beautiful, pristine Earth appeared. On modern Earth, this is done with science. An image of a shattered planet appeared, broken into fragments. But in that fallen world, it was done with magic. The glowing red mana crystal appeared alongside a terrifying, mantis-like monster. Therefore, if a monster appeared in both worlds, it was highly probable that Se Do-jun already knew its name from before. With his arms crossed, he said calmly, "Dealing with a Moxan is simple. All you need is red fire ant extract." She asked skeptically, "Red fire ants?" He looked at her and explained, "They're harmless to humans, but the extract is a potent paralytic toxin for Moxans. One spray, and they're completely incapacitated." She fell silent. After a moment, she asked him suspiciously, "Se Do-jun, who are you really?" He didn't answer. The car continued to speed down the highway. She glanced at him, but he remained silent as if he hadn't heard a thing. Annoyed, she asked angrily, "Are you even listening to me?" His expression darkened as he suddenly asked, "What would happen if I killed Hong Haidu?" Elsewhere, a woman was furiously biting her fingernails. Hong Haidu sat in her office, her face a mask of anxiety and fear as she chewed on her nails. A bodyguard stood at attention, watching her with concern. The bodyguard held a document behind his back and said softly, "That is the situation." Biting her nail, she spoke with a mix of anxiety and rage. "Hyun Duan. Why is she involved?" The bodyguard held out the document and tried to explain, "We're not sure yet. No one knows the nature of her relationship with Do-jun or how they even know each other." Her face twisted with vicious malice, radiating killing intent. Her long fingernails snapped as she continued to chew on it, and she hissed, "That bitch? Hyun Duan? What the hell is going on?" Hong Hee-do shot to her feet and slammed her hands on the desk. "And what is this about Se Do-jun not being a hero? You said he'd already awakened." A murderous aura radiated from her as the bodyguard spoke with a trembling voice. "We're not sure about the details ourselves, but it does seem he's truly awakened. But it's possible he has some kind of ability that can fool the hero detection equipment. That's just my guess, though." Her eyes widened viciously. She pointed a finger and then screamed, "Contact Kang Dong Bit right now. Tell that bastard I'll pay 30 billion. I want it done immediately." Kang Dong Bit's voice dripped with sarcasm. "I'm not doing it. 30 billion is peanuts. It'll have to be double to be worth my time." The man standing ramrod straight with his hands behind his back spoke up. "Double? Isn't that a bit much?" Kang Dong Bit raised a single finger and said, "You don't get it at all." He propped his feet up on the table. "For Hong Haidu, I'm her only option. Besides, after the job is done, 60 billion will be nothing to her." His expression darkened, his crimson pupils glowing menacingly as he smirked. "And now Hyun Duan is involved too. If I have to go up against an S rank, then that price is more than reasonable." The man spoke up, his expression wary and a little anxious. "Hyun Duan. She's definitely a dangerous opponent." He suddenly slammed one foot down on the table. The action made the other man jump in fear and alarm. Kang Dong Bit radiated a threatening, murderous aura, speaking to the other man with a hint of anger. "Humph, you idiot. You think all S ranks are the same? Someone like Hyun Duan. I can take care of her in 20 minutes, tops." The man's face went pale with fear as he replied, "Yes, sir." His expression suddenly changed, the threatening anger replaced by a gentle smile as he asked, "Has the association responded yet?" The man replied, "Well, they said they can't offer any more money due to the financial situation in England." The man continued to answer his questions, watching his back as he walked toward the window. The association also publicly announced that they'll be carefully selecting the nominated heroes. He cursed in frustration and said, "Damn it. Those bastards are playing this hard. I can't even just come out and say, the pay's too low, I'm not going." He turned his head to look back and said, "The real gangsters are the ones in the association. So when do we leave?" The man quickly replied, "The flight is in 3 days, sir." A voice echoed under the clear blue sky. "They've arranged for us to fly with the Japanese hero team." He looked out the window at the sight of a plane flying over a city of skyscrapers. "Ah, Japan, huh, good. I was planning on meeting Takashi anyway." With his hands in his pockets, he said casually, "Masa-san is a new type of monster, and no one has found its weakness yet. The cityscape was beautiful and modern. If I discover its weakness, my value will skyrocket." Blinding purple lightning flashed, accompanied by unending thunder. Cambridge, England. Below, people were running in a panic as a monster flew through the air, looking down and chasing after them. The monster had a long neck, pincers on its sides, and its eyes glowed yellow. Looking down, it saw people with weapons standing firm, blocking its path. They looked up at the monster, their faces filled with anxiety and fear. The monster suddenly let out a piercing shriek and charged forward. Its scythe-like appendages came crashing down on them with immense force. They quickly scattered to dodge the monster's attack. The scythe slammed down heavily, cracking the stone ground beneath. A few people with swords leaped up to attack the monster. Someone on the ground used a spell, attacking the monster. Its head was quickly severed from its body by the onslaught. Its head flew into the air, detached from its massive body. The headless corpse collapsed powerlessly onto the stone plaza. They all looked at the monster's body lying on the stone floor. Exhausted, they wiped the sweat from their brows. A woman with platinum blonde hair turned her head, a puzzled look on her face. 2 more monsters, identical to the first one, let out piercing shrieks. A terrifying, murderous aura radiated from them. The woman's eyes widened in fear, caught off guard as she watched one charge toward her. The purple lightning never stopped. It grew even more intense, flashing within the dark, ominous clouds as blood splattered against a pillar. 3 giant monsters were devastating the city, leaving collapsed buildings and fires everywhere. England's heroes were giving their all to stop the monsters' advance to the south. But with no clear information about the enemy, they were completely powerless. The monsters continued to move toward the cities ahead. The buildings' lights were still on. And now that the Cambridge defense line had just fallen, the capital, London, was less than 60 kilometers away. The air was thick with smoke and dust, obscuring vision. It was difficult to see clearly, but the monster's eyes glowed yellow, visible through the haze. Its yellow eyes stared ahead, when suddenly, the light in them faded, turning gray. That monster collapsed, startling the others and causing them to shriek. One by one, they began to fall, all signs of life gone. A plane flew overhead, shining a light down. Kang Dong Bit and 2 others stared down, their faces filled with shock and astonishment, as one of them spoke. "Oh my God, so it was true." Her face was still frozen in shock, even as the others began to praise her. Hyun-duan was right. The red flower ant extract really works. Even the Masa-san couldn't withstand it. "You're amazing." Kang Dong Bit's face darkened with jealousy as he thought to himself. "No way. Is she really on this level? What the hell is going on?" She smiled, looked back, and said, "All right, let's move in and finish this." The 2 behind her immediately responded, "Yes, ma'am." Hyun-duan smiled, sword in hand, as she and her 2 companions leaped from the helicopter. A few hours later, a plane landed. Inside the building, reporters were waiting by the entrance, cameras at the ready. Young reporters, some holding mics, others with cameras and camcorders. "Whoa, the press is out in full force," a young man said. "Well, of course, it's Hyun-duan, after all. No doubt about it, she was the MVP of the England mission." A man with glasses smiled and replied, "She was the one who found the Masa-san's weakness. She became a true hero. She pulled England back from the brink of despair. Of course she's a hero. I heard the British royal family is going to knight her." The young man's eyes lit up as he shouted, "There she is, she's here." A pair of legs stepped out. It was Hyun-duan, looking cheerful as she pulled a purple suitcase, with Kang Dong Bit following behind her. The flashes from the cameras began to go off. The reporters started shouting questions, making her face freeze in confusion. "Miss Hyun-duan, please look this way. How did you discover the Masa-san's weakness?" Kang Dong Bit had a smile on his face as he listened to the question. "Mr. Kang Dong Bit, a few words, please. We heard you were the one who killed the most Masa-san during this campaign." A smiling Kang Dong Bit answered the interview questions, his face projected on a large screen in the city. A delegation of 200 people, including the hero Hyun-duan. As is now widely known, it was the extraordinary efforts of Korea's heroes that saved England. The key to defeating MC Sion was diffusing red flower ant extract into the air. Do-jun was wearing a hoodie. He glanced up at the news board, and suddenly, the corner of his lips curled into a mocking smile. Meanwhile, the man being interviewed was still laughing and chatting animatedly. Suddenly, Do-jun's gaze turned cold as a thought flashed through his mind. Kang Dong Bit. At a fancy cafe, Do-jun placed several shopping bags on the table and said politely, "They're gifts." Holding a glass of water, Do-jun looked surprised. "Gifts?" She cheerfully pointed to each bag. "This one is for your grandmother and Yunong, and this one is for you, Do-jun." He took his gift bag and immediately started opening it, which annoyed Do-jun. "You could have waited until you got home to open it. What's the rush?" Do-jun looked at the stylish suit in his hands and remarked that it looked expensive. She picked up her glass and calmly explained, "Consider it a small thank you for your help. Thanks to you, I was knighted," Do-jun continued. "Compared to the help I received, this gift is nothing. If you need it, I could even get you a car." He put the suit away and replied calmly, "I'll let you know when I need one. Besides, I received help too." She looked at him with a serious expression. "If I were to ask how you knew MC Sion's weakness, you probably wouldn't answer, would you?" Do-jun replied nonchalantly, "Is there any reason I have to answer?" Hearing this, Do-jun could only sigh helplessly as the warm, yellow lights of the cafe shone down gently. She spoke up. "What's your plan now?" "I don't expect him to say something about world peace, but if he's planning to target Hong Hai-do or Kang Dong Bit, that's going to be a problem. I have to find a way to stop him." He slowly opened his mouth. Do-jun tilted his head, looking incredibly serious. "First, I need to buy a house." She stared at him, dumbfounded by his response. Do-jun asked in astonishment, "So you're telling me you're renting?" Do-jun remained silent, not knowing what to say. The scene shifts to late at night, where the sounds of laughter and playful banter echo from somewhere. At a luxurious mansion, attractive women are having fun by the pool. Kang Dong Bit was soaking in the pool, his arms around two beautiful women, a dark expression on his face as he thought, Do-jun. For some reason, she's been acting different lately. It's one thing to know MC Sion's weakness, but she's also deliberately hiding how she found it out. And forget MC Sion. What's the deal with Do-jun? Do-jun was relaxing, and she crossed her arms and retorted, "What do you mean?" Kang Dong Bit listed everything out. "You even helped get him out, despite having to take down a prosecutor. You even said you witnessed him use Kang Chao-nu as target practice." Do-jun removed her eye mask and explained with irritation, "Kang Chao-nu was the one who started it, and the assassination attempt through the gate failed anyway. Even that fight was started by Kang Chao-nu." He laughed contemptuously. "That greedy bastard Kang Chao-nu did something stupid for money. He deserved to die, but he was my cousin. Long story short, I have a legitimate reason to get revenge on Do-jun." Her eyes shot him a cold, warning glare. Kang Dong Bit was slightly intimidated by her look. She lay back down, turned the other way, and said nonchalantly, "Do whatever you want. I'm not getting involved." He was surprised by her reaction, thinking to himself, "And here I thought there was something serious going on between those two." Do-jun covered her eyes with the mask again, revealing no emotion. "Besides, I have no reason to get involved." Back in the present, Kang Dong Bit poured a drink, thinking, "No reason. I made that perfectly clear." He sipped his drink, his expression serious. There's definitely something not right about Do-jun. South River, on the west coast of England. This area was left in ruins after a monster attack. The British Hero Association is trying to send as many heroes into the fissure as possible to collect monastones before the second wave begins. A bearded man standing guard complained, "It's a real shame. If we'd had the essence of the flower ant, even D-ranks like us could have taken down MC Sion." The man next to him agreed. "Yeah, you're right. If we could have stopped the wave from the start, this area would have become a gold mine for mana stones. Once a wave appears, the fissure can no longer transform into a gate," the man continued. "I heard the second one won't be an MC Sion, but something else." The bearded man replied, "Yeah, that's what's scary, not knowing what kind of monster will show up. A whole country was wiped out because of something like this once." As he said this, the man turned to look at the fissure. His partner asked, "What is it? Something wrong?" The man replied, "I just have a feeling. Like someone's coming out." His partner reassured him. "The team that just went in is coming out already? It's only been 5 hours. Come on, snap out of it," the guard continued, "and keep a sharp lookout. You know some greedy civilians will try to sneak in for mana stones." Suddenly, flashes of lightning appeared inside the fissure. The guard turned back, a look of shock on his face. His partner looked just as stunned. From within the fissure, a muscular man with an incredibly dark and menacing appearance emerged. He looked down from above, his pupils glowing with a terrifying purple light. The two guards were terrified by the man's appearance. He's not a hero. His clothes, the scars, they're all wrong. Protect the headquarters, now. But before they could send a report, the man stretched out his metallic arm, creating a green circle. The two men stared blankly as they were lifted up by the green circles. The guard being pulled into the air cried out in a panic. "What? What is this?" The man paid them no mind. He walked past them arrogantly. "Damn it!" The angry guard turned and threw his daggers at the man, but the man inside didn't even flinch, letting the magic circle block the volley of daggers, instantly deflecting them. He muttered a single word, pathetic. With that, the man suddenly clenched his fist. The two guards screamed in pain as if they were being crushed by an invisible force. He gently reached out his hand, and with a slight movement of his fingers, purple lightning appeared. From within the lightning, a phone gradually materialized. The screen was displaying the number 19.26%. On the deep red screen, 19.26 was clearly visible. The man wondered, 10 years have passed in this timeline, right? And it hasn't even reached 20% yet? He walked past the two guards, muttering to himself, could it have been a failure? I went through all the trouble of creating a spatial fissure too. First, I need to raise the mana density. One of the two guards spoke weakly. What are you? The man turned and opened his mouth. First. As he spoke, he brutally attacked the guard who had just spoken. With a terrifying, demonic expression, he continued coldly, I must first purge these weak insects. We're in the opening scene, a place haunted by the appearance of monsters, a crisis now involving South Korea. Against the blue sky, Do-jun appeared calmly, but his every footstep sent a tremor through the air. Sunlight draped his shoulders as the wind blew past. No one knew where he came from or where he was going, only that his very presence silenced everything. Suddenly, a series of strange noises from all around caught his attention. Something was rushing towards Do-jun at terrifying speed. From a massive crack in the earth, a colossal monster emerged, its roar tearing through the air. It opened its horrifying maw, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in its way. But this time, the prey before it wouldn't be so easy to swallow. An entire horde of monsters appeared at once, but in the midst of the chaos, only one person stood their ground. Do-jun didn't retreat, nor did he need to hide, because from this moment on, it was no longer the human who was being hunted. He crouched down, his gaze fixed on the deep darkness below. What was waiting for him there? With just a light touch, the ground trembled, his supreme power distorting the very earth. After a moment, he made a calm assessment. 26 of them within a 100-meter radius. Do-jun smirked. A fireball erupted from his palm, its intense heat rolling out as if to incinerate the very sky. Let's see how many survive this. A brilliant red light shot through the crack, sending countless streams of fire down into the deep pit. Do-jun calmly put his hands in his pockets, his expression unwavering. Immediately after, the ground shook, and a massive explosion rang out. A blinding light engulfed the space. The power detonated, and roaring flames shot into the sky. A brilliant red pillar pierced the clouds, tearing through the air as if to set the heavens ablaze. After witnessing that display, a flicker of doubt appeared in Do-jun's eyes. What on earth was that? Then, a moment later, a smug smile crept across his face. The story shifts to the heart of a bustling metropolis, where a towering skyscraper stands a symbol of power and the secrets hidden within. An older man with a calm demeanor takes a sip of his coffee. All right, what kind of person is he? The subordinate's sunglasses glinted. He spoke in a serious tone. He's truly a difficult young man to approach. A few others nearby nodded lightly in response. He confirmed to me that he is, in fact, a hero. Min Hong-ki, the vice chairman of the Korean Hero Association. But it didn't stop there. Nate Wang continued to dig deeper. He looked at his assistant with curiosity. I heard the Hero Index measurement device couldn't get a reading on him. Is that right? Kim Eon-gu casually straightened a stack of documents on the table and nodded slightly. Yes, I received no response at all. A middle-aged man in a black suit, his face scowling, shouted angrily, what an arrogant brat. As a member of the association, he should have given a clear answer. This was Baek Chung-cheon, another vice chairman of the Korean Hero Association. The atmosphere grew tense. The smiling man next to him gestured lightly. What else? Nate Wang urged his assistant again. What else did you find? Kim Eon-gu held up 2 pages filled with text. He shook his head. Not much, but there are a few details. And then, he slowly began to reveal a terrible secret that lay behind the scenes. Do-jun said, it all started with a dark conspiracy by the hero Kang Chan-yu. Spiritual energy flared in his hands as Do-jun raised his head defiantly, ready to meet the descending blow of the giant monster. A murderous glint shone in his eyes as his hands burst into brilliant flames. He clenched his fists, spiritual power surging as if to incinerate every enemy before him. Kim Eon-gu continued. Do-jun nearly died in a battle at a dimensional gate and awakened his powers. The monster's entire body was crushed, its flesh and blood bursting into pieces. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, the aftershock scattering dust and bone fragments across the sky. After that, he got his revenge on Kang Cheon-yu, and then single-handedly cleared a new rift in Mappo. The battlefield shook, red flames soared high, and Do-jun's figure charged forward like a hurricane, sweeping away all obstacles. Eon-gu read to the end with a serious expression, Do-jun possesses overwhelming power. Nate Wang crossed his arms, thinking, he's a wild horse that's hard to tame, but a prized one. The monster's body exploded, showering blood and gore everywhere. But Nate Wang still had something on his mind. He requested hero certification. Did he say who in the association would sponsor him? Kim Eon-gu's face darkened. He answered in a heavy tone, "It's Hyun Duan, the S-rank hero." Nate Wang and Bak Chung-chun were stunned, speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as a fierce fire blazed. Do-jun stepped out, a provocative smirk on his lips. His cold face was clearly visible in the light, reflecting off a gleaming gold card. Do-jun stared, stunned. At the gold card, he was the 8th person on the list of Korea's S-rank heroes. The massive monster's corpse lay shattered on the ground, its toxic blood pooling in streaks. Thanks to this, I'm allowed to hunt monsters in the rifts freely. Not bad, huh? Nate Wang's lips curled into a grin, a fierce and almost maniacal smile, as if everything was going exactly according to his plan. In the quiet meeting room, after that laugh, he let out a sigh. He looked at his 2 colleagues across from him with a look of admiration. This kid's really got guts. Yes, his actions are truly beyond those of an ordinary person. However, the atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a worried shout. Baek Chung-cheon slammed the table and shot to his feet, sweat rolling down his forehead as his sharp voice echoed. What? He dared to enter a rank 2 rift alone, without any teammates or support squad? That kid must be insane. Nate Wang's gaze was quiet and deep, his only response, a heavy silence. Kim Eon-gu frowned slightly, his sharp eyes seeming to weigh every word before he spoke. Chung-cheon froze, sweat beading on his forehead, and let out a tense, forced laugh. He was flustered and, trying to end the discussion, hurriedly shouted to justify his thoughts. "Chairman, if that Do-jun guy comes back alive, we should announce his identity and promote him heavily. He's Korea's 8th S-rank hero after all." Vice Chairman. After speaking, Chung-cheon frowned and fell silent again. Kim Eon-gu looked doubtful, furrowing his brow as he asked back, "But that might be something he doesn't want. Shouldn't we ask for his opinion first?" Baek Chung-cheon immediately shot back, annoyed. "Hey Vice Chairman Min, what are you talking about? In these unstable times, announcing another S-rank hero would reassure the public, wouldn't it?" All eyes in the meeting room turned to the one with the highest authority. Chairman Nate Wang, what are your thoughts? A calm, steady voice spoke up. "I've heard both of your opinions." His face was unwavering, his eyes resolute. "Let me meet him in person and see for myself." Cutting back to our main character, Do-jun unleashed a thunderous kick, his body hurtling straight toward a giant monster. The force of the impact shattered the ground. The monster's body was thrown backward with a furious roar as he charged straight into the swarm of monsters, their hideous mouths wide open. His gaze was calm, his hand opening as if preparing to unleash a skill. Do-jun's eyes were incredibly sharp as he swung his hand forward. Potent spiritual energy gathered, preparing a finishing blow that made the monsters tremble. He summoned his firepower, and his hand erupted in flames, the swirling inferno condensing into a destructive force, ready to descend upon the beasts. The fire exploded violently, slicing through the monster's body. Do-jun landed hard on the ground, dust and debris kicking up from the aftershock. His arm still smoldered from the attack he had just unleashed. With a cold gaze and an overwhelming aura, the sound of the explosion echoed through the space. The scene was a chaotic mess of fire and smoke. The monster's body shook violently before shattering into pieces. Do-jun stood tall over the charred corpse of the creature. The last embers flickered around his arm. Against the deep blue sky, his silhouette looked like that of a ruler, majestic and cold. The fire on his hand slowly died out. He let out a soft sigh. Do-jun looked up at the sky, thinking to himself that, just as he'd expected, the amount of mana consumed was no small matter. He needed to get a weapon, and fast. A blue and white building floated above the ground, supported by sturdy concrete walls. Under the sun, a sign read, "The Ganghan Hero Complex." Not far ahead, a warm, brown-colored weaponsmith sat at an angle, balancing the cool tones of the complex. Inside the shop, a sturdy, young smith sat at the counter, glued to his phone screen. The gold-plated shop bell, with its inverted sword-shaped clapper, rang out, signaling a customer's arrival. The door opened, and in walked Do-jun with his hands in his pockets. There he stood, shouldering a rough-looking bag as long as his body. The young smith, looking anything but welcoming, spoke mechanically. "May I have the name for the reservation?" Do-jun walked over and placed the heavy bag on the table, but even then, the young man didn't bother to look up. He stated his request politely. "I want to use this to make a weapon." The smith refused to look away from his screen, only raising an eyebrow slightly, as he bluntly refused. "If you don't have a reservation, I can't help you. Go find another place." Facing the smith's indifferent attitude, he began to lose his patience. His face darkened, his eyes as sharp as a blade, and he growled, "I heard most places are too busy to even take new orders. You were the one who answered the phone, weren't you?" The smith, absorbed in his game, finally glanced at Do-jun, annoyed by the interruption. Damn it. I already told you we're fully booked. We don't have any openings, so go look somewhere else. Any of the craftsmen in this area are skilled. He grabbed the young smith by the collar and lifted him from the chair, the veins on his hand popping. The young man shouted in surprise. Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? Do-jun stared him down. Are you the owner? The smith frantically corrected him. I'm the owner's son. Do-jun leaned in close, radiating an icy dark aura as he glared and commanded, Get your father out here. Now. I came all this way because I heard this place was good. The young smith reluctantly turned around, throwing a strange look over his shoulder at him. He called out loudly, Dad, a customer wants to see you. An old man in flip-flops came clacking out, his age not having worn down his toned body. He was drenched in sweat. Adjusting his hat strap, he asked, Who sent you here? The old man's name was Cho-guan, a craftsman who made equipment for heroes. Do-jun answered concisely, The He-Yon-do Forge. At the sound of those 3 words, the faces of the father and son went pale. A mix of reverence and fear in his voice. Cho-guan asked again, Did He-Yon-do really send you? He didn't answer, calmly unzipping his equipment bag instead. He pulled out 2 long, brownish gold raw materials with sharp points. Cho-guan recognized them and was stunned once more. He approached, took the 2 items in his hands, and stammered as he examined them. This is... The young smith, also curious, came over for a look. Dad, what is that? The object was longer than 2 hands put together. The old man regained his composure, but his voice still held a hint of surprise at seeing such a rare item. It's the fang of a giant black serpent. It's been a long time since I've seen one of these. Do-jun gave him more detailed instructions. Just forge me a usable sword, but in terms of quality and length, make it as long as possible. The old man paused for a moment. Long? You don't understand. If you try to stretch out a non-metallic material like this, its durability will drop sharply. He crossed his arms and listened, his eyes assessing the man. The smith then offered a different suggestion. I'll make you 2 medium-sized swords. He was incredibly stubborn, and when he didn't get his way, he immediately started provoking him. So, are you saying you don't have the skill to do it? Join them together and make 1 long sword. I need a long one. And, if possible, increase its mana absorption to the highest possible level. The young smith exploded in anger. Hey, I can't stand listening to this. What do you mean he doesn't have the skill? My father can make even ordinary weapons with a mana absorption rate of level 3 or higher. Do-jun suddenly fell silent. He took a pre-forged, impressive-looking sword down from a rack. Do-jun held the sword by both ends of the blade. He guessed, this looks like it's around level 5. With that, Do-jun's sinewy hands squeezed the body of the sword with all their might. A miraculous light radiated from his hands, bright enough to illuminate the entire shop, causing the young smith standing a full counter's length away to take half a step back. In the next second, to the utter astonishment of the father and son, he effortlessly crushed the sword as if it were scrap metal. In an instant, the sword in his hands shattered, large and small fragments scattering with a clang as the pieces fell to the ground. The father and son stared, stunned, at the remains. Do-jun dropped the last piece of the sword, his fist still clenched, his voice chillingly threatening. If you're going to make garbage like this, you'd be better off just announcing your retirement right now. The air around them suddenly grew scorching hot, as if on fire. The young smith was frozen in fear. Cho-guan, though fuming, didn't dare say a word, lest he end up on the receiving end of a punch. At the edge of a sun-drenched forest, by a lake filled with blooming flowers and lush greenery, what seemed like a peaceful scene was about to be shattered. A giant monster stirred, baring its fangs and growling, its single, centrally located eye still shut. It snapped its eye wide open, the blood-red pupil flashing menacingly. The massive creature awakened in the heart of nature, hunching over and stomping its feet, threatening to shake the very earth. It threw its head back and let out a roar that reached the clouds. Just then, Do-jun arrived with a calm demeanor, stepping 1 foot into the shallow water. He found the roar incredibly annoying. Still as noisy as ever, I see. With a flick of his wrist, a fire erupted at chest level. His eyes had already locked onto his target, as Do-jun shot forward like the wind, dodging a devastating stomp from the monster. The monster froze, staring at the strange object hurtling toward it, unsure if it was a demon or a human. From above, he leaned in, gathering momentum for his flaming hand. A decisive palm strike sliced through the air and plunged deep into its shoulder. The monster opened its maw and let out a roar of agony, frantically grabbing a nearby tree trunk to use as a makeshift weapon. Veins bulged on its arm, but before it could even use the tree, Do-jun swiftly flew in and sliced it in 2. The top and bottom halves of the tree fell to the uprooted ground. After dealing with the monster's weapon, his sharp, fiery eyes turned to the main target, who now had almost no advantage. His every swift movement was just fast enough for the creature to react with nothing but dazed horror. Wasting not a single second, Do-jun swung his arm and slashed its other shoulder, circling behind it with an overflowing aura of fire. But the fight wasn't over. The monster had healing abilities, and a green therapeutic light began to knit its torn flesh and skin back together. Its muscular body recovered completely, and it stubbornly bared its fangs and glared. Unfortunately for it, Do-jun didn't hesitate and launched himself from behind it, kicking off the ground. With just a light touch, a searing wave of fire transferred from his hand to the monster's skin. The powerful attack charred it black as if it had been roasted. The monster took the full force of the fire sword and let out a final, desperate roar. That decisive blow sent its head flying from its neck. He had used the force of the wind to create a powerful slash, bringing the fight to a dramatic conclusion. The monster was defeated, crashing to the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Do-jun stood up, looking at the smoldering, unextinguished flames as he wiped sweat from his brow. As expected, maintaining a magic sword for that long was exhausting. He bent down, unslung his shoulder bag, took out a glass mug with a handle, and with a trembling hand, opened the lid. He pressed it against the body of the monster he'd just slain and scooped up a mugful of blood, silently congratulating himself. And it was thanks to this that I was able to take down a Cyclops. By the time Do-jun returned, it was late at night, but the lights inside the weapon shop were still on. He pushed the mug of blood towards the young blacksmith. The boy was bewildered. What is this? Do-jun replied flatly. Give it to your father. This will make it easy to fuse the two black serpent fangs together. The young blacksmith looked at the crimson liquid, unable to feel at ease. He kept calling out to Do-jun's retreating back. What is that stuff? Hey, you have to tell me what it is. The city's skyscrapers glowed under the usual streetlights. As Do-jun finally left the shop, he stopped on the sidewalk, unconsciously tugging at his bag strap, and thought deeply. I've prepared all the basic materials, but to increase its mana absorption, I'll need that thing. To find it, there was only one place on Earth: Brazil. A 12-hour flight from where he was, in a resort destination cooled by surrounding swimming pools. The early morning air here was quite relaxing and lively. The phone on the edge of the pool vibrated with an incoming call. The screen showing the caller was Do-jun. Do-jun, who was soaking in the pool, swam over and casually answered. Whatever was said on the other end of the line was so shocking it startled her. Do-jun had to push her sunglasses up onto her forehead and ask again. Brazil? In the pool, people were playing together in the water. On the deck, Do-jun and Indu were lounging on chairs, enjoying their day off. Indu's cold eyes observed from behind her sunglasses. She spoke up. The council decided to send heroes to Brazil? Indu replied while sipping her drink. Yeah, I heard both the Brazilian government and the council have given up. Now they're planning to seal off the entire rift area. Indu, wearing a revealing, low-cut black bikini that showed off her ample chest, gently took off her glasses, tilted her head, and smiled. Even though the monsters there are much fiercer, we can also mine a fair amount of mana crystals. The pay from the association is good, so our guild decided to participate. You should go too, and bring him with you. Do-jun's voice was probing as she asked about the man's identity. Is he that 8th S rank who's been making waves lately? She replied, I'm not sure myself. Do-jun raised her voice in frustration. What do you mean you're not sure? I heard you two are really close. Indu quickly denied it. What? That's not true. So cute. I saw you two hunting a cockatrice together with my own 2 eyes. Flustered, Do-jun's face turned red as she answered, I know about that. Fine, I'll go. Indu excitedly stretched out her arms, speaking in a sweet and playful tone. Do-jun, thanks a bunch. Suddenly, Do-jun cut her off, stammering, but I'm not even sure if he'll go with me. Elsewhere, beads of sweat streamed down Do-jun's tense face, from his cheeks downwards. His voice became fearful. Wait a minute. How did you even find this stuff? It's so perfectly fused. It doesn't look like metal. Yet it's molded as a single block. Who would have thought Cyclops' blood could be used this way? Do-jun stood by with his arms crossed, looking incredibly arrogant. A slight smirk played on his lips. Do-jun, holding the wooden model in his hand, reluctantly accepted. Fine, I'll take the order. The maximum length can be up to 180 centimeters. Do-jun instructed, make it a 2-handed sword, but design the grip so it can be wielded with one hand. About 5 kilograms should be right. The man's face looked contorted under his hat. What's this? Suddenly speaking so respectfully. I thought he was the arrogant type. So he does have some manners. Or maybe this weapon is just that important to him. The shop owner observed the rough, heavy, wooden model in his hand and spoke. Well, 5 kilograms is a bit heavy for one-handed wielding. It's not like you're only going to swing it a few times. Do-jun spoke up. It's fine. Just make it like that. How long will it take? Do-jun replied. At least a month. The mana absorption rate could reach level 7. Do-jun thought to himself. Level 7? Will it be able to handle my full power? Just as I expected. I'll have to use that. For now, just work on the shape. Choguan looked at Do-jun and said quietly, as for increasing the mana absorption rate, wait until I provide the material. The old man's pupils constricted in his wide eyes, a sense of worry washing over him. Don't tell me he's planning to go get that ingredient himself? A few days later, in front of a parking area sign, a luxury car was parked. He stood beside the car, his face full of gratitude. Thanks, I'll make good use of it. Do-won smiled in response. It's nothing. Do I look that short on cash? You only dared to ask for something worth $1 billion? Do-jun smiled and replied, this amount is reasonable. Her response left her a bit speechless. Do-won stood there, stunned into silence. Do-won stared blankly as he looked around, inspecting the car. She was a little curious. What's going on with the Hero Association? Do-jun answered. They were planning to announce my identity, so I demanded they pay a fair price. She was stunned. A price? Chairman Nate Wang is someone who always puts the greater good first. So it seems, but the negotiations failed. She yelled in frustration. Can't you just try to live decently? I'm your guarantor, you know. Please, think about me for a second. Her words were met with the harsh sound of him slamming the car door shut. Do-won walked over, opened the door, and sat right down in the passenger seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and said softly, the association is swamped with dispatching troops to the rift in Brazil. Once things have settled down, I'll arrange for you to speak with the chairman again. Do-jun's voice was full of surprise. Brazil. Do-won's arm lightly brushed against his. That's right. They said they're going to completely seal off a part of the area. The distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. A charged, intimate atmosphere filled the car. Do-jun looked into her eyes and asked, are you going too? Her face flushed red with shyness, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, making Do-won feel both tense and flustered. She turned to answer, of course. Why do you ask? Do-jun's handsome face and captivating voice replied, because I want to go with you. Those words made Do-won's heart pound, and her cheeks flushed pink with shyness. In another space, Hong Hee-doo's face was pale with fear as he trembled. She asked Kang Dong Bit, what? You want more money? A corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. This is no time to be pinching pennies. Director Hong, she yelled furiously. I've already paid you an advance of 30 billion, and now you're demanding more? When are you actually going to start the job? I should have just given this to someone else. Kang Dong Bit simply replied, and who else would take this job? She scoffed. There are plenty of killers in this world who wouldn't bat an eye, as long as the price is right. He let out a sigh, a mocking smirk on his face as his eyes ridiculed Hong Hee-doo. But, Director, you really are lacking information. How about I give you a piece for free? Seo Do-run, he's an S-class, the 8th S-class hero of South Korea. Hong Hee-doo's face twisted in disbelief, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks as she screamed, that goddamn punk is an S-class? Are you messing with me? He just laughed mockingly. What, you don't believe me? I had to pay good money to get that information. If you don't believe it, feel free to just sit there and wait for him to kill you. He slowly strode towards the door when her voice called out from behind. Wait, what? Seo Do-run is really an S-class? If that's true, I won't be able to control him. I'll give you more money. Just make sure you take care of him. A sinister smile spread across Kang Dong Bit's face. It's not just about the money. It would be even better if we could become close business partners from now on. Hong Hee-doo seemed to lose all control at the information he provided, screaming, I'll give you anything, just as long as he's dead. Suddenly, Kang Dong Bit's phone buzzed. Hong Hee-doo felt a sense of unease. He pursed his lips, silently reading the notification that appeared on his screen. Kang Dong Bit's voice broke the silence. Well, it seems fate is on your side, Director Hong. Hong Hee-doo was bewildered. What do you mean? The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile as he turned his phone towards her. A golden opportunity to deal with Seo Do-run has just presented itself. On the business class section of a plane, Do-jun sat with an air of perfect calm and elegance. Netizens were buzzing with gossip, eagerly commenting about the Hero Association's elite S-class unit being dispatched to Brazil. This was the largest overseas dispatch in history, with Kang Dong Bit and Ha-eun also joining the fray. The Brazil campaign had officially entered its 5th phase. Jang Sun-ho sat calmly with his arms crossed, an arrogant look on his face. Someone commented, I heard Jang Sun-ho is going to Brazil too. Is he going to carry the whole team by himself? Jang Sun-ho carries his entire guild to the #1 clan spot. Kang Dong Bit has a nose for money like a bloodhound. Brazil must be paying a fortune. Ha-eun, with his muscular build, was lifting weights in the business class cabin. Old man Kim is definitely just going for the money. His association is falling apart. They're desperate for cash. With her delicate features, Do-won peered out the window, observing the scene below. She had no idea she was being praised enthusiastically online. Hero Juha, 77. Is Do-won going too? She's practically a national hero already. She deserves a break. Number 1 Gangnam. When the tide rises, you gotta ride the wave. Sidu Jang. Oh my god, Hyun Duan is the sexiest man alive. Deokbae casually looked around with his arms crossed. Binge PST. Even Kang Dong Bit is going to Brazil? They must be sparing no expense. Yuji-hoon Ninja. I heard if you get a magic stone, it's tax-free. It all belongs to the hero. Guiomba. 9 Nidant. Is that rumor for real? Just one mid-grade one is enough to change your life. Deokbae turned with a blank expression to look at Do-jun, who was loudly slurping his noodles. The comments continued to flood in. Daobang TV. Hey guys, who is Seo Do-run? The storm of curiosity on social media grew. Zexui SPGS. He's the new guy. Brazil is probably his debut. Dazgaseo. He's so young. They probably forced him to go to get some experience. I'm so curious about how strong he is. So tit. Well, if he's an S-class, he must be something special. As the plane soared through the sky, each person's eyes held their own thoughts. Jang Sun-ho's face was calm. Ha-yoon's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Hyun Duan maintained a serious expression. Meanwhile, Kang Dong Bit was staring wide-eyed and bewildered at Do-jun, who was chewing with his cheeks puffed out under the hood of his dark cloak. The plane began its descent into Brazil. Amidst a bustling landscape of skyscrapers, the camera pans quickly to a modern headquarters, with a flag fluttering in the wind. The place where the heroes were gathering, the Brazil Hunter Association. Just then, breaking news came in during an emergency meeting. An editor reported, the South Korean expeditionary team has just landed at the airport. Another person responded with enthusiasm. That's great news. Of all the countries summoned, they were the fastest to arrive. An official frowned. He commented grimly while taking notes. A few of their heroes didn't go to their accommodations and instead headed out to take action immediately. They really are an efficient country, aren't they? He stammered. But then the official tilted his head, his eyes showing a mixture of surprise and grave concern. I'm worried the Korean side will find out about that information. Another senior leader leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms, his gaze deep and cold. No secret in this world lasts forever. That's why we must keep them under tight control until this mission is over. The others nodded. Understood. He let out a soft sigh. He clenched his fists, as if trying to gather what little composure he had left. The atmosphere grew even darker as the final report was read aloud. Brazil's national treasure class hero. Moises has been defeated and killed by an unidentified entity. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the meeting room, the conversation suddenly took a different turn. It wasn't a monster. The black box data clearly shows a humanoid figure. The other man still looked puzzled. He pondered the thought. What in the world happened at the rift near Santaim? In a large conference room, a man in a stern suit held a document and pointed to a glowing map as he gave his presentation. Down in the audience, Hyun Duan stared intently at her phone, her brow furrowed slightly as she quickly sent a message. Where are you? The meeting has already started. Do-jun replied with nonchalance. On a plane, she asked again, full of doubt. A plane? But we just landed at the same time. I transferred. My destination is still far away. What do you mean? Where? He replied with a single word. Santaim. Hyun Duan's eyes widened, stunned in disbelief. Santaim? He went into the most dangerous rift zone? By himself? The man in the suit continued his presentation in front of the map, pointing to the red-marked areas as route notifications appeared. The entire hall listened in silence, a tense atmosphere hanging over them. After 2 days of familiarizing yourselves with the area, the heroes will be assigned to their registered zones in order. The scene shifts to the outside of a luxurious hotel named Bom Retiro. Flags fluttered in the wind under the brilliant sunlight. Hyun Duan pulled her suitcase along, opening the door and stepping towards a yellow taxi, ready to leave. Just as she was about to get in, a hand suddenly stopped the door. She looked up, her eyes filled with caution. A teammate had unexpectedly stopped her. Do Woongbin held the car door firmly, looking straight at her with suspicion in his eyes. He had a naive, almost reluctant expression on his face. Where do you think you're going? The schedule hasn't even started yet. With her eyes half closed, Hyun Duan looked completely unconcerned. I have somewhere I need to be. Kang Dong Bit was curious. So, where is that? Faced with her teammate's questioning, Hyun Duan answered in a low, cold voice, Santaim. The taxi sped off in a flash of light. Kang Dong Bit stood there, calm, as if waiting for the inevitable. His eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing that name, a land shrouded in countless rumors and secrets no one dared to mention. Santaim, the place that even the Brotherhood Association forbids anyone from going to? The scene changes to a desolate wasteland, with sheer cliffs, arid and weather-beaten, as if gnawed away by time. Bare, gnarled trees reached up like ghostly sentinels guarding the fissure near Santaim. Do-jun's and Hyun Duan's team advanced silently into Santaim, no one speaking a word. Only the sound of hurried footsteps on the dry, barren ground could be heard. Every person's eyes glinted with caution. The group walked in silence. their footsteps echoing across the desolate land. Suddenly, Hyun-duan's sharp, cold voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "Since we're already here, the least you could do is tell us why you're in such a hurry." Do-jun replied casually, with a hint of blame. "I was the one waiting. Aren't you the one who was late?" "Say Do-jun. What a cold, heartless bastard." Hyun-duan shouted angrily. "No way. If you had told us beforehand, you wouldn't have had to wait, say Do-jun." She narrowed her eyes, studying him. "Whatever, forget it. So what exactly are you after, coming all the way here?" Without a hint of hesitation, Do-jun answered decisively. "The Blue Dragon's core." Hearing this, Hyun-duan couldn't hide her surprise and yelled, "The Blue Dragon's core? Just for that?" Say Do-jun glanced at his teammate, his expression unchanging. "Do I need another reason?" She suddenly tilted her head, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Hey, Say Do-jun, do you know I'm 3 years older than you?" Say Do-jun casually shook his head. "So what?" Hyun-duan squirmed with irritation. She attacked Say Do-jun with her words, their argument echoing through the forest. "I'm not trying to pull rank or anything, but you should know how to respect your elders." In-du's gaze, half scornful and half indifferent, swept over the two of them. Say Do-jun snapped in annoyance. "I've been speaking politely this whole time, so just say what you want." The journey of the warriors who ventured into this dangerous land, where death always lurked, continued. A voice echoed across the mountains. "Are you trying to make me uncomfortable? Then just use honorifics." Good grief, to think he's leading Hyun-duan by the nose like that. The conversation was cut short by a tense situation. A young man glanced around the trembling fissure and spoke up worriedly. "Hey, is it really okay to just charge straight into the fissure like this?" The other person immediately burst out laughing. "We've got the hero Hyun-duan here, what's there to worry about?" As tension spread around the fissure, a doubtful voice spoke up. "I know she's strong, but the guy in the lead is a rookie." A laugh immediately erupted. Baek Chung-cheon couldn't believe his ears. "A rookie?" He turned to warn the two gossips. He smirked, his voice full of hidden meaning. "There are rookies, and then there are rookies. If it's Say Do-jun, he's probably a legendary tier rookie." The two young men turned pale after hearing that. Is he really on that level? The flurry of gossip made Hyun-duan, who was on the team, frown in annoyance. She looked at Do-jun. "Hey, are you listening?" Do-jun immediately spun his sword into a defensive stance, looking ahead. He snapped, "You're too loud." Hyun-duan's stern gaze fell on Do-jun. "Say Do-jun, don't tell me you came here intending to seal off this entire fissure." However, Do-jun casually replied with a surprising reason. "I came here to find materials. Why would I seal it?" Hyun-duan was stunned for a long moment. Materials? Suddenly, the entire mountain began to shake violently. From a thick cloud of dust and smoke, a monster's arm with long, razor-sharp claws swung down, cutting through the air and creating a chilling, murderous aura. An explosion rocked the area, and a blinding light flashed as the blow struck a barrier. A soldier gritted his teeth, bracing himself, his body trembling under the immense pressure. Immediately after, the ground shook. Baek Chung-cheon snapped his head around, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could clearly feel the tremor spreading through the area. He tried to shout a warning to the group, "Snap out of it, get into defensive positions." Baek Chung-cheon grit his teeth, his crimson eyes glowing with a mixture of rage and tension. His breathing was ragged, and his throat was so dry he could only manage a choked sound. A roar erupted, and from within the mist, a colossal figure slowly emerged. Dark black wings spread out, its brilliant golden eyes piercing like blades. Tendrils of dark energy surrounded the dragon's body, emitting a pressure that made the very ground tremble. This was no ordinary monster, but a true dragon from the abyss. Baek Chung-cheon's jaw dropped in amazement. Compared to the photos, this thing is a real monster. Faced with the monster's terrifying power, a team member cried out in panic, "Wait a minute, isn't this a little too dangerous?" Instantly, Say Do-jun stepped forward, his decisive voice ringing out, "Get out of the way." Do-jun's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, veins bulging from the pressure. The cold steel flashed as the blade vibrated, humming as if responding to its master. Amidst the blinding light, Do-jun stood silent, like a sword already drawn from its sheath, waiting for the moment to strike down the world. He recalled Master Tung's words, "If you want to take the blue dragon's heart, you can't do it with your bare hands. I'll lend you my most treasured sword. Use it to get the materials. No more words needed." He raised his sword, his cold gaze locked on the enemy. The moment the steel blade flashed was the moment the real battle began. A single slash tore heaven and earth asunder, the explosive sound echoing like a clap of thunder, sweeping away everything in sight. Do-jun tensed his body and threw a punch, his eyes exploding with killing intent as blood and after-images flew everywhere. That punch was more than just the strength of one person. The giant dragon roared, its scales gleaming, but it was surrounded by a barrage of attacks from all sides. Light, dust, and shockwaves intertwined, threatening to crush it. The evil dragon flapped its wings, its eyes cold, as an intense spiritual energy emanated from its body. Like an internal explosion, its aura surged violently outwards. Chunks of earth and rock around it exploded, and the space itself trembled, as if the entire battlefield revolved around it. Baek Chung-cheon laughed excitedly. So it really is him. The moment the weapon flashed in his hand, the two observers stood frozen, their eyes filled with terror and astonishment. They couldn't believe that such power could come from a human being. What was that? And as the sword came down, shaking the very earth, the whole group exclaimed in horror. That's unreasonably strong. Do-jun stood with his back turned, his sword still dripping with blood. Behind him lay the monster's giant, mangled hand. Flames flickered in the dark forest. Do-jun placed his weapon beside him and sat alone by a fire. As he stared into the brightly burning flames, the whispers that followed him could be clearly heard. Did you see that? Do-run took down a blue crocodile in a single hit. He cut down so many of them all by himself. I lost count. He's incredible. Turning his back to him, the purple-haired guy in the group started whispering with his hand over his mouth. Keep your voice down. Rumor has it he took down a cockatrice the same way. Hearing this, the other guy couldn't hide his shock and blurted out. He took care of that giant bird monster too? Meanwhile, Do-jun just kept staring calmly into the fire, ignoring the chatter buzzing behind him. He's clearly not your average hero. In front of him, 2 pieces of blue meat sizzled in a frying pan set over the flames. He suddenly turned his head to look at Hyun-duan, who was slowly approaching, and asked, "Are the blue crocodile hearts processed yet?" She immediately followed his pointing finger toward the barrels behind them. He answered nonchalantly, "Take a look and see for yourself." Hyun-duan glanced back, her mind filled with questions. What on earth are those hearts for? And what's that meat you're grilling? It doesn't look like beef, does it? His casual reply struck Hyun-duan like a lightning bolt, making her eyes widen in horror. It's blue crocodile meat. It's actually pretty good. Want to try? Hyun-duan quickly covered her mouth and backed away from the meat in fear. We brought plenty of food. Why would we go through the trouble of eating this? Do-jun ignored her, offered one last comment, and then speared a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. If you don't want any, fine. Behind him, her shocked face watched as he calmly chewed away. Just then, Indu saw them and also froze, staring in disbelief at the half-eaten piece of meat. Her face fell as she asked in horror, "Is that really edible? We have so much food, but you chose to eat that of all things." Instantly, a pair of slender hands picked up some chopsticks and grabbed a piece of meat from the hot pan. He caught her, silently staring at the freshly picked piece. Indu suddenly shouted, "Hyun-duan, are you really going to eat that?" Hyun-duan turned to the panicked woman, who had jumped to her feet, and retorted, "Well, I heard it's edible." She quickly opened her mouth, about to eat the meat, much to Indu's astonishment. The seemingly toxic blue meat was placed in her mouth. A moment later, she covered her mouth in surprise, lost in thought. This is actually pretty good. Indu immediately walked over to the two of them, quickly leaning in close to him and whispering. Her actions made Do-jun, who was still chewing, a bit suspicious. Do-run, what's your secret? How did you manage to win over Hyun-duan? She's never had a boyfriend before, and she's not the type to fall for guys easily. Tell me, how did you get her to eat monster meat? Hearing this, he looked down without any expression. A secret to love, huh? It was probably back when I was at the Imperial Academy, right? I wasn't even 20 then. An image of a young man known as the Do-jun, staring intently at the beautiful girl before him, slowly came into focus. Lady May Cyril Grem, daughter of Count Grem. A moment later, he was hand in hand with the beautiful white-haired woman, then with the noble Lady Lear, and when he was over 20, it was Lavender Learlin, and it ended with the powerful silhouette of a woman standing bravely before giant monsters, his final refuge in a ruined world. Vera Inns. Indu suddenly yelled right next to his ear, pulling him from his thoughts. "Hey, didn't you hear me? I'm asking you for your secret to love." Do-jun quickly turned his head to look at her, hands on her hips. Standing opposite her, he put on an enthusiastic expression in a flash and replied, "The honey doesn't go looking for the bee." Hearing that, Indu froze completely. A second later, her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Oh my god. That is the single corniest line I have ever heard in my entire life. Indu immediately rushed over and slapped Hyun-duan hard on the back, causing her to drop her chopsticks and choke. The scene changes to a modern city full of skyscrapers, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Inside a luxurious room, Kang Dong Bit's assistant approached to report, "That's all the information we have, sir." Kang Dong Bit swirled the wine in his glass, his tone careless. "I just don't get it. The campaign hasn't even started yet, so why are they in such a rush to leave? And on top of that, Do-run, Dong-in, and Indu's Carnation Guild are all joining in. There aren't any valuable monsters in that Santa Jim region. As far as I know, there's nothing special there." The assistant quickly replied, "Sir, the Brazilians only said one thing, It's extremely dangerous there. Just then, the phone rang. When it comes to that bastard Do-jun, nothing is ever predictable. Seriously, Director Hong, what's so important that you're calling me today? The person on the other end shot back. Is that guy Do-jun still alive? When is he going to get back to work? He let out a smug laugh and asked, what's got you so worked up now? What happened? The voice on the other end immediately replied, my father. I think he saw the news that Do-jun is ranked 5th and told me to bring him back home. Kang Dong Bit shot up from his seat and said mockingly, so even the chairman of the T Corporation had to get involved personally? That's why our dear director is so anxious now. This made the person on the other end lose their patience, who shouted, stop joking around. What's the plan? Kang Dong Bit walked over to a map hanging on the wall. I've finally found a good partner. I have to keep him happy, right? Do-jun will definitely not be returning from Brazil. The other person replied, their voice full of satisfaction. Now that's an answer I like. The man pointed his pen to a spot on the map and replied, now that you understand, hang up. Director Hong Haidu, contact Takashi. The assistant quickly replied, yes sir. At the same time, a name circled in red pen appeared on the map. Now that Do-jun has wandered into the wilderness on his own, it'll be much easier to make a move. Back in the forest, Do-jun was leading the group straight ahead. Hyun-duan stared intently at the map. We're about to enter the jungle. I heard there's a very dangerous monster in there, he asked back. What kind of monster? She quickly pictured a terrifying creature known as a lin. Do-jun calmly looked up at the sky. A lin? So that thing is here too? Hyun-duan asked back. You know about the lin? He answered, of course I do. Do-jun strode forward. Hyun-duan watched his back grow distant from the rest of the group with a look of resignation. I knew this would happen. I won't try to stop you. But put this on. Do-jun looked at the object in his palm. What is this? Hyun-duan ignored him, walking quickly to him and holding it out, starting to explain. They're earplugs. If you get mesmerized by the lin's howl, your mind will be paralyzed. You just said you knew about it. His reply left her confused. I don't need them. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Hyun-duan behind. She yelled in panic. You shouldn't underestimate the lin. The Brazilian Hunter Association issued a warning to be extremely cautious of it, but he still paid no mind to her words. Nightfall slowly blanketed the quiet forest. Do-jun was still leading the way. A furry creature silently watched their every step. Under the full moon, its body was gradually revealed. Everyone stared at it, their eyes filled with fear. A piercing sound quickly rang out, causing Indu and the others to cover their ears in panic. It's a lin. Everyone, cover your ears, now. Meanwhile, Do-jun remained calm, staring at the monster with a razor-sharp gaze. He looked up at the creature howling under the moonlight. As soon as it appeared, the lin tilted its head to the sky and let out a howl that echoed through the area. Do was overwhelmed by its shriek and had to cover her ears. Indu and her comrades behind her quickly did the same. Only Do-jun stood there calmly, completely unfazed. She was surprised by his reaction, wondering to herself, why isn't he covering his ears? Do-jun casually picked up a stone at his feet. He channeled fire into the hand, gripping the stone, his eyes sweeping over the scene with a cold glint. Do-jun then threw the stone with all his might. Flames engulfed the rock, turning it into a fiery arrow that tore through the air, shooting straight toward the lin on the tree branch. She and Hyundu couldn't help but be shocked by his action. The lin quickly turned its head and fled. But Do-jun wasn't letting it go, immediately giving chase. Indu followed after him, still dazed. What just happened? She was also completely stunned. The lin's howl had fallen silent. He ran for a short distance and then suddenly stopped. His teammates quickly caught up. In the dead of the night, Do-jun stood tall, facing a whole pack of lins. The one he had attacked earlier was baring its teeth, absolutely furious. It glared, its red pupils emitting a faint golden light as it stared intently at her. She froze, her entire body stiffening as it looked her directly in the eye. Do was as if mesmerized, her eyes now resembling the lins. Just then, Do-jun stepped forward and gently covered her eyes, his deep, warm voice ringing out. It's not the howl. Do glanced at him, her eyes still glowing with a faint golden light. He continued to explain, the thing that paralyzes the mind is the lin's gaze. Do-jun gripped his sword and reminded her, keep your eyes closed for a moment. She did as he said, silently squeezing her eyes shut. Do-jun strode coolly toward the pack of lins, his sword enveloped in brilliant red flames. He thought to himself, this is as far as you go. With just a light swing, the sword created a magnificent circle of fire. Do-jun stood tall amidst the flames, his presence majestic. He thought, the swordsmanship of the Vangian clan. Do-jun's eyes glowed with intense focus. First form, Kilater Malag Rosa, a single point creates a miracle. The flames coiled around the sharp blade. With a cold gaze and a heroic aura, he raised his sword, and a fireball materialized at its tip. Intimidated by this pressure, the pack of lins cowered, The fireball grew larger and larger, burning brightly in the air, leaving his teammates behind him completely astonished. What the hell is that? It looks unbelievably dangerous. Do-jun's face seemed to be coated in a layer of metal, as faint golden energy radiated from his eyes. He unleashed the technique. The flames from his sword shot forward like a rocket, tearing through the sky. A blazing red circle of fire lit up the entire sky as it hurtled toward the pack of Lins. It watched the flames rushing towards it, its eyes still vacant, not understanding what was happening. Only when the fire was right upon it did the Lin's eyes widen in shock. In an instant, the entire pack was engulfed in flames. The massive, ferocious inferno swept through the forest in the silent night. Indu and Hyundu shielded themselves from the intensity of the blaze. Then, seeming to see something, she stared with wide, astonished eyes. The giant trail of fire had torn through the ground, leaving a scorched black path. The trees on both sides were also burned to cinders. On the ground, the Lins had collapsed, their bodies still smoking, lying motionless among the ashes. The others had met a similar fate. The whole group stared at the scene, their mouths agape in shock. Do broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Oh, no way." Amidst the ashes, one Lin was still barely alive. It struggled to push its body up. Do-jun slowly approached it, walking toward the surviving Lin with his sword in hand. It glared, its pupils glowing as it tried to use its hypnosis, but Do-jun was unaffected. He showed no mercy, decisively cleaving the Lin in two. Split open. It still looked dazed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Lin's eyes reflected Do-jun's image. He spoke in a cold voice, "Don't you dare act so high and mighty here." Do-jun touched its wide-open eye. "I'll be taking this eye. It might come in handy later." Do-jun stared down at it with ice-cold eyes. Indu and Do watched him tensely. Indu then exclaimed, "That's insane. Is he even human? He must be stronger than Alfonso. Maybe even on par with Ken Lerter. Ken Lerter? The world's strongest hero? No way." All around them, monsters lurking in the water were getting ready to attack, baring their sharp teeth at Do-jun's group. Do-jun's group figured they really didn't know how to read the room. Well, Unets don't exactly have brains. As soon as the words were spoken, the monsters leaped forward to attack. Unfortunately for them, they were immediately met with a devastating punch from Do-jun. Not satisfied with just a punch, he also gave each one a kick for good measure. He gave them a menacing look. Then Do-jun's body moved like a flash of lightning, piercing through all the monsters, finishing them off, and sending their heads flying from their necks, leaving them in pieces. Do-jun stomped down hard on the ground. Witnessing the horrific scene, everyone could only stare in stunned, bewildered disbelief, almost falling over backward. The entire area filled with the roars of the monsters crying out in pain, before returning to a peaceful scene. Later, when she was alone with Do-jun, Do finally spoke up and asked, "That swordsmanship, where did you learn it?" The clash of steel made a familiar clicking sound, and an image of his past self flashed in Do-jun's mind. He replied, "What, you want to learn it?" Do was taken aback. "Can I learn it?" Thoughts began to bubble up in his head. In this peaceful world, what use is there for something like that? With that thought, he answered, "Even if you learn it now, when would you ever use it?" Do was annoyed, muttering to herself, "Don't be so condescending. I'm an S-rank hero too." She retorted irritably, "At least I could use it once before I die, right? Or, do you just not want to teach me?" Do-jun glanced over at Do. Unafraid, she stared right back at him, but finally had to concede. "Fine, I get it. This is all I am to you." Indu helplessly stepped in to mediate, cutting off their conversation. "All right, let's go through the rift." The whole team quickly followed the order. "Yes, sir." Everyone hurried towards the rift. Indu thought to herself, "Thanks to Mr. Do-jun, there were no casualties. Next time we come near this area, we can cut down our travel time even more." After that thought, she quickly squeezed through the rift. As soon as she stepped through, Indu heard a voice cursing, "I'm going to kill you." She looked around, confused. "Is that Japanese?" The cursing continued nonstop. "How dare you get in our way?" Indu then recognized the voice. This voice. At that moment, Do was being held in Do-jun's arms. The one who had been shouting was a guy named Takashi, an S-rank hero and the guild master of the Empire Guild, which was part of the Yakuza. Takashi stepped in front of Do-jun and continued, "Today was finally my chance to have some fun with the Boxing King, and you dared to ruin it. If the guy wanted a fight, he was ready to give him one." He whispered quietly, "Get lost before I smash your face in. Do you get it? This party is a real eyesore, huh?" Hearing him communicate so fluently with Takashi, Do asked in surprise, "You can speak Japanese?" Do-jun replied, a little nervously, "Just a bit," thinking to himself, actually, the original Do-jun was the one who learned it. Takashi, radiating killing intent, warned, "What are you spacing out for? You dogs." The guild members quickly chimed in. How dare you disrespect our guildmaster? Get on your knees and apologize. Now. Do you even know who this is? Do-jun's ice-cold glare cut them off before they could say anything else. Get lost. The air suddenly froze, the killing intent between the two sides thick with tension. Do also began to think to herself. The Empire is the number 5 guild in Japan. They're notorious for being undisciplined thugs with Yakuza backgrounds. No matter how strong Do-jun is, he should avoid them. With that thought, she quickly stepped forward to mediate. Let's all calm down. The man shooed her away. This is no place for a girl to interfere. Hearing that, Indu's face froze. A girl? Do-jun's party suddenly exploded with criticism. You morons. What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you insult our guildmaster? You damn idiots. Indu quickly stopped them. Everyone, be quiet. Then she calmly introduced herself. I am Indu, from the Carnation Guild. It would be better to resolve this peacefully. Takashi couldn't care less and continued, so what? I've never heard of your guild. If you're looking for a beating, don't worry, your turn will come. He then casually pulled Do away from Do-jun. He quickly moved forward to stop the man's actions. Seeing Do-jun approach, the man threw a punch. Get lost. I've got something to show you guys. I was planning on killing you anyway, so just sit still and die. Do-jun thought to himself. Something to show me? Trying to piss me off, huh? If you want to fight that badly, then let's do it. A monstrous punch landed squarely on Takashi's cheek. Just one love tap was enough to send the guy flying 100 meters. Seeing their guildmaster go flying just like that, Takashi's subordinates were suddenly terrified. Do-jun reminded everyone, step back. He threw the first punch. So this is just self-defense, a one-on-one duel. Let's clear out the small fry so it's not so crowded. Takashi had woken up from his daze. He ordered, all of you, back off. The muscles in his arms bulged, and his face grew more ferocious. Do, at his side, began to worry about Do-jun. She prayed silently. Do-jun, please. Just kill half of them. Takashi's men stared ahead in shock. Indu and Seon-chan had horrified looks on their faces as they looked forward. Do-jun leaped up and stomped directly on Takashi's head, smashing his face into the ground as he groaned in pain. Then, Do-jun kicked him far away. Takashi clutched his nose in agony, thinking, damn it, how is this guy so strong? Who the hell is this bastard? This is nothing like what I heard about him. Damn it, Do-jun glared at him. Seeing that look in Do-jun's eyes, he began to tremble. I'm going to die. A moment later, he immediately turned to run, but Do-jun instantly appeared in front of him. Do-jun asked in a low, threatening voice, who sent you punks to mess with me? I already have a pretty good idea who it was. With that, Do-jun grabbed his hair, making him tremble. Please, I beg you, spare me. Do-jun replied coldly, you want me to spare you? Never. He then clenched his fist and punched the man squarely in the face, sending blood flying everywhere. Seeing this, Do-jun's people all widened their eyes in astonishment. Do-jun rubbed his arm after knocking Takashi to the ground. Indu looked surprised. I expected this, but I never thought it would be so one-sided. Do-jun placed his foot on Takashi's head. Seeing this, Indu pulled on Do-jun's sleeve and said, at this rate, you're going to kill him. Seon-chan, say something. Seeing Do-jun pressing down hard on Takashi's head, Seon-chan finally spoke up to stop him. Do-jun, stop. If you keep going, he's really going to die. He replied without hesitation, I'll take responsibility. But Seon-chan grabbed him and pulled him away, questioning him. Take responsibility? How exactly are you going to take responsibility for this? It would be better if you didn't do things you'd have to take responsibility for later in the first place. Do-jun explained. I've seen plenty of scum like him. It's best to just kill them. Indu also came over and took his hand, trying to persuade him. You shouldn't let yourself be affected by trash like this. Please stop, Do added. They've already learned their lesson. Indu quickly yelled, if you don't want to end up like him, you'd better speak up. Say you won't cause any more trouble. The three of them immediately got on their knees, bowed their heads and replied in unison, yes, sir. But Do-jun still didn't look satisfied. He questioned, just kneeling? Smash your heads on the ground. Hearing that, they immediately started banging their heads on the ground like obedient puppies. Do-jun asked, you gangsters, don't you have to cut off a finger when you screw up? After hearing that, every one of them started banging their heads repeatedly. Spare us. Please, spare us. He made a demand. Say, I am scum. And I am very sorry. And I'll let you go. The black-haired man said through gritted teeth, I am scum, and I am very sorry. Hearing him say that, Indu was at a loss for words. Everyone else was laughing mockingly, and even the large man lying on the ground stammered along, scum. Do-jun looked at him with a satisfied expression. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, the man frowned as he read the file in his hand. He looked up at Indu standing before him, then straightened the stack of documents, thinking to himself, am I really supposed to believe this? An S-rank hero, Takashi, was beaten to a pulp. And his opponent was just one person? Takashi was the only one injured, so you couldn't say it didn't happen, but it was still too hard to accept. The Taegang side hopes that South Korea can cooperate in closing the Santaim fissure. He then spoke, if this report is accurate, then the Brazilian Association cannot intervene. We will forward this matter to the Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You will receive a decision from them. Indu replied, understood. He continued, and you people have already been near the Santaim fissure, correct? Was there anything unusual there? Indu quickly answered, there was nothing strange. Do-jun thought to himself, unusual how? Hearing her answer, the man replied, I see. By the way, the name Do-jun appears most frequently in this report, so why isn't he here? Indu stammered. Well. Cheon quickly came up with a reason. He said he needed to go take care of a few things. The man wondered, take care of a few things? In the hospital corridor, moans echoed everywhere. Takashi whimpered, his eyes filled with fear. He was looking at Do-jun, who was standing before him holding a bouquet of flowers. He spoke up, correcting him, lie still. I really did just come to visit. Do-jun took out an orb and placed it on Takashi's forehead, then said, now, tell me what happened. The room suddenly became unnaturally quiet. As if hypnotized, Takashi said, because of low-life scum like me, I caused trouble for the Korean guild. Do-jun frowned at him. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Takashi to keep muttering, gangsters are scum, gangsters are scum. Do-jun walked out of the room, his hands clenched into tight fists. News of the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread quickly. Articles reporting on the brawl between Do-jun and Takashi appeared one after another with headlines like, took down Takashi with a single blow. There's something more terrifying than violence, and that's hatred. Public support for Do-jun is spreading like wildfire. The mysterious hero, Do-jun, has finally spoken out. Nate Wang, reading the news, commented, he's completely dominating the domestic news cycle. This is explosive. News about the Do-jun hero is coming out daily. The man with glasses spoke up. But is it true that the Japanese Hero Association refused to investigate further? Nate Wang replied, I heard the victim himself said so. I don't get it. That guy has always tried to make a huge fuss about everything. That means the Japanese side is trying to avoid something. The man with glasses looked confused. What do you mean by that? Nate Wang answered through gritted teeth. I don't know. Soon, everything will be focused on Hero Do-jun. I have a feeling the balance of power among the world's heroes is about to be shaken. One day. There was only one day left before the operation to close the rift at the pitted shore began. The Korean heroes had arrived early to acclimate to the area. They coordinated with the world's heroes, who gathered in the next wave, sharing both joint operations and their own individual plans. And to ensure its success, a pre-battle party was held. The star of the party was, of course, Do-jun. At the party, Do-jun was standing and talking with a group of people. Indu looked towards him and thought to herself, the rumor that he handled the Takashi incident seems to have spread globally. That's all anyone here is talking about. And yet, he's not boasting at all. It's impressive. Indu turned and asked Hyun-duan, compared to him, don't you think we seem pretty insignificant? She thought, she's not even listening to me. What is she looking at that's making her so tense? With that thought, she looked ahead. It was Ha-eon, the S-rank hero from the United States, ranked number 1 in the world on the most beautiful hero poll. Indu smacked Hyun-duan's arm, startling her. Indu said loudly, that's enough of that mood. Why are you just sitting there? Go on. Hearing this, Hyun-duan stammered, what? What am I supposed to do? Do-jun glanced in her direction, and she shyly walked over to him. Hyun-duan blushed, unable to look at Do-jun. Seeing her adorable expression, he smiled happily. Just as Hyun-duan arrived, Gloria turned and walked away. That was interesting. See you later, Do-jun. Hearing this, Hyun-duan wondered, Do-jun? Who's that? Do-jun took a sip of his wine and answered, that's me. Hyun-duan was surprised. You have an English name? Do-jun explained. It's the name I used before Do-jun. She looked at Do-jun and thought, did he live abroad as a child? I checked his background before, but this information wasn't there. Why has he never mentioned this name to me? In the distance, someone was secretly watching Hyun-duan and Do-jun. He thought to himself, that bastard Takashi. He couldn't even take care of a piece of trash like him. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself in the end. He overheard Hyun-duan warning Do-jun, but you have to be really careful, Do-jun. He walked past the two of them, eavesdropping. I know you're strong, but the enemy doesn't always play fair. Takashi had some close allies, the most famous of which is... Before she could finish, Do-jun cut in, forget it. Hyun-duan froze for 5 seconds. Forget it? You should know who they are. Do-jun said sarcastically. They're the same type as Takashi. Cowardly and weak. but they like to act tough, right? Guys like that aren't worth worrying about. Not one bit. A man standing in the corner of the party heard his words and began to tremble with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In contrast, Do-jun just smirked mockingly. He clenched his fists, glaring at Do-jun, and cursed inwardly. That bastard. I'll kill him with my own hands. That evening, the moon and stars appeared in the sky. With a thoughtful expression, Indu spoke up. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. At the rift near Santa, the entrance to the rift looked gloomy and dark. Cheon Sayun smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? We have 2 S-rank heroes here. Let's just hurry in and close it." Indu agreed. "Right. Let's go." Everyone responded in unison. "Yes, sir." They were now standing before the rift. Noticing Do-jun seemed to hesitate, Indu looked at him, confused, and asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "Don't you feel it?" Hyun-duan responded, "Feel what?" Then she turned to Indu. "Indu, do you feel anything?" Indu was also puzzled. "Not at all." "You mean you're sensing something?" Do-jun looked ahead anxiously, feeling the concentration of spiritual energy rise. The air around them suddenly became eerily quiet. High above, someone was measuring the spiritual energy concentration at 23.61%. He spoke, "It'll reach 30% soon enough. It'll be easier if all these filthy insects just die right here." At that moment, everyone began to feel pain. "My body feels so heavy, it hurts. It's so suffocating. I can't breathe." Do-jun thought, this level of spiritual energy is completely different. The concentration is even denser than it was in the forest. Hyun-duan glanced at him. "This is the first time I've ever seen Do-jun this tense. There's definitely something here." Do-jun was now also staring intently ahead. Indu spoke up to reassure everyone. "Everybody calm down. This might just be a characteristic of this rift. Our bodies feel heavier than usual, so don't let your guard down. Hyun-duan, you protect the formation. You too, Do-jun." Hyun-duan obediently replied, "Got it." Indu continued, "Just until we figure out why the mana density has changed." Do-jun also replied, "Understood." Indu then commanded, "The priority is to close the rift. Everyone, move out with heightened alert." Everyone received the order and shouted in unison, "Roger!" They moved forward, cautiously observing their surroundings. As Do-jun entered the Santa Rift, in the northern region of the Pitted Shore, Mana, the largest city within the rift, was where the French, Korean, and Pitted Shore teams were dispatched. Suddenly, everyone was attacked, poisoned, and started bleeding from their mouths. A loud buzzing sound echoed from all directions. The sky was now filled with poisonous bees, relentlessly attacking Indu's group. They were killer bees, hornet-type flying monsters. Seeing his teammates get poisoned and start to fall, one of Do-jun's team members thought, "No way. Killer bees are supposed to be monsters that even C-rank heroes can hunt." The team seemed helpless against the swarm's attack, as one by one, they were poisoned and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a team member thought, "Even A-rank heroes are being completely overwhelmed." A hornet raised its sharp stinger and shot towards him like a bullet. He threw a punch at it, but it dodged. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, you're too strong. Normally, you would have exploded into pieces." Watching the hornets furiously attack his comrades, he wondered, how many of us are going to make it out of here alive? A blade slashed violently towards Indu. Black bees had suddenly appeared, holding sharp weapons. Cheon wondered, "This is strange. Why are the black orcs so strong?" The members of the group took turns moving forward to attack the black orcs. Another person in the group also advanced to attack them. The black orc looked at him with smoldering eyes, then raised the sharp axe in its hand high. It mercilessly swung the axe down, but fortunately, Hyun-duan rushed in to save him from the black orc's blade. The man thanked him. Then she warned him, "Don't be so careless when you approach them." The sounds of the black orcs grew closer, and Hyun-duan immediately flew toward one of them. Seeing this, it swung its axe, and suddenly, a purple smoke enveloped the black orc. Hyun-duan was now flying around it, then launched a kick straight into the black orc's body. It painfully turned toward the direction of the attack, but Hyun-duan had already vanished in an instant. She had now flown above the black orc's head, raising her leg and shooting down like an arrow to kick it on the head. In both pain and anger, it swung its axe forward, but unexpectedly, it hit another black orc standing in front of it, making it even angrier. Hyun-duan took this opportunity to continue her assault. She delivered a powerful kick that sent the black orc flying. It cried out in pain, spitting a mouthful of fluid from its mouth. Witnessing this, everyone thought to themselves, "Seo-yoon is so incredibly strong, I almost forgot. She's truly worthy of her S-rank status, so strong." The black orc cried out in agony, but was immediately met with a punch from Do-jun. Do-jun had instantly taken it down. He defeated a black orc in a single blow. Indu thought to himself, with this level of difficulty right at the start of the rift, even with those two, it won't be easy to close this place. The black orc lay unconscious on the ground. Noticing Do-jun observing something, she asked, "What are you looking at?" He replied, "Do you see something like black ripples anywhere?" She asked back, "Ripples?" He confirmed, "You have to really focus to see them. What is this? This is why they've suddenly gotten stronger." Do-jun thought to himself, "Why is there dark mana here?" Everyone was surprised to hear this, and both Indu and Hyun-duan furrowed their brows in confusion. The surrounding atmosphere grew quiet after Do-jun spoke. On a dark, moonlit night, in a remote, desolate place, a monster was struggling to destroy something. Naturally, there were people trying their best to stop its power, but it seemed the monster refused to be subdued. Everyone felt that things were becoming more and more difficult. They really wanted to eliminate it as quickly as possible. This chaotic battle truly needed to end here. Everyone felt the situation was more unstable than ever. Someone had also wondered about this strange phenomenon. Even the monsters in the swamp had become abnormally strong. Human strength couldn't hold them back. If this continued, humans wouldn't be able to hold out. Was that last blow powerful enough to tear right through combat armor? It really is dangerous. What on earth is happening? Even at my sharpest, I can't stop it. A blue-haired girl flew straight up and used her power. The monster, of course, wouldn't go down without a fight, but that girl was incredibly smart. If the swamp monsters are already this strong, then there must be even greater dangers ahead. Could it be that there's something special about the rift here? A worried expression crossed her face as a thought seemed to weigh on her mind. Could it be happening not just in Brazil, but in all the rifts around the world? At the rift near Ma, in a desolate and remote area, a young man was racing against time. His face was filled with anxiety, sweat drenching his skin. They were all S ranks, he thought. Yet they got wiped out by just a few orcs. The purple-haired girl turned with a surprised expression upon hearing this. As Do-jun turned, he immediately understood what the man was saying. That's right, we have to be especially careful of the ones infected with dark magic. Dark mana. That's the dark aura that surrounded Hakmok the other day. Now it's appearing on the swamp monsters too. Is that what's making them stronger? The vortex continued to spin with no end in sight. Just imagine that dense energy rushing directly into their bodies. Zeon was trying his best to keep everything under control. Is it like in a game? For casting spells? What's with that sigh? No way. Does mana actually exist in the real world? The biggest difference between heroes and ordinary people is the presence or absence of mana. The beasts were growing more ferocious by the day. Do-jun really wanted to smash through everything as quickly as possible. Everything was turning into a complete mess. Did this world originally not have the concept of mana? If so, it must have once been a peaceful world. It's just a shame that peace won't last much longer. He honestly didn't want any of this to happen. Do-jun wanted everything to go back to the way it was before, but in any case, he had done his best. Do-jun wanted to kick down all obstacles. He would prove that this world deserves to be peaceful. He was the bravest person there had ever been. His teammates all looked at him with admiration. Hyun-duan still had a question in her mind. So, to sum it up, among the different types of mana, it's that dark stuff that's making the monsters stronger, right? If I had to make a comparison, it's like pumping an athlete full of steroids. This prompted her to ask him a question she had. But how do you, say Do-jun, know about that? To him, it was simple. On the contrary, it was strange that they didn't know. Leaving the swamp, the Carnation Guild followed his advice. This was an extremely dangerous area, so they deliberately slowed their pace and moved with caution. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel scared. But a hand was raised, signaling them. "Everyone, stop," Do-jun said. "I've detected it. Lure cocoons. Judging by their shape, that's what they have to be. Everyone, be careful. The dangerous one is definitely around here." But one person spoke up, denying this. Do-jun had recognized a more serious problem. The real danger was right here. "What do you mean, good thing we found them early?" someone asked. "Say Do-jun, are you a mage or something? You're saying the danger is this pile of cocoons?" Do-jun was about to show everyone just how dangerous they were. Those things suddenly exploded all at once. That's right. The ones infected and controlled by dark mana. They're nothing more than puppets. If we don't deal with them now, they'll immediately surround us from the front and back, and wipe us out in an instant. Now, all that's left is to take it down. Do-jun was still trying to show everyone the truth. It has absorbed the dark mana, controlling them like puppets. If we don't deal with them now, we'll be completely surrounded and wiped out in a flash. Now we just need to take down that dangerous thing, and it'll be over. Everyone was focused, listening to his words. They were all amazed by Do-jun's demeanor. It was his first time in a situation like this, yet nothing seemed to faze him. The more they looked, the stranger it seemed. This man, I thought he was just simply strong, but this kind of power has already surpassed human limits. Hyun-duan gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Tell me the truth. Have you been reincarnated and are now living your second life?" Do-jun found this amusing. A second life? I guess you could say it's something like that. How much farther to the core of the rift? The short-haired girl immediately relayed. Once we get through this forest, we'll be halfway there. Do-jun then made a sudden, abrupt decision. I'm sealing this place today. Even On couldn't believe what he was saying. Someone spoke up about their current condition. Maybe you could, said Do-jun, but the other members can't handle it. They were exhausted from the battle in the swamp. Do-jun looked at their weary faces. He didn't want to force them into a difficult situation. Then get some rest. I'll take care of this quickly and be right back. And with that, Do-jun ran straight into the deep forest alone. He had made his decision and was determined to see it through. No one could understand what he was planning. How does he still have that much insane strength? Do-jun had now entered the deep forest. His eyes were on high alert. Do-jun moved at high speed, observing his surroundings. His gaze was filled with caution. This forest was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a spider web appeared in front of him. Do-jun tried to see if it was the thing he needed to destroy. He was thrilled to have finally found it after all this time. Do-jun immediately raised his sword. That spider also possessed a fearsome power. In a flash, it was right above Do-jun. More and more spiderwebs started appearing. It was trying to break his concentration. Do-jun had to focus as quickly as he could. Their powers were evenly matched, but he wasn't about to lose to it so easily. Do-jun fought it, with only the sword in his hand. He was getting tired, but still had to give it his all. Do-jun let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his hand. Thanks to my mana circulation technique absorbing the dark mana, I'm not tired yet. Do-jun returned to everyone's stunned silence. Hyunduan and the others could only stare in disbelief he had taken it down all by himself. It was unbelievable just hearing about it, yet looking at him, he didn't show a single sign of fatigue. Do-jun then gave an order to the group. There's no longer any monster presence in the forest. Rest for a bit. So, everyone gathered around a fire to warm themselves. The aroma of roasting meat was enough to make one's mouth water. Do-jun was seriously focused on his task. A girl approached and shyly asked, Sir, can I try some of that meat? Do-jun agreed immediately without any objection. The person next to her got curious and asked the girl, Why do you suddenly want to eat that? She replied, Maybe eating this is the reason he's so strong. The other person heard this and eagerly ran over. Let me try some too. I wonder if it really works? Well, it can't hurt to sit down and try. The other two, who were bandaging their wounds, watched her eat with intense craving. Of course, he had already guessed their intentions. That meat won't do anything other than fill your stomach. But I don't hate people who have the ambition to become stronger. He decided to be nice and give them a small gift. As the two were eating, they felt a strange change in their bodies. The girl, thinking it was working, was overjoyed. I ate a piece of meat and now I feel full of energy. Do-jun couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. It was time to discuss their next objective. Just a little further and we'll reach the core of the rift. But everyone's exhausted. Let's go back and rest. We can attack again tomorrow. But Do-jun said he wants to seal it today. Besides, our backpacks are already full. Do-jun found this a bit strange and turned to ask, You agree with them? What else can I do? It'd be a lie to say I'm not tired. And the monsters are getting stronger because of that so-called dark mana. Do-jun stared at the map, deep in thought. The original plan was to delay sealing the rift for as long as possible. We needed to gather as many rare materials as we could, like the heart of a blue crocodile or materials only found overseas. The more, the better. But the appearance of dark mana has changed everything. An unknown variable is never a good sign. There's something about this dark mana that's making me uneasy. He poured all the gems out of his bag. Take these and head back to the hotel first. Do-jun abruptly turned and left as soon as he finished speaking, leaving the two of them confused. He didn't forget to turn back and reassure them, I'll seal it and be right back. The monster was still on a rampage. Do-jun was doing his best to stop it. He wouldn't let it invade so easily ever again. Do-jun's eyes widened as if he'd discovered something horrifying. He immediately readied his sword. Without waiting any longer, Do-jun plunged it straight into the monster. He instantly obtained a brightly shining gem. The others had just witnessed his incredible skill. The short-haired girl was worried about his condition. Do-jun, he'll be okay, right? On found this to be completely normal. You saw him. He just said a quick goodbye and shot off like a bullet. He's got plenty of stamina left. He's still full of energy. The short-haired girl noticed her expression and teased, But why the long face? Are you worried about him? Hyunduan tried to dodge the question. Worried? Of course not. It's just, calling him an S rank like us feels a little embarrassing. Who in the world can even compare to him? Do-jun was still fighting relentlessly, without a moment's rest. He was close to defeating the monster. Do-jun just hoped he could finish it as quickly as possible. He swiftly took his sword and stabbed it straight through the head. The monster grew enraged at him. Do-jun could finally take a breath. The monster was furious at his calm demeanor. Do-jun once again used his power. He would incinerate it with his intense energy. The monster didn't even have a chance to fight back before it met a painful end. Do-jun was their mortal enemy. Both of those giant monsters were taken down by him with ease. Do-jun had also retrieved the gem he needed. The two girls had their bags packed, ready to go. Everyone shouldered their heavy backpacks. They all continued on their journey. Do-jun was still plunging his sword into the monsters. He wanted them to be annihilated in the most painful way possible. When Do-jun attacked, he was merciless. He would make them feel the most excruciating pain imaginable. Do-jun even ripped out their organs, put them in a jar, and showed no mercy. He quickly sealed the lid and stored it away neatly. The monsters' bodies were oozing blood. The number of gems he had collected was growing larger and larger. In no time, he would have the most of anyone, getting this much from just one monster. Not bad. Do-jun shouldered his luggage once again, ready to head to a new place and continue his journey. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters situation room, everyone in the room was in a panic. A signal had just gone off in another small region, signaling that some new danger had appeared. Worry was written all over their faces, but a moment later, the three of them began to celebrate. The rift in the danger zone had closed. Which team was dispatched there? It was a team from South Korea called Carnation, but the woman next to him was confused. The report said they returned 10 minutes ago, and they claimed they had just exited the rift's gate not long before that. What is this? What in the world is going on? About 10 minutes earlier, the two-headed monster had come back to life. Do-jun hadn't expected it to be so powerful. This monster was rapidly evolving thanks to dark mana. Its wounds had already healed quickly. He could feel that it was even stronger than before. Do-jun spotted something strange. Was that the core? Alright, let's end this quickly. But the two-headed monster had no intention of losing to him. Do-jun drew his sword. The monster's weapons were its fists. Do-jun felt this was going to be a difficult fight to win, but that didn't mean he would give up. Flames began to glow around him. The monster remained determined, relying on its own two fists. Do-jun sensed the approaching danger and knew he had to find a solution as quickly as possible. His grimoire activated, and magic flowed along the path of his sword. The monster cried out in agony as it suffered the consequences, feeling as if 1,000 knives were stabbing it from within. It was in so much pain that it couldn't do anything to him anymore. Do-jun still had plenty of interesting secrets up his sleeve. Surprising, isn't it? This was just the beginning. He quickly drew his sword again. The monster tried to attack him from behind, but before it could even move, it was stabbed straight through the gut. The two-headed monster wanted to fight back, but it couldn't. Do-jun thought provoking them was actually pretty fun. Now, it's my turn. It was unclear what he was planning to do. The two monsters were bound by invisible flames. They writhed in endless agony as their bodies, unable to withstand the heat, were torn apart. The temperature was about to reach the highest point ever recorded. The monster never expected to suffer such a fate. It wanted to retreat quickly to save itself. It tried to strike him from above, but its leg was once again sliced in two. It screamed endlessly in pain. Do-jun's power was growing stronger by the second, and he continued to unleash as much of it as he possibly could. His goal was to create a barrier to keep the monster from getting close to him, and just like that, he had quickly annihilated them all. Do-jun let out a sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. The core was beginning to materialize, growing larger. He walked closer to it, feeling no fear at all. Even as he approached the core, the concentration of dark mana didn't decrease in the slightest. If it's not radiating from the core, could this mana be coming from an external source? That means there's someone behind all of this, filling an entire rift zone with dark mana like this. That's not something just anyone can do. It could only be an overlord or an ancient archmage. If they're truly present here, then there's no hope left for most of life on Earth. I can't draw any clear conclusions yet, but regardless, if the mana source is external, just closing the rift won't solve the problem for good. He told himself he had to find a way, no matter what. Do-jun slammed his fist into the core with all his might, and sure enough, a crack appeared, and the core shattered into countless tiny pieces. I still can't conclude anything for sure. I'll have to investigate further. Back at the Hero Association headquarters office, the man held the paper, his hands trembling as he read. Regardless of the mana's origin or the investigation's details, this entire report sounds unbelievable. There were some rifts that required a 3-nation alliance team to close, and in the end, only a single S-rank hero survived. Meanwhile, another team from South Korea not only closed the rift, but did so with all members surviving. The person reporting cleared up the confusion. We are receiving a series of urgent reports from other rift zones, but most of them indicate that the teams have failed and retreated. I will gather all the information and send a detailed report as soon as possible, but this did little to ease the man's worries. Even with at least one S-rank hero assigned to each rift, they're still failing this badly? So the only successful team was the Korean one, led by hero Do-jun? Well, calling it the Korean team isn't entirely accurate. He held the report but still didn't quite understand. Did we miss something? Wasn't it the dispatched Korean team that closed that rift? The rift was closed after they had already left. That's hard to believe. Then who closed it? And where is hero Hyun Duan now? The reporter updated him on the current situation. She'll be at headquarters shortly to report on everything. The man couldn't wait any longer. Let me see her immediately. From the moment she and that team left the rift, it took them about 1 hour to reach headquarters. During that time, Do-jun had already closed the first rift and was now entering the second one. The core of this rift was underwater. He immediately dove in. All right, let's go. The official listened to the report, his expression still skeptical. You really expect me to believe that? But everything I've said is true. If it's him, it's possible. Even so, he was still doubtful of her words. Are you saying that Hero Do-jun sealed the rift all by himself? Probably. The man sat there, lost in thought. This is top secret, but in other regions, quite a few S-rank heroes have been killed in action. Hyun Duan recounted everything Do-jun had done for her team. If it weren't for Do-jun, I'm afraid I'd be no different from them. The man lowered his head, unable to say a word. Honestly, it's just too hard to believe. Even if the monsters got stronger, thanks to this so-called dark mana, and that power can overwhelm even S-rank heroes, is Do-jun really on a level that surpasses all of that? However, a report just came in that a few rifts in the southern region have been sealed. Perhaps the dark mana hasn't appeared in that area yet, but she had to give him a warning first. Sir, you can't be complacent. The danger level is completely different from before. He picked up his phone to check the situation. You said the color of the rift gates changed, right? Right now, there's no other way to identify them. With that, he immediately gathered everyone. Check every single rift gate in our territory, right now. Hurry. After saying her piece, Hyun Duan quietly turned and walked away. Her high heels clicked heavily with each step. Suddenly, Hyun Duan received a phone call from the chairman. It seemed he was calling her about something important. She wanted to ask him a clear question about the so-called black mana. Have there been any developments in the South Korean sector? He just replied coldly. There haven't been any reports like that yet. Just keep a close eye on the situation. Hyun Duan thought to herself that something wasn't right. Even for an S rank, facing a horde of monsters wielding black mana would be incredibly difficult. If even one of them managed to absorb that power, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. She had to prepare everything she could, and fast. At that moment, Do-jun was about to swim to the other side of the shore. The rifts in the Lake Ho area were the type that had their cores deep underwater, but humans can't breathe underwater. So the number of heroes who could use their full power in this environment was extremely small. There was one national hero here, an S-rank hero who specialized in underwater combat. He was always paid a very high fee by nations to handle underwater rifts all over the world, thanks to the special ability to breathe underwater that he awakened when he became a hero. I can feel it. The black mana in the water is much denser. Do-jun began to dive deeper as he got used to it. I'm determined to conquer the rift at the bottom of the lake. This feels good. It must be the dark mana. Do-jun continued to swim deeper into the abyss. He reminded himself to breathe steadily. First, he had to control his buoyancy. He calmly swam down into the 1,000-mile deep lake. Do-jun had thoroughly studied the rules before coming down here. His face was filled with determination. After a long time, he finally stood up straight. Do-jun immediately put his guard up, and right after, he detected a giant beast behind him. It had found its target to attack him. Jun had already recognized what it was. Looks like you're full of life. Thanks to the black mana, he decided to use his fists. Do-jun was determined to get everything under control. He wouldn't back down from anything so easily. Do-jun quietly observed everything. Ugly-looking fish also appeared here. They were ferociously tearing the beast apart. He was lost in thought, observing something in the distance. Do-jun had considered the most dangerous scenario. He couldn't even imagine what would come next. Anyone who saw them would surely be terrified to death. Ignoring buoyancy, he could freely control his body. His 2 feet were as steady as if on solid ground, and his punches were thrown as fast as they would be on land. Do-jun was trapped in the middle of them. He had to find a way out of here before planning his next move. There are too many of them. Fighting them all will be exhausting. Do-jun decided to find an escape route. He would fly into that open space. But great danger also lay ahead. With unwavering determination, Do-jun flew forward. Some kind of beast was opening its eye. Do-jun couldn't yet identify what it was, but he could feel it was also a threat. Do-jun thought that he had to end the current situation quickly. He swiftly moved closer to see what it was. One of its eyes kept glowing. This was the first time he'd ever seen a creature like this. Its gaze seemed to be fixed on him. To think he could stumble upon it in a place like this. In his previous world, those who left behind legendary names all had one thing in common. Before they became famous, they had hunted this very creature. How could he possibly miss a golden opportunity like this? But for Do-jun to possess it would not be an easy task. That fish actually dove straight into the deep part of the lake. He immediately threw a powerful punch downward. Do-jun couldn't let this opportunity slip away. For that creature, something like a natural predator didn't exist. No matter who the opponent was, it would create a virtual space to swallow them whole. Do-jun was almost lost to the ocean's depths. He could feel the situation was getting even more dangerous. Do-jun had to try to remain as calm as possible. He wanted this to end quickly, but fighting this creature was truly a difficult task. It just kept staring with wide eyes, not making a single move. Meanwhile, he was gritting his teeth, enduring the pressure. Do-jun was trying to think of the most practical solution. Just killing it would be easy, but then I wouldn't be able to claim the virtual space. I have to suppress it with pure mana. Only then will this virtual space become completely mine. His silhouette looked as if it was engulfed in a sea of fire. For some reason, some of the fish began to decay. They had been contaminated by the light of his power. Do-jun was trying to focus everything he had. He felt his own body running out of energy. At this rate, I'm going to lose. Do-jun's hand reached out as if to touch something. He was trying to fight with his sheer determination. The more mana he poured out, the more black mana he had to draw from the abyss. Do-jun decided to use both hands to fight back against the power. He seemed to sense something strange again. Do-jun couldn't afford to lose. Is this too much for my current body? Unbeknownst to him, his reflection had appeared in the fish's eye. Do-jun felt like he had nothing left to lose. Alright, let's bet it all on this. The current was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, an eruption from the bottom of the sea shot up to the surface. The fish and he were both launched into the air together. Do-jun had executed the plan he came up with perfectly. Do-jun felt a surge of joy in his heart because his plan had succeeded. He had finally collected what he wanted, but a moment later, for some unknown reason, he collapsed. The water's surface was no longer as peaceful as before. There was only an empty void in the middle of it. And so, things just continued to unfold. Do-jun seemed to have drifted to some mountainous region. In front of him was a flock of birds, just standing and watching. Do-jun was still groggy and couldn't think clearly, but suddenly one of the animals came closer, startling him. Then, they all abruptly flew away. Do-jun opened his eyes after witnessing this scene. He remembered everything and realized he must have passed out. Do-jun sat up and let himself become more alert. He was recovering the strength in his hands. My mana has increased compared to before. It was worth the fight. Do-jun seemed to remember something else. That virtual space was still deeply etched in his mind. Do-jun had to fight to win it. It was the most precious thing of all. He stepped back into that circle with his belongings. He was happy, feeling that he had completed a noble mission. Now, there's nothing left for me in this rift. I'll just seal it and head back to the rest station. At the Korean Hero Association, an assistant spoke up. Although no official announcement has been made, the news about the heroes' deaths has been confirmed as authentic information. Nate Wang frowned, his face filled with regret. We've lost some valuable talent. The assistant continued. I heard this only happened in a few areas with special rifts. Nate Wang asked, Hero Do-jun was able to seal places like that? He's truly more talented than I thought. He added that the association was already swamped with attention from the Takashita Cassie incident. He feared this event would create even bigger waves. He recalled how Hero Hai Yunnan became a hot topic back in England. Honestly, I'm thrilled that a hero from our own country has become the talk of the town for what he's done. So, what's the current situation with the rifts in our country? The assistant held up a document and replied, We haven't detected any abnormal signs similar to what happened in Brazil. My guess is this might just be a sudden, localized incident that can be resolved. Hearing this, Nate Wang warned, You must not jump to conclusions, and don't you dare let your guard down monitoring those rifts for even a moment. The assistant obeyed. Yes, sir. Nate Wang spoke with concern. By the way, I'm a little worried about Hero Do-jun. The assistant asked, confused. What do you mean, sir? He explained. President Daniel Lopes of Brazil is known for being a notorious penny pincher. He'll definitely try to squeeze every last drop of ability out of the hero. Do-jun during his time in Brazil, just you watch. The assistant countered. No way. Nate Wang looked at him, stunned. What do you mean, no way? The assistant continued. I think it's more likely that President Lopes will be the one who gets all his resources completely drained by Hero Do-jun. After hearing this, they were both silent for a few seconds, and then Nate Wang burst out laughing. That sounds about right. Do-jun is no pushover. The scene changes. President Lopes is frowning, his expression tense as he looks forward, then shouts, Hey, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Do-jun asked casually. Unreasonable? Well, if that's the case, I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. The man in the gray suit saw him turning to leave, and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, please think about the safety of Brazil. Isn't that the responsibility of an S-class hero? Do-jun challenged. Responsibility? I've already single-handedly closed 2 extremely dangerous rifts. What other responsibility do I have? Go say that to the Brazilian heroes who haven't fulfilled their duties. Don't get me wrong, Brazil's safety has nothing to do with me. On the contrary, if the rifts in South Korea were to change like the ones here, would you be willing to dispatch your heroes to help us? The man in gray stammered, well, that's. The assistant, seeing his hesitation, tried to persuade him, Hero say Do-jun, the current situation is extremely critical. All rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius of Santa are inaccessible. The man in gray chimed in, that's right, the areas where the incidents occurred are already beyond saving. If this kind of event happens again, Brazil will face a catastrophe. Hearing this, Do-jun frowned and looked at the man. Indu and Hyun-duan glanced at each other. Hyun-duan spoke up, Mr. President, if that's the case, the answer you're looking for becomes even simpler. Please accept Mr. Do-jun's request. Compared to the safety of the entire nation of Brazil, his request is hardly unreasonable. President Lopes thought in silence, then made his decision. I agree. From now on, for every rift you successfully close, I will pay you $50 million. Do-jun replied with satisfaction, wouldn't it have been better if you'd just done that from the start? First, for the 2 rifts that have already been closed, go ahead and wire me the $100 million up front. Hyun-duan thought to herself, if this gets out, he'll definitely be criticized as a money grubber. But the Brazilian Association is far too prideful to let something like this leak. She then glanced at Do-jun, who was staring at the man in gray with a resolute expression. Hyun-duan smiled to herself. He wasn't the type to care about such things anyway. He's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Indu saw her smile and looked curious. Do-jun stared straight ahead, then closed his eyes and thought, Do-jun, this money is enough to buy the safest house you've always craved. I've kept my promise. Are you satisfied now? Although the Brazilian government was flustered by Do-jun's demands, they had no other choice and ultimately had to accept. At the same time, they required Do-jun to sign a non-disclosure agreement first. Because of this, Do-jun's public image was not negatively affected. The scene shifts to a burly man drinking, and another man lying in a hospital bed covered in injuries. A group of people are carrying coffins onto an airplane. Their relatives are all weeping in mourning. Among them are Do-jun and his comrades. Do-jun is at the hotel, his head bowed in sadness. Indu asks, will you be coming with us to the next rift? Do-jun just ate in silence without answering, which made her feel a bit awkward. You don't look too enthusiastic. Suddenly, Do-jun spoke. I'm just considering what would be more beneficial. Hearing that, she asked, beneficial? He continued, while I'm sealing one rift, your guild should move to the entrance of the next one. Indu asked, and then we'll close that rift together? Do-jun smiled and praised her. You're a smart one. Suddenly, someone else spoke up. While we're clearing out the newly closed rift together, Do-jun will go and close another one. Ah, exactly. By doing this, we can close up to 3 locations a day. I'll share a portion of my cut from the reward for the rifts we cooperate on. Hearing this, everyone gasped in excitement. Suddenly, Do-jun whispered in the purple-haired girl's ear, before I get to that rift, don't push yourself too hard. Just focus on protecting the guild members. You can do that, can't you? You're an S-class, after all. This made her blush as she replied, yes. Everyone saw this and started whispering. What did those 2 just whisper to each other? They're probably just encouraging each other. Look, Hero Hyun-duan's face is bright red. They must be dating for real. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Do-jun announced, let's move out after we finish eating. Everyone complied. Roger. The scene changes. Under a clear, sunny sky, Do-jun is walking alone in a grassy field when he suddenly hears a strange noise. It turns out to be a tall monster standing before him. Do-jun looked at it and smiled. So, it's one of the Cyclops types. Alright, let's see now. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed toward the monster and punched it hard in the face, then smiled and said, time to take them down and earn a little pocket money. Sunlight streamed down on the forest. In the peaceful scenery, a flock of birds suddenly flew into the sky. It was because Do-jun had just landed a heavy blow on the Cyclops-type monster, causing it to spew blood. The monster staggered from his punch. It glared at Do-jun with eyes full of hatred. Seeing that it was still standing after such a devastating blow, he remarked, it's really tough as nails. Let's test out a new skill. The monster let out a roar and charged toward him. Do-jun quickly dodged its attack, then kicked the monster square in the face. The blow shattered several of its teeth, sending blood flying everywhere. However, this monster was incredibly tough. Even after Do-jun's kick, it stood tall as if nothing had happened. Its eyes, full of hatred, glared at him as smoke suddenly began to billow from its body. Do-jun glanced at it and opened a portal. Just as the monster lunged forward to attack, he vanished into the portal. The monster let out a pained roar. As it turned out, the punch meant for Do-jun was redirected by his portal, slamming right back into the monster's own head. Do thought to himself, Using this in actual combat isn't very efficient. The mana consumption is just insane. Meanwhile, the rift overflowing with mana in the southern region had been cleared. Everyone was shocked when they heard this news. The man in the suit thought to himself, clearing a rift in just 8 hours? He immediately ordered his assistant to process their payment. The assistant complied. Right away, sir. He then immediately wired 50 million US dollars, before adding in a worried tone. But at this rate, our expenses will hit the $1 billion mark in just a few days. Mr. Chairman, the man in the suit replied with a sinister smirk, I'm not about to let him walk away with that much. The assistant immediately understood the implication behind his words. He turned and asked, So, you intend for us to delay his payment? The chairman bellowed, Idiot! What if we do that and Do-jun just quits on us? The assistant stammered. Then, what's your plan, sir? The man in the suit ordered, Get me all the A-rank hunters. And the international S-rank staying at the resort. Get them here. Form a special team to compete with Do-jun. The reward for this team will be $10 million. We need to pump them full of money and motivation and push them to close the gates before Do-jun does. The assistant immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The man in the suit thought to himself, All right, let the games begin. Let's see who can clear more gates, Do-jun or the International Hero Alliance. At that moment, Kang Dong Bit suddenly received a message. He picked up his phone to look. The chairman is really going for it, huh? So he finally decided to go with this plan. The assistant next to him spoke up. The rumors about the S-rank hunters' deaths are spreading among the public, causing widespread panic. He replied, If you split it per person, $10 million is nothing to write home about. But the loot they can get from the rifts will be way more valuable, so it's a good deal. But are we really putting them all on one team? Deploying them all at once? The assistant replied, Those are the orders from the top. Hearing this, Kang Dong Bit gritted his teeth and said, If I get stuck on the same team as that bastard Do-jun, I'm going to lose my mind. The assistant looked over the list and remarked, Do-jun's name isn't here. He was surprised to hear that. What? Let me take a look. You're right. Even Hai Unan and Che Ong-ins are gone from the list. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Do-jun was on his phone, checking the recent wire transfer. Do-won asked curiously, Has the association sent the payment yet? He replied coolly, They have. Do-won guessed. Your fee must have been so high that they decided to gather all the foreign hunters into a single team. Do just snorted and replied, The association isn't stupid. They wouldn't just let me take all the prize money. Do-won just hummed in agreement. Seeing her reaction, he realized something was off. Is something wrong? Do-won then cheerfully revealed the truth. You're so laid back, Do-jun. It's obvious the association is playing dirty behind your back. Do-won thought to herself, because I've already collected the amount Do-jun and I initially agreed on. Money isn't important to me anymore. From this point on, there are more urgent matters to attend to. Just as the association had planned, the race between the two factions was decided quickly. Someone in a control room typed furiously, updating the status of the rifts. 1500 hours. The rift in Sector A35 has been closed. Credit to Do-jun and his guild. 1710 hours. The rift in Sector C12 has been closed by the Hero Alliance team. 1 S rank and 5 A ranks sustained minor injuries, but 2 A ranks are seriously injured. Get the medics here, now. 2150 hours. Rift, a 037 has been completely closed. The team in charge was Do-jun. He handled it all by himself. Do-jun looked forward with a sharp gaze after taking down a monster. Several days passed in a blur. In the control room, everyone looked exhausted from monitoring the situation for so long. A man, seeing his colleague so tired, gave him a can of coffee and teased him. Look at you. The bags under your eyes are down to your chin. He took it and replied, I'm exhausted. I tried to get a quick nap earlier, but it didn't help at all. This is just how things are now. The rifts shrouded in dark mana are being dealt with extremely quickly. However, this means the normal rifts are being completely ignored. Agents are keeping a close watch on those locations 24/7, using monitors and sensors. They have to be ready to jump into action at a moment's notice, since they never know when a crisis might erupt. The man with glasses continued to monitor the situation at the rifts, while drinking coffee. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared on the computer screen. But then, just as suddenly, the red dot vanished. This meant the rifts had been completely sealed, causing the two supervising agents to stare wide-eyed in astonishment. A loud cheer erupted from a room in the building. Do-jun and the other heroes have successfully closed all those gates. A joyful voice rang out, The rift in Sector B41 has been completely sealed. People were so overjoyed they burst into tears. It's finally over. Someone quickly ran towards a room. It turned out to be Lopes's assistant. He joyfully announced, Mr. Chairman, we have dealt with all the rifts within a 500-kilometer radius of Santeng. Lopes sighed in relief and asked, So, I take it the immediate crisis has been resolved? The assistant confirmed. That's right. All rifts containing dark mana have been sealed. Hearing this, Lope seemed to relax. I see. You've all worked very hard. Seeing the assistant about to leave, he immediately called him back. Wait. Hold on a moment. Although there are still a few rifts remaining, taking a day off to rest won't kill anyone. The assistant, seemingly not understanding, stammered. What do you mean, sir? Lopes then replied, I'm going to throw a party to show our gratitude for the hunters and agents' recent efforts. At a barbecue party, with the delicious smell of meat grilling over charcoal, Kang Dong Bit was standing and chatting with his colleagues. A band was also playing music on stage. Indu approached and spoke. Mr. Chairman, we've come to say our goodbyes. Lopes asked in surprise. Goodbyes? Indu replied with a smile. Our delegation is preparing to return home. Hearing this, he asked urgently, returning home? Why so suddenly? Lopes looked towards Do-jun. He didn't meet his gaze. Instead, smiling as he looked away, Lopes tried to persuade them, saying, there are still plenty of areas with rifts. You should at least finish this expedition before you go. Indu reminded him of their agreement. Our original agreement was that our team would only handle the Santa Reng area. Once that's done, we're supposed to pull out. Lopes quickly tried to stop them. Hold on, don't be in such a hurry. How about this? At the very least, could Hero Do-jun stay behind? Hearing this, Indu was annoyed. What do you mean, at the very least? It was obvious that old man was only after Do-jun. She turned to say Do-jun and asked, what do you think? Seeing Do-jun remain silent, Lopes quickly spoke up. Hey, this isn't a good place to talk. I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. Watching their backs as they walked away, Indu asked Do-won, do you think Do-jun will stay? Do-won answered worriedly. He's already made enough money, and he's gathered a ton of high-quality materials, like the heart of an elite crocodile. He'll probably leave. Indu teased her, you silly girl. You just can't bear to be apart from him, can you? She shyly denied it. That's not it at all. You're just talking nonsense. The two of them quietly watched the conversation between Lopes and Do-jun. Seeing Do-jun turn and walk away, they continued to guess. Looks like he's decided to leave. Well, that's great, isn't it? I don't know. Suddenly, they exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it's Ha-eon. Indu nudged Do-won, urging her to go see what they were saying. Hurry up. Do-won refused. Why would I go over there? But Indu pressed on. Let's go eavesdrop and see if they're on a secret date or something. Do-won denied it. How could they have a secret date in the middle of a crowd like this? Seeing how naive she was, Indu reminded her, you're so dense. Do you really think he can even notice his surroundings when he's standing in front of a great beauty like her? If you don't want him to be stolen away from you, you'd better make a move instead of playing dumb. Suddenly, she overheard a bit of Do-jun and Ha-eon's conversation. Please consider it carefully, because this is a fantastic opportunity for you. Hearing that, Do-won wondered curiously, an opportunity? What did she just say? Could it be some kind of indecent proposal, like asking him to live with her or something? Ha-eon suggested. I'll wait for your reply. Just contact me any time. Do-jun didn't refuse outright, but replied, I'll think about it. Do-won looked at Ha-eon, silently admiring her. I have to admit, she's really beautiful. But he seems so calm. Could he be impotent? Ugh, what am I even thinking? Suddenly, Do-jun spoke up to ask for a favor. Since we've run into each other, could I ask you for something? Ha-eon agreed. Of course. Do-won continued to eavesdrop on their conversation. Do-jun asked, the Golden Market is coming up and I'd like to check it out. Could you get me an invitation? She thought to herself. The Golden Market? Isn't that the world-famous auction held annually in Las Vegas? Why would Do-jun want to go there? Ha-eon smiled and replied, of course I can, but I have one condition. 1 week before the market opens. Come to my house. Hearing Ha-eon's request, Do-won was even more shocked, her jaw dropping as images of the sexy and alluring Ha-eon flashed through her mind. She watched them anxiously, wondering, what are you going to do? Do-jun. Do-won glared at them, while Ha-eon smiled at him with an expectant look. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at her. It turned out to be Ha-eon, who had been standing there watching them talk for who knows how long. She spoke up. Take your time to answer. But since I really hope you'll come, I'll give you the Golden Market ticket anyway. This is much better than a single-use invitation, isn't it? Immediately after, he checked his phone and saw he'd received a VIP ticket to the Golden Market. Do-jun thanked her. Meanwhile, Do-won was still lost in a swirl of confusing thoughts. When did she get Do-jun's number? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What a sight to behold over here. It was none other than Do-eun-pi, who was walking over while mocking them. Look at that. The two great beauties of Korea and America standing side by side. My, what a delightful scene. Do-jun, you're quite something, aren't you? Got your arms around two beauties at once, huh? You must feel like you have the whole world in your hands, right? Do-jun glanced at Do-eun-pi, who was looking back at him with a provocative expression. Do-won felt a sense of unease. That guy, Kang Dong Bit, looks like he's about to start something. Suddenly, he laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Kang Dong Bit feigned innocence. Honestly, don't be so tense. I don't intend to do anything. I just wanted to introduce a friend of mine to you. Oh, but it seems you two might already know each other? Do-jun looked at the person approaching, and Ha-eon also looked at them with surprise in her eyes. Hyun-do-won thought in surprise, Takashi. The person standing before them is Takashi. With one arm in a cast, Hyun-do-won frowned, thinking, "You're already out of the hospital?" Chairman Lopes was also a bit panicked when he saw him appear. The truth is, I didn't invite Hiro Takashi precisely because I was afraid this would happen. Why did the two of them have to run into each other at this exact moment? Do-jun looked at him with an expressionless face, while Takashi glared at him with a look of rage. Suddenly, Do-jun spoke up and asked, "It seems your body has fully recovered, hasn't it?" He also replied politely, "Thanks to someone, I had a truly memorable experience." Do-jun replied, "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chairman Lopes quickly spoke up, "Hiro Takashi, your body has recovered a great deal. I didn't invite you to this event because I was afraid you would overexert yourself, but seeing you like this, my worries are eased. Come now, there's a very comfortable sofa over there. Please, feel free to rest and chat." Do-ung-pai, seeing the situation wasn't going as he'd hoped, cursed under his breath, "Damn it. He couldn't let that old geezer ruin the opportunity he had worked so hard to create." He immediately chimed in, "That's right, Takashi, you should be resting. The wound Do-jun gave you must still be aching, right? By the way, have you received an apology yet? After all, you were the one who got hit, so you deserve an apology. Isn't that right?" The more he spoke, the angrier Takashi became. He looked towards Do-jun, and Do-won and Ha-eon also looked tensely towards Takashi. Do-jun smiled and called out, "Hey Takashi, Gak are a bunch of scumbags, aren't they?" Everyone was shocked to hear Do-jun ask him so directly. Do-won and Ha-eon froze for 5 seconds, thinking, what is happening? Takashi gritted his teeth and replied in a furious tone, "Is this something you can talk about here and now?" But Do-jun completely ignored what he said and insisted, "Of course they're scumbags." Do-ung-ji seemed unable to believe it and stammered. "What?" Do-jun continued asking. "They're trash that bring no benefit to society, right?" "Absolutely. Complete and utter trash." Do-won thought to herself, "I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before." Do-ung-gi placed a hand on Takashi's shoulder and whispered, "Takashi, what the hell are you doing right now?" Takashi didn't answer, instead turning to look at him with a face full of rage, which made Kang Dong Bit flinch. He then raised his phone and replayed the recorded conversation. A voice echoed throughout the place, "Takashi, about that thing we talked about last time. He needs to get it done quickly." "What was it? Have you forgotten? There's someone in Brazil who needs to be eliminated, right? I've been so busy lately. What was his name again? Do-jun?" The listener was utterly shocked as the voice continued from the recording. "Just take care of him inside the rift, right? All this talk is just making me tired. Is there anything else to do in Brazil? If so, maybe date a few girls. On this trip, I want to try hitting on Ha-eon for once, or maybe Hyun-do-won would be good too. I don't think she has a boyfriend yet. Well then, I'll see you in Brazil." Kang Dong Bit looked at Takashi in utter disbelief. Do-jun thought to himself with amusement, "I never expected Lin's eye to be so effective. Kang Dong Bit, you picked the wrong opponent. From this moment on, I'll torment you until you're begging for death." Right then, hundreds of eyes were on Kang Dong Bit, making him so embarrassed that beads of sweat formed on his face. He frowned so hard that the veins on his face were bulging. Suddenly, Kang Dong Bit burst out laughing, and a voice rang out, "Damn it, that stupid Yakuza bastard ruined everything." Takashi stood opposite Kang Dong Bit, the tension between them like a fire, ready to ignite at any moment. The voice continued, "That's right, even though he's already caused all sorts of trouble." Do-jun thought, but if he keeps spouting nonsense, things are going to get serious. Just as I expected. Kang Dong Bit raised his fist and landed a hard punch on Takashi's face, causing him to retch onto the floor. Takashi cried out in pain, and while he was down, Kang Dong Bit made a run for it. Chairman Lopes immediately gave an order. "Now, get him." The bodyguards acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir," and chased after Kang Dong Bit. Seeing this, Do-won urged, Do-jun, hurry and catch him." Suddenly, she froze. Seeing Do-jun still standing in place, she thought, he's not going after him either? In that situation, Do-jun could have stopped him. Do-won asked quizzically, "Why didn't you stop him?" But Do-jun remained silent. It was a night that sent shockwaves. The incident quickly spread around the world, and the shock that both South Korea and Japan had to endure was beyond imagination. Both governments and the hero associations tried to dodge public scrutiny. The media relentlessly exposed the past deeds of Kang Dong Bit and Takashi. In a certain room, it sounded like someone was smashing all the furniture. Hong Haidu shouted furiously. Idiots! You bastards! Damn you all! Hong Hee-do continuously smashed furniture with a golf club. She seemed to be taking all her anger out on the household items. Director Lee stood outside, silently enduring her wrath. Suddenly she yelled, Director Lee, get in here now, making his heart leap into his throat. By this point, the furniture in the room was in pieces after Hong Haidu's rampage. She picked up a cigarette and asked about Kang Dong Bit's current situation. Director Lee immediately reported, I've heard that Interpol and the World Hero Alliance are relentlessly searching for him, but there hasn't been any news of his capture yet. She cursed in anger, that despicable bastard. I hope he resists and gets himself killed just to get him out of my sight. And the loose ends? Have they been tied up? Director Lee replied, Yes, I've taken all necessary measures. From our accounts to the compromised communication network and the security cameras, everything has been thoroughly dealt with. Is there something worrying you, ma'am? Hong Haidu didn't answer, instead throwing a phone at him. Director Lee caught it and asked in surprise, Wait, is this a phone? Hearing this, she shot back. Can't you tell? It's the one I used for personal matters. You know this number is restricted to family only, and yet, you're going to read the new message. Director Lee looked down at the phone and saw a threatening text message. Cooperate, partner. If you refuse, I'll release the evidence. I'll be in touch. This made him ask suspiciously, Could this be Kang Dong Bit? What kind of ridiculous cooperation could he want from us? Hong Hee-do seemed to lose her composure and screamed, What does that even matter? Just being associated with him is enough to cause a massive problem. A bunch of incompetent fools. Useless. Get the hell out of my sight. With that, she grabbed a vase and threw it at him. As Director Lee walked out, he worried, thinking to himself, If I stay entangled in this any longer, I'll be in danger too. I have to find a way to save my own skin. Just as he stepped out the door, he came face to face with Seo Ki-ung Choi. His piercing gaze was fixed on Director Lee. Seo Ki-ung Choi was Hong Hee-do's father-in-law, the head of the T Corporation. The moment Director Lee saw him, his face went pale with fear, and he quickly stammered, My apologies, Chairman. The sight of him made Hong Haidu jump. She trembled as she tried to explain, Father, I was just trying to. But before she could finish, Seo Ki-ung Choi slapped her across the face. Hong Hee-do clutched her cheek, trembling on the floor. He questioned her angrily, Do you take me for some washed-up old man? Hong Hee-do trembled and asked, Father, what are you talking about? Before she could recover, Seo Ki-ung Choi slapped her again. He demanded, Did you think I didn't know you hired that Kang Dong Bit to kill say Do-jun? My own flesh and blood is an S-rank hero. I will absolutely bring Do-jun back home. Hong Hee-do was stunned to hear these words. Seo Ki-ung Choi continued, I've never liked those arrogant bastards from the P Corporation who act so high and mighty just because they have Jong Sun-ho. It seems the heavens are still smiling upon me. Seo Ki-ung Choi. With that, he let out a sinister smile. To do that, first, we need to figure out how to clean up the mess you've made. Suddenly, Hong Hee-do frowned, sweat dotting her face. While the situation surrounding Kang Dong Bit descended into chaos, Se Do-jun's team returned to South Korea. Looking out the airplane window, Se Do-jun thought, This rift-clearing expedition yielded a hefty profit. We gathered enough materials, and we have plenty of money to spare. Do-won suddenly leaned forward and asked him, There's something I'm really curious about. Can you clear it up for me? Se Do-jun looked at her and asked back, What is it? Do-won continued, It's about Kang Dong Bit. You let him get away on purpose, didn't you? Do-jun smiled and replied playfully, That's the only way we can move on to the next step. In Seoul, South Korea, Eun-ong was happily enjoying a hamburger. Se Do-jun smiled and asked the little girl, Is it good? She replied with satisfaction, It's super delicious. He watched her eat with a happy expression, but his eyes seemed to hold something else. Do-jun recalled what had happened earlier, after returning to the country and reuniting with his family. Se Do-jun was shocked to see how much his grandmother's health had visibly deteriorated. Worried, he rushed over to her and asked, Why didn't you go to the hospital? You didn't even call to let me know. Eun-ong said softly, Big brother, don't scold grandma. She said it was money you risked your life for, so she couldn't spend it wastefully. Do-jun reached a hand toward his grandmother's ear and then said, Going to the hospital when you're sick isn't being wasteful. He whispered in her ear, I'm making a lot of money now, so don't worry and just go to the hospital. The things you need to do, the things you want to buy. From now on, don't hold back. Just live comfortably. Hearing this, his grandmother was moved to tears. Do-jun immediately admitted her to the best hospital in Korea, and visiting her every day with Eun-ong became a routine. Their visits would always end with them eating hamburgers together, which became a daily habit for him. The two siblings happily ate their hamburgers side by side. The scene shifts to the Gasan Hero residential area. Inside his shop, Baek Chung-chan remarked, The more I look at it, the more impressive it is. This is the first time I've ever seen a bluer Zocodile heart this perfectly intact. I can forge a sword that's far more effective than expected. Do-jun asked curiously. How long will it take? The man focused for a moment before answering. About 3 weeks. I'll get started on it right away. Suddenly, Do-jun added, besides the sword, there's something else I'd like you to make. Would that be possible? Baek Chung-cheon nodded in agreement. Anything you ask, I'll make it. Se Do-jun then pulled something disgusting from his bag. The man stared at the item in his hand, a bit taken aback. He calmly explained, this is the silken salivary gland sac of a Biza. Hearing this, Baek Chung-cheon seemed to understand. You want to make armor, fitted to your measurements, right? Do-jun shook his head. No, I want to make it for my sister to wear. The man's expression slowly changed. Your sister? Armor made from Beza silk has incredibly high defense. I bet there are a lot of heroes lining up to buy it. Is your sister a hero too? Do-jun chuckled and held out his phone in front of the man. Not at all. You'll be surprised when you see her. It's for this cute little girl. He continued with his instructions. Make it look like normal clothes, not a combat suit. Baek Chung-cheon laughed and nodded. I understand. Do-jun asked curiously. Is there a problem? The man smiled and shared an important piece of information. Kids grow up fast, you know. Even if I make it, she might only be able to wear it for 1 or 2 years. Se Do-jun didn't seem to care about that at all. He then pulled out a vial of liquid, which confused the man. What's this now? Do-jun decisively held it out in front of Baek Chung-cheon. It's the essence of a tailor. If you combine it with the fabric, the elasticity will increase tenfold. The man's eyes lit up. Really? Tailor? That extremely common plant-type monster? Se Do-jun nodded, then turned to leave. Well then, I'll leave it in your hands. Baek Chung-cheon, still puzzled, asked, last time it was Cyclops blood, and now this. Where do you find these things? Do-jun stopped abruptly at the question. A moment later, he laughed and announced, this is my second life, after all. The scene shifts to a vast city, where Park Jung-uk is walking slowly. In this place, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Park Jung-uk's eyes now held a strange look. After walking for some time, he entered an underground basement. Next, Park Jung-uk entered a cafe. An employee greeted him with a smile. Welcome, he thought to himself. Opening a cafe in a basement. The owner must have a good eye. Suddenly, Jung-uk recognized the man in front of him, feeling a hint of admiration. But thanks to that, it's good that I can meet him in a quiet place. He silently stared at the back of the man ahead. Park Jung-uk stepped forward and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, he thought to himself. That might be the very reason he wanted to meet here. At the same time, he introduced himself. I am Park Jung-uk, the one who was contacted. 52 years old, formerly the head of the secretarial department at S Corporation, currently freelance. The person opposite him also introduced himself. Hello, I'm Se Do-jun. Park Jung-uk slowly sat down and asked, you're that hero who's been on the rise lately, aren't you? What brings you to me? Do-jun got straight to the point. I was told that you're the person who helps when corporations or heroes want to get things done secretly. Hearing this, the man nodded. Yes, I'll do anything, as long as it's not illegal. 1 hot chocolate. Suddenly, Se Do-jun spoke. I want to build a house. The man glanced at him, confused. A house? Judging by the fact you came to me instead of a construction company, it seems you need an unusual kind of house. He realized. He gets straight to the point. Huh. Do-jun continued. I need the safest house in the world. Park Jung-uk probed further. What's your desired location and budget? The waiter brought their coffee. Do-jun thought silently for a moment. Preferably in Seoul, with a budget of about 5 trillion won. That number made Park Jung-uk spit out the black coffee he was drinking. Do-jun frowned in annoyance. Is this the first time you've handled such a large budget? The man quickly shook his head. No, it's not that. He then carefully stepped forward to wipe Do-jun's face clean. Park Jung-uk sighed and continued. It seems you're planning to build a castle, not a house. Do-jun looked surprised. A castle? Perhaps something like a castle would be better. In that case, what about the budget? Would 1 trillion won be enough? This number left Park Jung-uk frozen. He quickly reacted. Hero, Do-jun, do you happen to know where the safest house in Korea currently is? Do-jun thought for a moment. The private residence of Chairman Oh Rang-gae of S Corporation, in Gangnam. The man nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Chairman Rang-gae's house is valued at 1.1 trillion won, but the actual cost of the land and construction was only about 800 billion won. Looking at your budget, Hero Se Do-jun, you could build a house far more magnificent than that. But doing it in Gangnam would be difficult. You can't buy land there. Because a rift has never appeared in Gangnam, the land prices have never dropped. They only continue to rise. In conclusion, you can build the best house, but securing the safest location won't be easy. What will you do? Do-jun calmly sipped the coffee in his hand. Then, he calmly declared. The safest place isn't Gangnam. The idea that Gangnam is the safest place is just wishful thinking on the part of the people who live there. Park Young-uk still didn't understand what Do-jun had just said. Just wishful thinking? Do-jun thought to himself. The belief that Gangnam is safe is just an illusion created by the media. The fact that nothing has happened in Gangnam so far is purely a coincidence. Even in the world that was destroyed, it was only the order of events that was different. Do-jun recalled every rift that had appeared, understanding that eventually, rifts appear in every region. Suddenly, he asked a question. So, do you have a target area in mind, or should we just buy the Guzo district? Park Young-uk was extremely confused, and he asked blankly, but Guzo has had rifts appearing for years now. Even Mapo, which isn't far, has had a rift recently. Do-jun silently realized, Mapo. That's the place I already handled. Suddenly, Park Jung-uk asked curiously, is there a special reason you chose Guzo? His answer made the man extremely worried. Guzo? It's just because it's nearby. After saying that, Do-jun's expression remained completely calm. Elsewhere, a rift had appeared in the sky. Monsters began to invade the area. Suddenly, one of them whipped its head around, its eyes widening as if it sensed something was wrong. Before it could even react, Do-jun took the monster down with a single stroke of his sword. He was relieved that this one hadn't wasted any of his time. Do-jun picked up the sword, observing it closely. This blade was even better than he'd expected. Just then, Baek Chung-cheon happily announced, I can say with confidence, this is the greatest masterpiece of my life. It was made entirely from the materials you provided, so I'm not taking any money for it. Wait, did you already transfer the funds? The satisfaction I'm feeling right now can't be bought with money. 10 billion? Baek Chung-cheon's expression completely changed when he saw the number. Do-jun chuckled and told the man, I don't like being indebted to anyone. Thanks to this sword, he dealt with the monsters with incredible ease. It seemed none of them were a match for him, which he found immensely satisfying. This sword would be worth hundreds of billions, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. From now on, hunting is going to be a lot easier. After meeting with Mr. Park Jung-uk and deciding to build a house, Do-jun spent the next few weeks dedicating all his time to clearing rifts, wanting to buy 10,000 pyong of land in District G, equivalent to over 33,000 square meters. It would cost at least 400 to 500 billion won, and even that might not be enough if the landowners inflated the prices. When Mr. Park Jung-uk expressed his concerns, Do-jun simply replied, I'll handle the money. With the help of his new sword, Do-jun cleared out monsters with even greater ease. Then one evening, he took Unong out for a drive. The little girl smiled happily. I heard Grandma is getting discharged in a few days. That's great news. He nodded. It is. The girl then pouted a little. You've been so busy lately. Do-jun gave a strained smile. I have been a little busy. Seeing this, Unong suggested. Well, you don't have to visit every single day, you know. Let me take care of Grandma. The girl was so mature it was heartbreaking, leaving Do-jun speechless. While he was lost in thought, a man suddenly appeared before them. The man stared intently at the two of them and asked, You're Do-jun, correct? Chairman Baek Chung-cheon sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car. I was instructed to provide you with a proper escort. He was silent for a moment, then he lifted Yunong and set her down on the ground. Yunong, stand here for a second, okay? The little girl nodded. Okay, he continued. Yunong, close your eyes for a bit. She obediently listened. Okay. The next second, Do-jun's foot smashed into the luxury car in front of them, shattering it. Before the secretary could even understand what was happening, the car was completely demolished. He rushed forward to stop him. Hey! But Do-jun's eyes were now filled with nothing but pure hatred. Get lost, and don't ever show your face again. While the man was still stunned, Do-jun turned back to his little sister. He quickly explained himself. I was just teaching a lesson to someone who tried to take me away from you, Unong. Hearing this, she smiled and looked up at him. Then if someone tries to take Yunong away from you, can I be the one to deal with them? Do-jun chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry. He gently bent down and scooped her up, then headed back home with her, her words replaying in his mind. Do-jun made a decision. If anyone ever dares to have that thought, I'll kill every last one of them. Indu's voice cut through the air. Is Do-jun really planning to buy a house? In Guzo? Another person confirmed. It seems he's working through someone you introduced. Indu shot up from her seat. Then what about you? What are you going to do? Hyun-duan asked blankly. What am I going to do? Indu laughed. You silly girl. What do you think? You have to move in next door, of course. You have to become the mysterious single woman who lives right beside him. She was already lost in a fantasy of Do-jun, smiling and striking up a conversation. I cooked. A little too much. Would you like some? Her wild fantasies left Hyun-duan completely speechless. This woman is insane. But she wasn't giving up. Are you just going to let all that money sit there? When are you going to use it? Money is meant for moments like this. And so, the two of them continued to bicker in the mansion. She imagined her body getting closer, taking the opportunity to get intimate with Do-jun. If only we could be even closer. The thought alone made her blush with embarrassment. Indu prodded. It's entirely possible. You know, I heard he's not just moving in, he's building a whole new house from the ground up, right? That means he isn't just planning to stay for a year or two and then leave. Hyun-doo nodded in agreement. That's true, you're right. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, while Indu continued to stare intently at her. Suddenly, Hyun-doo spoke up. Or maybe, are you planning to move near Do-jun too? Look at this kid, Indu thought. She's practically vibrating with anxiety. Hyun-doo quickly backtracked. Oh, come on, you can't be serious. Indu seized the opportunity to clarify. I'm not joking, but it's not for the reason you think. After what happened in Brazil, I'm certain of one thing. Our guild has to pick the right side to align with. And if that's the case, I'd rather bet on the sports car speeding down the highway. Hyun-doo gave Indu a suspicious look. Are you saying Do-jun is that sports car? She just laughed. Do you even have to ask? You've seen it yourself. He's on a completely different level from the other S ranks. I'm taking this chance to build a whole complex, and I'll put the guild's office there while I'm at it. Hyun-doo nodded in agreement. That actually sounds like a good plan. Indu raised her wine glass. Come on, Hyun-doo, you need to make a decision too. She nodded. All right. Inside a skyscraper, Nate Wang remarked. Hero Do-jun, you've been incredibly busy. You've already closed 9 rifts in just 2 weeks. The payout is significant, which is why I called you here personally. I also wanted to ask your reason. Are you in such a rush because you predict Korea will become as dangerous as Brazil? Looking at his account balance, Do-jun focused his thoughts. 452 billion has been deposited. He shook his head and replied, for now, things are still stable. Nate Wang was surprised. For now? Then what is the real reason you're hunting monsters so relentlessly? Hearing such a naive question, Do-jun let out a cryptic laugh. I'm just dealing with what's right in front of me. Because I need money. Nate Wang was completely floored. Money? Do-jun nodded and continued. To build a house. And speaking of which, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you, Mr. Chairman. From that day on, the real estate around the land Do-jun purchased went into an absolute frenzy. It started with Hyun-doo and Indu, followed by the Takwa Guild and the Carnation Guild. Who knows where they got the information, but several other heroes and land speculators also jumped into the fray. The chairman of the Hero Guild burst into a fit of insane laughter. He was ecstatic. That instinct to get rich, you just can't fake it. If you're going to invest, it has to be in real estate. Find out exactly why he's buying up all the surrounding land. I want a full report. His secretary immediately bowed. Understood. Rumors fueled more rumors, drawing in even more buyers. In no time, land prices in Guzo district skyrocketed. But Do-jun had already secured his 10,000 pyong of land long before. He calmly placed the architectural blueprints down on the table. Park Young-uk, still baffled, asked, This is everything? I really don't get it. You're only building a 150 pyong house on a 10,000 pyong plot of land. So what do you plan to do with the rest of the land? Do-jun slowly handed him the blueprint. I have to make this house the safest place there is. He was confused. Safest? It just looks like you're building a circular outer wall. Park Jung-uk thought to himself. Is he planning to build a fortress? He continued to remind him, we don't need to do the interior, so construction will be fast. But what's its intended use? You have to register it with the district office. It seemed Do-jun was already prepared. Chairman Tae-gwa will take care of that. Seeing him so confident, left Park Jung-uk surprised. He grew even more curious. What could this be? For that even the chairman of the Hero Association had to get involved. The scene shifts to a rift area on a mountain, where Do-jun walks casually, preparing for a mission. Chairman Tae-gwa's secretary's voice rang out. Hero Do-jun asked the chairman for a personal favor. He nodded seriously in confirmation. He made a very bold request. After confirming the monsters on the mountain, Do-jun immediately took care of them. Elsewhere, an assistant was still in shock. Taming monsters? Nate Wang felt a sense of anticipation. When I first heard it, I was just as startled. This is completely unprecedented, isn't it? Taming monsters. It seems Do-jun is actually serious. He calmly walked towards a cave on the cliffside, his tall figure slowly disappearing deep inside. Meanwhile, Tae-gwa was still filled with anticipation. He asked for permission to raise a monster on his own land. After entering the cave, Do-jun scanned his surroundings. Nate Wang continued talking to the secretary. And there's something even more shocking. Do you know what it is? The monster Do-jun plans to tame is a Caxian. Seeing the monster before him, his anticipation grew. I'll go easy on you today. It swung its giant tail towards him. With his agile body, Do-jun easily dodged. The Caxian continued to unleash a massive wave of power in its attack. Its eyes glowed red, as if it wanted to eat him alive. Do-jun retreated to a safe distance. An hour passed, and finally, he had dealt with the Caxian monster. It lay exhausted on the ground, motionless. He approached and calmly pet its head. "I'll visit again next time. Be good while I'm gone." Feeling quite cheerful today, Do-jun hummed a tune as he left. The Caxian behind him, however, looked incredibly dejected. Duan's phone was ringing non-stop. She tiredly reached for it, and then slowly answered the call. A familiar voice came through. "You were sleeping. I have something to ask you." Duan was surprised. "Is that you, Do-jun?" He continued probing. "Does Stone Man distribute magic stone powder?" She was confused. "Powder? Magic stones are so valuable. Who would grind them into powder? I heard that grinding them up makes all the energy disappear. Why are you suddenly asking?" Do-jun calmly looked at the giant rift in front of him. "I have a use for it." Duan was even more surprised. "What do you need it for?" "I'm getting more curious." But he wouldn't tell her. "Fine, I'll find it myself." After hanging up, Duan frowned in annoyance. What was that about? Talking about weird stuff, so early in the morning. Meanwhile, Do-jun had stepped directly inside the rift. The most fundamental thing for protecting a house is its outer wall. As for the guards inside who protect the house, they can be put in place once construction is nearly complete. Do-jun looked up ahead. "And finally, I need to create a device to nullify external impacts like earthquakes." Seeing a monster attack him, Do-jun laughed. "To make that, I'll need your magic stone powder." As it attacked, he jumped to the side, hastily dodging. The monster's attacks were incredibly powerful, forcing him to be on his guard. Even after a long time, the monster's strength hadn't waned. Do-jun seized an opportunity to leap into the air, and before anyone knew it, he had appeared behind its back. This monster was too vigilant. It had already detected his move. Of course, Do-jun wasn't one to back down and immediately made his move. A strange aura enveloped his body. He slowly raised his sword, pointing it forward. Half-moon breath sword style, third form. Do-jun's eyes widened as he stared ahead, the light on his sword growing more intense. He decisively slashed at the monster with powerful strikes. Everything happened so fast that it was left dazed. The space around them began to change. A spiraling destructive power was hidden behind a beautiful facade. Spirals of fire rained down onto the ground. The monster was still stunned, not knowing what to do. Within seconds, the fiery spirals rained down continuously on its body. With no way to escape, it was severely injured. As it fell, Do-jun landed back on the ground. His eyes were filled with a terrifying intensity. The reward for this battle was a sparkling magic stone. Without a moment's hesitation, Do-jun crushed it. He ground it into a powder and carefully poured it into a vial. Then, Do-jun continued his calculations. Come to think of it, rifts are also a form of external impact. Maybe this can be used to suppress their formation. If that works, it would be great. The scene shifts to a press conference, where a crowd has gathered. While Do-jun was busy hunting in rifts and visiting his grandmother in the hospital, a shocking piece of news was released. The grandson of TG's chairman, Do-jun. The truth is that Do-jun is the grandson of the TG chairman. Chairman Hyo burst out into hearty laughter. "Looks like that Do-jun kid got scared, holding a press conference all of a sudden. Once the rumor is out there, no matter what you say, people will only ever see you as my grandson." This topic became the subject of widespread discussion. No wonder it seems strange. That kid is so young, yet he's already an S rank. TG must have poured a ton of money into him. He's not just born with a silver spoon, it's a diamond one. Why hold a press conference? He'll probably just deny everything. Let's see what that Do-jun has to say. In front of all the cameras, Do-jun was strangely calm. Finally, he decided to speak. "I was born an illegitimate child, and was abandoned from a young age." This news left everyone frozen. Duan and Ins were stunned, and even Chairman Heo couldn't believe he would say such a thing. Do-jun slowly recounted the life he had lived. No, to be more precise, he concisely and clearly recounted the life that the original Do-jun had endured. Some people were still skeptical of Do-jun's words, but then broadcasted reports confirmed his story with his old school friends, and even interviews with the owners of places where he used to work part-time. Gradually, a wave of sympathy for Do-jun spread, and comments poured in continuously. Do-jun's character is perfect too. Just what kind of person is he? I want to marry Do-jun so bad. As a result, TG's stock price, which had been steadily rising before the press conference, plummeted by 30% in an instant. The hero chairman was going completely crazy, clutching his head. Back then, though he was still young, Do-jun had only one resolve. "The only thing I want is for you and Yunong to live safely for the rest of your lives." That's why he never stopped trying. Soon, that promise would become a reality. Absolute, unshakable safety. The debt collectors had been dealt with long ago. T Corporation had also become much more obedient after that devastating blow. Although Kang Dong Bit was still alive, he would surely walk right into the trap himself. The only thing to watch out for until the very end were unexpected rifts. Once the house was complete, it would be strong enough to defend against any nearby rifts. Park Jung-uk came forward to report. We've completed the exterior first, just as you instructed. The house itself is almost finished. Do-jun asked, when will it be fully completed? I want to move in early. He was utterly perplexed. How can you say that? This is the residence of the world's #1 hero. We absolutely cannot be careless with even a single screw. Do-jun suddenly announced, I'll pay double the construction cost. Park Jung-uk's expression immediately changed completely. 10 days. It's guaranteed. Suddenly, he remembered something. One more thing. Don't let anyone near here tonight. As evening fell, Do-jun ventured deep into the forest. He was still focused, thinking about his future. His expression gradually became calculating. All the monastones I've gathered. I'm using them all tonight. After speaking, Do-jun pulled out all the monastones he had on him. A magic circle appeared, and he bent down to begin, his body emitting a brilliant red aura. He raised his hand, controlling the monastones from afar. Each stone fell into a different position, the common point being that every location had been calculated by Do-jun in advance. This magic circle would make the fortress walls increasingly solid. His eyes swept across the area. They were all legendary-grade monastones. It looked so neat once arranged. Alright, I'll use manastone powder to crush any potential variables. A monostone fell to the ground, making the place sparkle. After finishing, Do-jun headed in another direction. So, the base is done. Time to go pick up the gatekeepers. Hong Hee-doo's screams echoed. Of course it's you, Kang Dong Bit. If you have time to threaten me, you should go kill Do-jun first. Fake papers, hotel money, and even the cost of investigating Do-jun. I took care of everything for you, didn't I? Now go get that bastard's head and bring it to me, immediately. Seeing her attitude, he was extremely annoyed. I heard this woman was shunned by both her husbands and her own family, yet she's taking her anger out on me. He asked, you think I enjoy being in this position? I've had to suppress the desire to bury the bastards who put me in this situation alive, just to focus on Do-jun alone. At this point, Hee-doo was about to lose her mind. Then why don't you make your move? Are you so scared of Do-jun that you're just cowering? He angrily stepped closer to warn her. Shut your mouth and crawl into a corner somewhere. You think a fight between S ranks is child's play? The easiest way to end it would be to take some old man or a little girl hostage. But it's like he already knew. He never leaves his family's side. Once we're involved with Do-jun, there's no turning back for either you or me. I'm enduring this with the determination to wipe that bastard's entire family off the map. And yet, what did you just say? That I'm scared? Kang Dong Bit, scared of a snot-nosed brat? No one I've ever declared I'd kill has survived. You think Do-jun can protect his family forever? The moment he lets his guard down, they'll all be my prey. If you understand, then shut up and don't interfere. You don't need to rush me. I know how to defeat him myself. I will do it, no matter the cost. The scene shifts to a dark castle. This place contains only Death Knights. There's no unique boss, only Death Knights. Do-jun stepped inside the castle. 3 right at the entrance. A decent number, but they weren't easy opponents. For many reasons, they have no physical form, they feel no pain, and they won't fall unless their soul core is struck. Furthermore, they retain the swordsmanship they learned as humans, with each individual fighting in their own unique style. Do-jun let out an excited laugh. Well, you were once knights. It would be rude to greet you empty-handed. With that, he drew his sword and leaped into the air to attack. Every one of his slashes was decisive. His power was so overwhelming that these knights couldn't even fight back. Seeing them flustered, Do-jun chuckled. Besides, I really enjoy a good sword fight. In the moments that followed, the two sides clashed again. When a knight attacked, he dodged effortlessly. I've lived with a blade in my hand since I could walk. The secret art of the Banha-eon family uses no other form of combat. Do-jun's speed continued to increase, making it impossible for the knight to keep up. This gave him an even greater advantage, leaving them unable to resist. I'll conquer this place using only my sword. This self-imposed challenge is so exciting I can barely contain myself. Is there only one left now? A strange noise echoed. Do-jun turned to look behind him and noticed the chaotic scene. I thought even among the regulars, there'd be one that stood out. How disappointing. Do-jun sighed softly, noticing another figure approaching, and his attention sharpened. Before him stood a knight that seemed much stronger than the previous 3. Do-jun's anticipation grew. It's about time. I knew a high ranker would show up eventually. The knight wasted no words and immediately attacked with its sword. He blocked the attack with a simple turn of his blade. The two then clashed, pitting their swordsmanship against each other. Do-jun thought to himself. As expected, this one's different. The tip of its blade is truly sharp. Good. Keep it coming. I'm starting to like this. The two fought for some time, and he even had to nod in approval. That last blow was pretty good, but Do-jun had already found the knight's weakness and attacked. Unable to withstand it, the knight collapsed to the ground. He placed his sword against its neck and declared, "You will be my guardian." And just like that, Do-jun had acquired several new guards. He laughed with delight. hunting 5 elites in 2 days. The effort was worth it. He suddenly gestured to his side, and all the knights listened to his command. They suddenly vanished from the spot. Do-jun chuckled to himself. The guards have been recruited. I should probably get a guard dog too. Model inside the forest. CIA realized something was strange. It was the same human who had come here before, and his eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. Upon seeing Do-jun, it began to shriek frantically. Cat Zan furiously warned, "Get out of my nest," he replied. "I'm not here to play today. Now be good and come with me." The absolute arrogance. Cat Sien, not to be outdone, shot back. "A pathetic insect like you dares to wish for death?" Do-jun's expression soured even more. The realization that something was off startled it. He's different. This guy is completely different. This one. He's terrifyingly strong. Cat Xian hastily spread its wings, seemingly compromising as it carried Do-jun away from that place. Observing from above, he gave a cold command. "First, get out of the gate." It was about to say something else, but out there. "My home is here." Of course, he paid no attention to its words. With no other choice, Cat Xian could only obey. Yes, the scene shifts to a bustling street, where a dark shadow in the sky draws everyone's attention. The sight of Cat Xian soaring through the city center terrified people. What is that? A monster? Do-jun was still instructing it. Fly carefully. Don't crash into any buildings. A glint of malice mixed with hatred flashed in its eyes. Of course, he had also noticed something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to defy me?" Do-jun's series of actions had driven Cat Xian mad. "I won't take it anymore. Do you have any idea who I am?" At its roar, all the citizens screamed in despair. "My ears are about to go deaf." This only made it even more smug. "See that? Engrave my nobility into your very bones." The moment Cat Xian finished speaking, Do-jun struck its body. "You're scaring people. Fly quietly." Though furious, it had no choice but to obey. Guam. A.U.S. Territory in the Mariana Islands of the Pacific Ocean. The force of Cat Xian's flight flattened the trees. It arrived at this location, carrying Do-jun. He calmly jumped down to the ground, calculating in his head. A spatial rift could appear anywhere. If one appeared on a deserted island and monster waves kept repeating, that place would turn into a monster den. Do-jun looked up ahead, just like this place. "Go over there and cause some chaos." Cat Xian immediately obeyed. The monsters, seeing a human appear, charged forward to attack, but they were no match for Cat Xian, and were quickly and easily dealt with, one by one. Do-jun walked over to pick up the mana stones, reaping all the benefits. He laughed, extremely pleased. "You have to earn your keep, at least. I'll be sure to take you out for regular walks." Before long, Do-jun's new house was completed. It had 1 basement level, 3 floors above ground, and was fully equipped with state-of-the-art systems. His grandmother was astounded. "My goodness, this isn't a house anymore. It's a palace. Hey!" She suddenly turned to look behind her, and was startled to see Cat Xian sleeping obediently in the yard. "What is that?" Do-jun announced. "People in the countryside usually keep a chicken in their yard, Grandma. This is basically the same thing." His grandmother nodded, but Cat Xian was deeply wounded. "A chicken?" Yunong was thrilled. "Brother, can I go look around the house for a bit?" Do-jun nodded. "Of course. Feel free to touch anything you want to see inside." The grandmother quickly went to the little girl's side. "Be careful not to fall. Come with Grandma." Now, only he and Do-won were left in the yard. She suddenly called out, "Mr. Do-jun, there's been a gloomy aura rising from underground. You're raising something else besides Cat Xian, aren't you?" He gently reassured her. "It's not dangerous. Don't worry about it," he thought to himself. Her senses have gotten much sharper. Hearing this, Do-won nodded. "I see." From beneath the ground, the knights Do-jun had summoned appeared one by one. Do-jun suddenly spoke, catching Do-won's attention. "Thank you for taking care of my grandmother and Unong while I was away. Would you like to go out to eat this weekend? Just the 2 of us." Do-won was completely taken aback by this suggestion. Do-won gave him a confused look. "Mr. Do-jun, have you forgotten? You promised to take Unong to the amusement park this weekend. She's been looking forward to it so much." He was startled, and his face immediately turned serious. "I've been so busy hunting gates lately that I forgot." "Right. Unong is the #1 priority." Do-won suddenly spoke up. "Then, let's all go together. Can I come to the amusement park with you guys?" She looked at him with an expectant gaze. The day of the trip to the amusement park arrived, and the 3 of them happily went together. People around them were surprised. "Isn't that Do-jun? And that's Do-won next to him. They look so good together. Who's the little girl? Could that be their daughter? Idiot, don't you watch the news? That's Do-jun's little sister. They're not just dating, they even brought his sister along. It's like they're already family approved." They all had a great time playing together. When it came to the roller coaster, Unong was a little scared, but she was so tired she ended up falling asleep on Do-jun's back. He and Do-won talked for a long time, until he suddenly fell silent for a moment, which caught her attention. "What are you staring at?" He recalled what Unong had told him. "Brother, she made me pasta yesterday. It tasted a little strange, but she was so gentle. I really like her. Before that, I even went to a super pretty cafe with her and Grandma. It was so sparkly." Thinking about this, Do-jun gave a warm smile. "Thank you for always being there for my family. I hope I can continue to count on you in the future." Do-won was surprised by this. The safest house in the world is already finished, so why is he talking about the future? Does he mean something else? What does he mean by that? Mr. Do-jun. As time passed into the evening, the two quickly headed back. Do-won was focused on driving, while Do-jun sat in the passenger seat, when suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He abruptly turned his head and warned her, "It's that bastard. A familiar murderous aura has infiltrated the house. I have to go on ahead. I'm leaving Unong in your care." Although she was very surprised, she nodded in response. "Leave her to me." Do-jun hurriedly rushed forward. In the next moment, he had completely vanished. Do-jun flew even higher than the skyscrapers. The scene shifts to Do-jun's house. Using his skills, he stood high above and saw Kang Dong Bit fighting with Khan. He was annoyed that someone was blocking his path. What the hell are these tin cans? The sharp taunts only made it angrier. Its immense power caused the ground to shatter. Kang Dong Bit leaped aside to dodge. He screamed in despair, "Cat Sien, why is that thing here?" From his high vantage point, Do-jun observed in silence. "Just as I predicted. He chose a time when both Do-won and I were away. If he were a little less cowardly, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap." He immediately waved his hand, commanding them to fall back. Right after, the knights began to disappear, causing Kang Dong Bit to panic. "What the?" Do-jun's voice rang out. "It was so hard for you to get here. It'd be a real shame if you got chased away by the guard dog again, so I just had them back off a bit." He immediately recognized him. "You bastard, Do-jun." Do-jun looked at Kang Dong Bit with a cold gaze. "Stop barking. It's hurting my ears." This blatant contempt drove him into a frenzy. Before he could even figure out what to do, Do-jun had already landed a punch on him. He appeared right in front of Kang Dong Bit. "I just swung lightly and you couldn't even dodge it? Want me to go even easier on you?" His power was so overwhelming that Kang Dong Bit was desperate. "Impossible. How can there be such a huge gap between two S ranks?" Do-jun raised his fist again, thinking, maybe I should go even easier on him? He coldly threw a punch, coming so close that it nearly took off the man's entire ear. Kang Dong Bit pulled a vial from his clothes. "All right then. This is humiliating, but I can't beat him head on. Once he's decided to kill, nothing can stop him. I have to get his family." Seeing the look of pure hatred in his eyes, Do-jun was surprised. "Looks like you're thirsty for more, huh?" His body had now completely transformed, and his arm had even swelled to an abnormal size. Seeing how complicated things were getting, he sighed. "The elixir. The one that gives you the Titan's left arm? If I remember correctly, that's a one-time use item." Do-jun asked him, "You must have bought that on the black market. Probably cost you everything you had, huh?" These seemingly casual words drove Kang Dong Bit into a frenzy. He attacked frantically, screaming, "Instead of standing there mocking me, you should be worrying about protecting that old hag of yours." This time, he had noticed the house in the background. A wicked smile spread across Kang Dong Bit's face. "All I have to do is cause an earthquake and make the house collapse while he's running to save her." Before he could even finish his calculation, Do-jun was right beside him, whispering, "A clever little plan, but it's useless." Kang Dong Bit panicked. "When did he get behind me?" Do-jun continued. "Because the mana crystals I scattered all over the ground here have already absorbed the shock." "Well, had enough to spare yet? Now, you'll pay with your own body for daring to target my family." With that, Do-jun forcefully slammed Kang Dong Bit's head into the ground. A single blow left him lying motionless. But he wasn't done. He raised his foot and then treated the man's body like a soccer ball, kicking it straight ahead. A familiar sound caught Do-jun's attention. "Unon is back." Do-won stepped forward to cover the little girl's eyes. "Looks like it's all over." "Unon, don't look." The little girl obediently nodded. "Okay, big sis." Kang Dong Bit was handed over to the Hero Association, barely breathing. The present Do-jun saw the Do-jun of the past. He was surprised. "You again. It's been a while." The past, Do-jun, deeply moved, placed a hand on his chest. "Thanks to you, it seems my final wish has been fulfilled. I have no more worries now. I sincerely thank you. You've done more for me than I could have ever hoped. How can I possibly repay you for this kindness?" The present, Do-jun replied, "Don't worry about it. Just consider it a service." The next morning, Do-won smiled. "Do-jun, did you sleep well?" He stepped outside to greet the morning. A warmth filled his heart. "That's right, Do-jun. You don't have to worry about a thing, because I've found my own happiness here, too. And that's where our story comes to an end. Thank you for watching all the way through. We hope you have a wonderful day.